YouTube. This is EJSA ACR. Are you ready for the event? All right. What part are we on for YouTube? I think we're at like part 17, I think is what I just put in there. Part 18. We're at part 18 on the YouTube coverage for the Artemis 2 mission. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just not watching the VODs in sequence, here's where we are. We just entered flight day 8. Wake up call today was Under Pressure by Queen featuring David Bowie. Mission elapsed time is 6 days, 17 hours, 10 minutes, 55 seconds. We're into flight day 8 today. Flight day 8 is where the activities will start picking up as we get closer to reentry. Flight day 7 was actually pretty chill. It was a very, very slow day, but we should start getting activities picked up, exercising activities, activities for National Geographic, cabin repress to 14.7 PSI, urine venting demo. Good luck with that. The exercise acoustic demo, which is where they see how loud the exercise machine is. There's the rad shelter demo that's going on today, and another manned pilot developmental flight test objective. So there's a lot of things to do today. The rad shelter demo should be pretty cool to see. In terms of what CCU is, no idea. I don't know. Contingency collapsible urinal is probably what that means. I don't know why that would be on the on here. I don't think they need to do that flight test objective. They have a lot of developmental flight operations with using CCUs thus far. So, hey Don, good morning. Thanks for the coverage. It's been awesome. Yeah, no problem, dude. Hello from Greece. Hey Atsu, how are you? All right, so that's where we're at. Let's go back over to a live shot here. Crew was just woken up, and yeah. How well can you pee in a bag? Good. Oh, we have some capsule reorientation. That's Earth right there. This is a live shot on board one of the solar array wings on Orion. That's Earth moving out of frame right there. Okay, they seem to be reorienting the capsule. I don't see, on the mission timeline, guys, I don't see anything here about reorienting the capsule, though. On the mission timeline, there's no attitude commanding here. It's a lens flare, dude. Yeah. So on flight day 7, there was some things going on with the MON 25 valves on the service module, the oxidizer valves, particularly helium to oxidizer. And I did do some reading, and I went back and listened to a lot of the footage that we heard last night. So something is weird with the MON 25 valves. So the helium valves that actuate the MON 25. What's MON 25? MON 25 is a form of hypergolic oxidizer. It's basically nitrogen tetroxide. Like, it's very similar. MON 25, I believe, is here, hold on. Mixed oxides of nitrogen. MON 25 is a hypergolic propellant oxidizer consisting of 25% nitric oxide, NO, and 75% nitrogen tetroxide. So yeah, it's mostly nitrogen tetroxide, mostly NTO. They use helium to actuate these valves, or to not actuate the valves. No, that's not right. They use helium to actuate the MON 25. Basically, helium pumps into the oxidizer tank, and it squeezes a fuel bladder inside, and that creates pressure in the line so the rocket engines can work. There is a 2-valve system that goes from Orion that goes from Orion's helium tanks, 2 fault redundant valves that go from the helium tank to the Mon 25 tank. On flight day 2, they shut it off. They shut off valve 1 because they were detecting a helium leak rate. So they shut it off. And valve 2 started being a little finicky last night. Certainly they have contingencies. So Justin, the biggest thing is that there's enough, the fuel bladder is squeezed enough to create enough pressure for the entire rest of the duration of the mission. So there's not really any risk involved with those things going at this time. However, if it was another mission and you needed to fire your service propulsion system again, you'd be having a real problem right now. For this mission, they're fine. So I do believe that a lot of the helium, there's Earth. Capsule just did a 360 no scope. That's weird. I do believe what they've been doing with these valves is doing a fault tree analysis and trying to get them to work again. Once again, it is not a big deal. Think about it like this. You're at 30,000 feet in in a 2-engine plane and one of the engines goes out. Like, that's not a big deal. That's not necessarily a big problem, right? You can use the other engine. You're fine. You'll be able to land safely, but you should probably figure out why your number 1 engine failed, right? Now, once again, I want to be very clear. No engines have failed on Orion. Nothing like that. It's the actuators, the actuation pressure that hasn't worked. And listening back to the conversations that Reed and Stan Love have yesterday, that's what I did. That's what I did all night. I didn't get much sleep. There seems to be an inhibitor on they have 2 fault redundant valves. So you have your helium tank and you have your Mon 25 tank, and there's 2 valves in there. Number 1 valve is not working. Number 2 valve is still working, right? Now, each valve, right, has a regulator attached to it, a pressure regulator. And this whole valve regulation system has, it's a 2 fault redundant detent from what I can understand, meaning that you can switch the valve open and closed, and then you can inhibit the valve closed, right? So an inhibitor is a detent to make sure that you have to actually sit there and think about opening the valve before, like, you have to flip 2 switches instead of 1. Think of it like if you're into UX, that's what's going on there. You have to flip the inhibitor on and then open the valve. So they were talking about flipping the inhibitors open and closed, and you need to flip the inhibitors up if you're going to cycle the valves. So that's what they were doing yesterday. So they're probably doing some fault tree analysis. That's what that's called in the spaceflight industry. Some fault tree analysis. Basically try to figure out why it failed. That is pretty dang hard to do when you don't have hands on it, right? That's one of the perks of like reusable spaceflight systems. You get it back. If you can get it back, right? You can get it back and you can inspect the hardware. You can figure out what went wrong. Now, for as far as right now, they only really have telemetry to be able to tell them what's funky with those valves. Yeah. Verifying it's not a sensor issue would be very, very useful. So 1 or 2 valves on the main engine isn't working. It's not the main engine, Zorro. Here, diagrams time. I'll draw it for you. So as far as I can tell, and I'm going to draw the diagram a little bit differently this time. As far as I can tell, they have a helium tank. So you have an HE tank. This is inside of the service module. So let's just do an abstraction here, right? You have your service module. There's your service module engine. You have your smaller engines here, right? And then you have your thruster blocks that look like this with thrusters going that way and that way. And you have another one down here. And then there's also thruster blocks up here and here, right? So just do a happy little rocket engine, right? So you have a helium tank here, and then they most likely, I don't know this for sure, to be honest. I'm guessing based off of what I heard yesterday, but it sounds like they have over here, you have an MMH tank, And then you have another helium tank over here. Right? And then you have an NTO tank. Well, actually, like I said, they're using mixed, what is it called? Mixed somethings of nitrogen. It's mostly nitrogen tetroxide. Mixed martial arts. Yes. Yeah. So this is your oxidizer down here, and that's your fuel, right? So as far as I can tell, right, they have a line that goes like this. And it splits, right? Like that. And there's a valve here, and there's a valve here, okay? And then, right, you have the same thing on the hydrazine side of things, right? So these right here are your valves. It looks like they got a number 1 valve and a number 2 valve right here. So, and then also you have a number 1 and you have a number 2, right? So this valve right here. So how does this all work? Just in case, I'll just go through the manner of operation. All right. The MMH tanks, MMH leads to the thrusters, right? It goes to your thrusters. Right, there's probably a line that goes here to your main engine. There's probably another line that goes down here to your auxiliary thrusters. And there's probably a line that goes to, I don't know, probably a manifold or something. Different. We know that on Starliner, they don't necessarily have a manifold. It's kind of splits, right? Here, hold on. I made a mistake. The line wouldn't look like that. Right? Oh, no. No, come back. Rush. Right? And then, actually, you know what, dudes? Hold on. Let's do red for the fuel, just so it makes a little bit more sense, and then we'll do blue for the oxidizer, okay? So you probably have a line that goes like this, that goes to that engine, and then it goes to, well, it goes to that engine, and then it probably goes down here like this to those engines, to your thruster blocks and your auxiliary motors, right? Now, on the Mon 25 side of things, you probably have something that's pretty damn similar. So let's just do wire diagram fun here, right? It probably looks like this, right? Because you need fuel and oxidizer, right? Probably looks like that, right? So all of these are pressurized by helium, okay? So why helium? Well, okay, on a spacecraft that's going out to the moon, you don't want propellants that can...
Houston Integrity 1, PCD-1 has been shut down and restarted. If that helps, you can see I don't have any new data on there, so take a look, please.
Uh-oh. PCD-1 may have bit the bullet.
Okay, Reed, copy. We do see it up and running, and we will take a look at that. And while I have you, a quick timeline delta for you. We need to privatize OE2 at 1840 MET for a quick weather conference. Is that good?
Mixed oxides of nitrogen is what it's called. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I blanked the name. Under pressure. So.
Yes, that's great.
Okay, and then accordingly, we'll go ahead and delay the ACU power cycle until after that is over.
Okay, I don't think anybody's really reviewed the timeline yet, and I don't have a timeline on PCD-1, just so you know, but we'll look, and we'll no problem with all of that. Thanks, Mark.
I bet you Reed was up late I bet you he was up late last night trying to get long exposures of the of the stars. He said that last night. But right before they went to bed, Reed was like, "Hey guys, can you shut off the solar array wing lights? Can you shut off the saws so I can take pictures?" And they were like, "Yeah, absolutely." I don't know Reed Wiseman, but if that was me, I'd be like, "Yo, shut those lights off. I'm getting pictures." And they'd be like, "Okay, it's time to sleep." I'd be like, "Nah, yeah, I'm not doing that." No, yeah, what are you kidding? No, I'm not doing that. All right, so how this works is they pump the helium. The helium tanks have valves, and when they open the valves, it pumps into the tank. These tanks are, if you're familiar with spaceflight, they're probably COPVs, composite overwrap pressure vessels, which is like take a scuba tank, make it out of aluminum, and then wrap it in carbon fiber, right? So it can withstand ridiculously high pressure. That's also super lightweight doing something like that. The scuba tank's not made out of steel like a regular scuba tank. It'd be made out of aluminum or titanium or something. So the tanks are really, really light and can take really, really high pressure. Now, inside of each one of these tanks, you have what's called a bladder tank. We'll just keep with the toilet humor motif here. So these bladder tanks, right? The fuel and oxidizer is basically inside of the tank, inside of that COPV in an inflated balloon, okay? And the balloon has an opening, right? And the opening goes to the pipe. That's not red, idiot. Right? So what they do is they pump helium into here. They pump it into the cavity between the bladder tank is what it's called, between the bladder and the outside of the COPV. That squeezes it. Think about like if you have like a juice box or something and you squeeze the thing, it'll shoot out. They're using a pressurant to create fuel pressure, okay? That's how this whole thing works. And at each engine, you have basically a fuel injector solenoid. It looks exactly, well, not exactly. It's the same idea as a fuel injector on a car. If you're familiar with cars, same idea. They send an electrical signal to the injectors open, and they shoot Mon 25 and MMH into the rocket engine. When Mon 25 and MMH hit each other, they explode. That's how they do this on spacecraft. Why do they do this? It is ridiculously simple. Simplest way to pressure-fed bipropellant is one of the simplest ways to make a rocket engine work on orbit. Monomethylhydrazine and Mon 25, mixed oxides of nitrogen, which is nitrogen tetroxide and nitric oxide. If that sounds like forever chemicals, yes, that's what that is. That's not something that's going to degrade. It's not going to decompose. You can keep it up there for extremely long periods of time. You don't have to worry. It doesn't care if it's get in the sunlight or it gets cold or whatever. It stays liquid, right? That's why they use these type of hypergolic systems. Now, this valve right here. So they have two fault redundant helium pressurant valves, okay? Each valve has a detent from what I heard last night. Once again, I had to go listen to that whole mission control loop again, which that was fun, right? I had to go listen to the whole damn thing again. Each valve has a detent on it, a manual detent. So the detent is probably here.
Integrity Houston for Reed. We are going to go ahead and sync your PCD now and your email.
Mission control troubleshooting will never not be funny. It'll never not be funny. That's hilarious. Hey, Brewer, what's up, dude?
Okay, we copy that, and I assume that means hands-off email. Does it have any other restrictions, or just hands-off everything?
Yeah, just hands-off email. And also the weather conference, the weather is looking good. We'll give you the details during that conference.
Sweet. What's on the menu for today's stuff? Rad shield demo, some pilot demo exercises, some urine demo exercises.
Thanks, we appreciate that.
Brewer, they have testing the CCUs as a developmental flight test objective today. I don't think they need to do that one. I'm just saying, given the toilet. They're going to make a rad shelter fort inside of Integrity today. There's a lot of cool stuff. What I'm explaining right now is what I heard happen yesterday. Keep in mind, guys, I'm probably wrong about this. I know that this is a high-level overview of how the system works, but I don't know for sure. Like, there are probably additional valves over here. We only really heard in detail this part. I heard in detail about the Mon 25 valves because that's what they were having problems with. So on flight day 3, they disabled valve number 1. They overrode the detent and they disabled 1. The reason why is because they thought they detected a helium leak. So out of an abundance of caution, shut it off. Like, you don't want to leak helium. Leaking helium is bad. That can create all kinds of problems. Other than your voice sounding like this. All right? So they've, this entire time, to pressurize the oxidizer side of things, they've been using valve 2. And they seem to have had something weird happen with valve 2 last night. And they were sitting there trying to enable it and disable it. They talked about enabling the detent, disabling the detent, enabling the valve, disabling the valve. So this one is in op right now. Valve 1 is not working. They switched to valve 2. Now, is there a threat to the mission? No, there is not a threat to the mission. Orion is flying on a nice and steady straight trajectory. Judging by what we heard from the Delta V calculation, or the Delta V numbers from the return trajectory correction burn 1 yesterday, RTC1 was 1.3 feet per second Delta V. It was nothing. In metric, that's like 0.35 meters a second. That's nothing. That is the equivalent of putting your car in drive and letting it creep for, I don't know, like an inch, maybe like 3 centimeters. That's about it. That's nothing. They're driving on, they're on a nice even keels, which is great. They also talked about what's called blowdown. Blowdown is how much pressure you have in the helium cavity inside of the tanks. There's enough blowdown. There's enough blowdown in the tanks to do the entire mission. That's what they said. That's what they said in a press conference a week ago. Thanks to Charles, good man Charles in chat, who pointed that out. Thank you. That really helped me with my crappy analysis that I did last night. Charles, if you're here, cheers, man. That was really helpful. Great CAD drawing. EJ got that education working right now. Hey, I didn't learn to draw. Like, I can draw, dude. Do you want it done fast or do you want it done nicely, right? Like, mouse penmanship is an underrated skill. It's not as easy as you think writing out clear and concise stuff with the mouse, especially legible, right? So they're having some weird problems with valve 1. Valve 1 suspected helium leak and valve 2 got sticky. Now, I know what people are going to say. Didn't they test this? Yes, most likely. So here's the thing. This is not an excuse, right? I'm not excusing Lockheed or anything. Valves suck. Anyone that works in the aerospace industry knows this. They will work 1,000 times perfectly in testing, and then you'll go to fly and it won't work. The reason why is just, it's not like a ball valve on a damn hose, on your damn hose, right? Like, you know, it's not like a little spigot that you open and close like your faucet. You're dealing with all kinds of weird propellants here, or you're dealing with all kinds of weird molecules if it's a pneumatic valve. So like, these are helium. Helium is like smaller than hydrogen. It loves to leak, just like hydrogen does, just like what we saw with SLS. Same thing. Helium sucks. It sucks because it leaks everywhere. It's really hard to create a seal. You have to create a seal at the micron level to get it to work. And then you have to hope that that valve that can open and close when it reseats will seat correctly to seal. Like I said, you could test it 1,000 times and it would work just fine. You send it up on the thing, it'll leak. It's almost like a foregone conclusion, which kind of sucks. But, you know, they need to use helium because they need to use, helium is non-reactive, it's inert, and it's low mass, and it can take a lot of heat. So you can pressurize it at very high pressure without it liquefying or solidifying. It's really, really good for stuff like that. And it makes your voice sound like this. Yeah, they use helium because if we go look at the periodic table, all right, periodic table of elements, all right. So yeah, you never thought you'd see this on a Twitch stream, right? You remember this? I don't know about you guys. In science class, I stared at this thing all day because I was fascinated by it, but then I never bothered doing the science because I went home and played Counter-Strike. hey, that video is important, okay? So look at hydrogen. So over here on the periodic table, you have the symbol for it, right? And then you have what it is, and then you have its atomic mass, right? So how heavy is it? Same? All right, cool. It wasn't just me. Thank God. All right, cool. That makes me feel a lot better, dudes. I just stared at the damn thing. So you have your atomic weight right here, right? You have your atomic number, you have your symbol, you have your name, and you have electrons per shell. Hydrogen has 1. So in terms of like building blocks of the universe, guys, hydrogen is a 2x4x1 Lego. Okay? If you're a Lego nut, you know what I mean. It's this. Hold on, let me open the image. Hydrogen is that. If we're gonna speak in Lego terms, that's hydrogen. It is the simplest, the most vanilla freaking element around. Helium, all right? Helium is the flat version of this. Okay? It's the flat version of this. So it'd be the 2x4x0, like the one that's 2x4, but it's flat. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I know you guys play with Lego. Don't lie to me. Okay? It's a building block, right? So we go over here. Hydrogen is that. It's like one of the basic, they say it's a basic building block for the universe. That's why. It's very, very simple. It's the simplest atom we know of. Helium over here, same idea. Okay, so helium is a little bit heavier and it has 2 electrons. 2. But it also likes to leak because helium and hydrogen are so small. They're tiny. They're really tiny. And that's why making helium valves is such a pain in the butt. However, helium is very, very, very light. Look at it compared to other gases that you could use for pressure in, right? You ideally want something that's non-reactive, okay? So reactive nonmetals, so noble gases over here, none of those are reactive. All right, so you could use neon, you could use argon, you could use krypton, you could use xenon, you can use radon, but look at the masses comparatively here. We're talking 4 times the atomic weight if you use neon. That's mass, man, and mass is going to screw you on a spaceship, like really badly. There's this formula from rocket science. It's up there. See, dV is ISP times G, ln m1 over m0. Okay, what does that mean? All right, that's the delta V formula. That formula is how rockets figure out how far they are, how far you can go in space. Okay, it's natural log. You're right, not log. It's natural logarithmic function. That is different from logarithmic function. I understand. Okay, so if you looked at that and just said, oh boy, math, I'm leaving now, bye. All right, don't worry. I'll explain it in plain English. You don't need to do math. I won't make you do that. Maybe later. All right. So what that delta V formula says is the plain English way of saying it is the more fuel you have on your spacecraft and the less rocket that you have on your spacecraft, right? It'll go further. The more fuel you have on your rocket, the less rocket that you have on your rocket, it'll go further in space. Spacecraft range is not denoted by distance. The reason why it's not denoted by distance is because speed is key. This is why I like spaceships. They go faster than anything anything that we know of, and they're the fastest man-made objects around by a long shot. In order to get into, everybody knows, in order to get into space, in order to get into orbit, you got to fall around Earth. All right, you have to reach a speed of 17,500 miles an hour or 27,000 kilometers an hour. You have to go really freaking fast, right? Because of this, distance to the moon, and it's funny because NASA keeps saying like, oh, we're this far from the moon in miles, statute miles, and I'm like, oh, all right, that's a weird way of saying that, but I know why they do it. It's for people to understand, but scientifically that makes no sense. Even if it's miles or kilometers or whatever, spacecraft range is not measured in distance. It's measured in acceleration. It's how fast you can go. Your change in acceleration. Delta is the Greek mathematics. It's a Greek symbol. It's the mathematics symbol for change, right? So delta V is change in velocity. So how fast can you accelerate to? That's how rockets work, right? So your helium, going back to our whole diagram right here, why are they using a helium tank? Why you use helium? If it likes to leak so much, that doesn't make any sense. Mass is huge here. Your atomic weight really comes into play here. Because check it out, if you use neon as your pressurant, you could make a simpler valve, but it's almost 5 times the mass of helium. See what I'm talking about? You ideally don't want a reactive gas. All these gases over here, fluorine, oxygen, nitrogen, these chlorine, fluorine, oxygen, and nitrogen, they're all reactive. Oxygen makes things rust. You know that if you live in the salt belt, right? Oxygen, sodium, chloride, that makes things rust. Those are reactive gases, right? Salt is not a reactive gas. Sodium's not a reactive gas. It needs to be sodium chloride, and then you have the chlorine in there, and that's what makes it bad, right? N2 is quite inert, though. Yeah, that nitrogen is inert, right? But nitrogen likes to solidify, so it's reactive in that regard. It'll solidify. Helium will not. Helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon, they won't solidify. This stuff will. You can have solid nitrogen. You can have solid oxygen. You could have solid fluorine or solid chlorine if you really, solid chlorine, you throw that in your pool, right? So, because helium is so ridiculously light, right? And because it's non-reactive and it's almost impossible to solidify. Like, seriously, you're not finding solid helium naturally in the universe.
This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 17 hours, today's wake-up call for the Artemis 2 crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft marked the start of Flight Day 8 activities. Today's wake-up music was Under Pressure by David Bowie and Queen, as well as a message from Canadian Space Agency employees, which kicked off by saying, "Go Artemis 2." Activities today are focused on a Orion crew survival suit detailed flight test objective.
I can go over the objectives in a little bit. Let me finish this. So they're using helium because it's so ridiculously light. It's almost impossible to solidify, and it's non-reactive. That's a trade-off. Those benefits outweigh the ability to create a valve that can seal correctly. So if it leaks, all right. The benefits of helium drastically outweigh the detractions of helium for using it in a pressurized system. Like if this was oxygen, oh boy, this whole system would have rusted out by now. The whole system would have oxidized because oxygen's reactive, right? Yeah, and also, Grafty, I want to be very clear. Phase change is not reactivity. Those are two different things. But you get what I'm trying to say, hopefully. So, once again, they have Valve 1 on the Mon 25 helium actuation side of things is not working because they suspected a helium leak. They don't know for sure. So they started working with Valve 2, and Valve 2 was starting to get finicky last night. Now, once again, and I want to be very, 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 very clear on this. There is no threat to the mission here. They have enough they're calling it blowdown. I would call it tankolage, but I guess blowdown makes more sense for a pressurized system. All right. They have enough pressure in the MMH and Mon 25 tanks, enough helium has passed through to do the entire rest of the mission and not have to worry about it. It's just at that point, you're going to start seeing, it'll lose pressure. At this point, you don't have a pressurant behind your MMH and Mon 25, so you're not going to get as much actuation. Meaning, I don't know, you guys ever use a spray can? You know, the spray can, a spray can is similar to this, like an aerosol can. Like, I'll go get one. I'm not going to spray it, but you get the idea. So this right here is weld-through primer, okay? This is weld-through primer. It's paint. It's not. It's weld-through primer, right? So how does this work? You have pressurization inside of here. This thing it's super strong. You're not gonna crush it like you would crush like an open can or something, right? Like you can see that you can crush this. Yes, this is beer. All right. So how the aerosol can works is that you have a pressure inside of here, and then you have your paint. When you spray this, the pressure is trying to release, and it forces the paint through the nozzle. It's very similar to this, only it blows up at the end with the rocket engine, right? Because they have enough blowdown to finish the mission, right? Because they have enough blowdown to finish the mission, your thruster system is basically going to work like this. You will start seeing a loss of pressure inside of the tanks. That's okay. They have enough to complete the mission with the pressure inside of the tanks. They were very clear about this, and I believe them. I don't think that anything weird is going on. That's just physics, right? So, but just like an aerosol can, you will eventually run out of pressure. But I think by the time that happens, the service module will be jettisoned into oblivion and burn up in the atmosphere. So, yeah, like an aerosol can, you'll eventually run out. But the blowdown is just the residual pressure in the tanks, like you have residual pressure in a spray can. Same idea. Also, weld-through primer for fixing a car, if anybody's wondering. Do they actually need to fire the engines at all? No. They use, so these thruster blocks up here, let me just unmute the audio, just in case. So these thruster blocks up here, those make up your reaction control systems, or RCS. The RCS is used for what's called 6 DOF. 6 DOF control. So 6 degrees of freedom control. These thruster blocks that you see here that look like those, you could see them up here. You can see one of them right there. Those are for yaw, pitch, roll. So you have what in aviation and spaceflight it's called YPR, right? And then you have up, down, left, right, forward, back. A, B, start. If you know, you know. Don't forget Prindle. So if we're going to do some orientation here, like some object orientation, so you have 3 degrees of movement on the capsule, right? Well, 4 degrees of translation movement, right? So forward, back. So that's forward. That's back. That's up. That's down. That's left. That's right. 1500 towards a drawing tablet. I actually have one over there. I just need to plug it in, and I just figured no. So, okay. If you're rotating on your left-right axis, about your left-right axis, that's pitch. If you're rotating on your up-down axis, that's yaw. And if you're rotating on your forward and back,
integrity for battery charging at .cam.
That's roll.
Go ahead, Reed.
Those are your 6 degrees of freedom.
Team is with you now.
So that's what those thrusters are used for. These thruster blocks up here are used for YPR and translation. So yaw, pitch, roll, forward, back, left, right, up, down. 6 degrees of freedom. These thrusters right here, those are called, they're calling those auxiliary thrusters. The auxiliary thrusters are used for what's called positive X fine translation. That's what they called that. So Orion has axis orientation just like anything else, like just like any other thing that's in 3D space, right? So you have, let's draw the axis controls again.
And Reed, go ahead. Orbit 1 team with you now.
So these are called positive X auxiliary thrusters. You know why? Because So if this is the front of the spacecraft right there, right? Those auxiliary thrusters push you in that direction, right? So it's a positive X.
Houston integrity, Orbit 1, radio check.
Reed, we have you loud and clear. How us?
Gotcha, the same. Don't know if you heard my last. For the docking camera, I know we're going to use it periodically today, but when it is not being used, is there any chance we can unpower and plug in the USB-C power strip? We're running a little bit low on some of our peripheral battery power.
We heard your earlier call. Evidently, you didn't hear our response and checking on the docking cam.
Okay, thanks.
So the auxiliary thrusters are your positive X control thrusters. That means they make the vehicle go forward on the positive X axis. Now, what's positive X for Orion? If we go to eyes on the solar system, right? Positive X is this way. If you're looking at the capsule from the side, forward X relative to the vehicle. Keep in mind, this is not relative to the space around the vehicle. This is non-dimensional. It's a non-dimensional reading of the vehicle itself. So,
and Reed, we're using the docking cam for another 30 minutes. After that, you can unplug it and use the USB charger.
The docking cam is a camera that's on the front of the capsule. It's up here. It's by the docking, where the docking port would be. Orion's not carrying a docking port right now because this mission doesn't need to dock to anything.
Okay, that sounds awesome, Stan. Just let us know when we can do that. Thanks.
Will do.
So, positive X-axis is this way. It's forward relative to the capsule. Negative is this way. Now, I'm not 100% sure if Lockheed is using, in the 3D world, it's called Z up or Y up, but there are two other axes are measured in X, Y, and Z. So we know that the longitudinal vector of the capsule is positive X and negative X. There's a Z axis. I'll bet you it's Z up because that sounds like something Lockheed would do. It does. I don't know. I don't know why I think that. There's no basis for that, but so you would have positive Z, negative Z, and then you would have positive Y, negative Y. Okay. That's oriented. It's a non-dimensional orientation, local orientation of the capsule itself, right? So these auxiliary thrusters are your positive X auxiliary thrusters because they push the capsule forward. Now, keep in mind, the capsule can move relative to where it's going. Like you can flip it around. You can, if your capsule is facing this way and your velocity is facing this way, right? Say velocity is facing like this, right? Capsule's facing like this. You can turn it around. And you can use your positive X thrusters to enact what's called a retrograde burn. The positive axis are only relative to the capsule. They are not relative to the space around it. It's like if you have an airplane, right? If you have an airplane, you can easily tell what's the top of the airplane, right? If you see an airplane flying like this, you're either at an air show or something's gone very wrong, right? It's relative orientation of the vehicle. Like with an airplane, I love F4 Phantoms. That's why I use this. With an airplane, you can always tell what the front of the capsule is. You could always tell, or front of the plane is, and what the back of the plane is. Once again, if you see an F4 flying like this, either you're at some kind of crazy stunt show or something has gone very wrong. So the capsule has orientation like an airplane, right? And that, you keep in mind, like the plane could be flying upside down, but your orientation on the plane, your wings are still here. The wings don't change. They don't change position, right? And your orientation stays the same. So your auxiliary thrusters right there are for positive X translation. This right here, this is an AJ-10 190 left over from the shuttle program. These auxiliary thrusters are used for fine adjustment. And this is coarse adjustment. I forgot how to spell coarse. Oh. There we go. That's great. Almost lost the whole diagram. They use the AJ-10 for the TLI burn, and then for these return trajectory correction maneuvers, they use the auxiliary thrusters. Of course. So yeah, went into like how the fuel systems work, and then I went into what each thruster does, guys. But yeah, long story short, they are having a little bit of weird problems with thruster number or helium valve, Mon 25 helium pressurizing valve 1. Okay. It's leaking a little bit, so they shut it off. They're using valve 2, and valve 2 got sticky yesterday as well, and they were trying to troubleshoot it, but there's no threat to the mission. They're just trying to figure out what's going on here. They have enough fuel to get home. They have enough blowdown pressure to get home. Yeah, shouldn't be a big deal. You know what? This diagram came out really good. I'm going to save this. Thrusters and stuff. Is the music auxiliary still working okay? Yeah, sure. Speculation on what's causing the valve issues. Okay, so in spaceflight, you have something called fault tree analysis. I mean, fault tree analysis is something from engineering in general, right? But cores? No, that was Yingling, Drew. Oh, of course.
Hi, and welcome to Artemis Mission Control on Flight Day 8. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio. The Orbit 1 team has just taken over in the room, led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. We are on Flight Day 8, and the spacecraft is now just under 200,000 miles away from home. Our 4 astronauts, Reed, Christina, Jeremy, and Victor, all beginning their journey back to Earth. It's going to be a busy day for the crew. They are going to have some exercise timelined, as well as a chance to check out their orthostatic garments, part of their Orion crew survival system suits. They'll also have a couple of public affairs events when we look forward to hearing and seeing the crew. The view on your screen coming from outside the Orion spacecraft, that is a view from a camera mounted on its solar array wing looking at us on Earth. Of course, that little crescent will continue to grow larger as we approach for splashdown, now targeted in about 2 days, 7 hours, and 34 minutes.
Hi, Victor, isn't it cool? Ali.
The crew woke up at 10:35 a.m. today, Central Time, to the song Under Pressure. They are now in their post-sleep period, conducting any hygiene, configuring their cabin by putting up their window shrouds and their sleeping bags, as well as enjoying breakfast. Flight Day 8 on the menu for breakfast, we have couscous with nuts, vegetable quiche, granola with raisins, almonds, oatmeal and brown sugar, peanuts, strawberry lavender super seed, protein bars, and of course, some coffee.
So, Cons, you asked a really good question. And I answered you in chat, but I'll answer it on stream because I wanted people to hear it. If both valves are inoperable in their system, do they have a backup for it? Dude, I don't know. I would guess that there probably is, dude. I would build more redundancy into my actuation systems if it was me, because you have the same valve into fault redundancy. I would want another way to make actuation, but frick if I know what that is. I have no idea. I don't know. Okay, so think about it, dude. Just think about it pure logically, okay? Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of not logical. Hello, dog.
Hi.
Oh, hey, baby.
This arrived.
What is this?
It came directly from Canada. It was drenched in maple syrup, and I had to wipe it all off.
We've already heard from the crew aboard the spacecraft this morning. However, they are in their post-sleep period, so it's going to be pretty quiet for a little while. We're expecting their daily planning conference, or DPC, in about an hour. That's when the flight control team here in Houston will be able to relay any statuses for the day, any plans for the astronauts, and answer any questions from the crew themselves.
So it looks like my mods got me breakfast. So thank you, merci. It's coming from my Canadian mods there. Oh yeah, thanks, bud. I really appreciate you. Oh, thank you for getting me coffee. Now I have double the coffee. So now I'm gonna talk twice as much, bud. Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Hello, hi Titan. This is Titan, guys. Just in case anybody's wondering. Yes, he's named after the rocket because it's me. We adopted him, actually. And fun fact, that actually was his name before we adopted him. And, you know, if there's a dog that's named Titan that gets introduced to you in a shelter, I'm like, okay, the dog's named after a rocket. He also could be named after a planet, could be named after the Tennessee Titans because we adopted him from Tennessee. I want to believe it's the rocket, okay? I want to believe it's the ICBM. So that's Titan. That's my doggo. Hello.
He's been in space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station.
This is mine.
Through November 2014.
This is my. What are you doing?
During which
Here, let me get him out of here so you can eat.
300 science experiments.
It's not leaving until I give him something. You
No,
know?
he's on a leash now. Come on, Ted.
All right, come on, bud. Let's get out of here. Come on, let's
He
go.
also served as chief of NASA's
Go with Mama.
astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022, and back on Earth has 2 daughters. Artemis 2 pilot
He will eat my breakfast if I'm not careful. But if I say no, if I catch him eating my breakfast, he will be very sad that he got caught eating breakfast and pretend to apologize and then probably eat it anyway. Hash browns. I don't see any donuts in here. I see hash browns. Thank you, All Systems. Appreciate it, man. So, is there a Titan tax just like Dad tax? Oh, yeah, there is. What is this? Iced latte with mocha, an iced mocha swirl latte with milk. Whoa, fancy. Whoa, super fancy. So, hey, Slab, what's up, man? The straw makes you see through your head. Are you? The straw is green. I mean, it makes sense, but... Callie, I think he's basically ordered what I usually order at Tim's. Callie, this is what All System gets at Tim's. You get to sit... See? I knew I liked All Systems. This is my go-to at Dunks. So, we were talking about valves. Okay, so think about it like this. You have 2 fault redundant valves on your pressurant lines, right? But if you're using the same valve, right? Think about this for a second. If you're using the same valve, if one valve just has a problem, right? What's to say that that other valve isn't going to have the same problem, right? You don't know. So, cons, I would have some other type of system in there just in case 2 fault redundant to the valve, because you are 3 tertiarily redundant to the valves, to your twin valves. I would put something else in there. Frick if I know what it is. I bet you they have another way to do it. I don't know what it is. I have but you can't lose pressurant. If you lose the helium tanks, that's it. You're stranded. So there was probably a tertiarily redundant system in there, but frick if I know what it is. I'd have to see the panels or whatever. You buy from different manufacturers. Yeah, Russ, that's true. Hey, Slab, what's up? Been keeping up with the Artemis thanks to these streams. Hell yeah, dude. People keep asking you what's going on, and it's just, I don't know, man. Go watch EJ. They're just waking up. They're in the post-sleep period right now, Rydtech, so stuff hasn't really kicked off yet. Is a valve stuck? No. There's no stuck valves, Serge. There's no danger to the mission. I can't say that enough. Like, and I would tell you if something's wrong, even if NASA didn't. Did you see that LPD-26 arrives in the recovery area tomorrow? Yes. Mm-hmm. There's no valve stuck. Some of the valves with their helium pressurant system on the oxidizer side of the service module is being a little finicky. Not a threat to the mission. They're most likely just trying to figure out what's wrong. What's wrong with it? Don't worry, you're not. It's fine. There's enough pressure inside of the rocket. There's enough pressure inside of the systems to do the entire mission. So it's not a big deal. Like, it's not threatening. They're not stranded. Nothing like that. I can't say that enough. Yeah, it's just something that you should probably figure out, because if this, I told you guys that this is a shakedown cruise for Orion, right? Orion is fully capable of supporting a 21-day mission with 4 people on board. It has enough life support, food, whatever. Not this one, but it could in the future. This mission is only a 10-day mission because, you know, you don't want to do a full duration mission for your first shakedown, right? Like, that's dangerous. So only do half of what you think works, right? I'll bet you for developmental flight test instrumentation, they probably loaded down the capsule with the full duration. Reed did say yesterday that they've only consumed about 40% of their food. Okay, you're on flight day 7. You've consumed 40% of food available on the capsule, right? It's a 10-day mission. You're probably going to get to 50% at 10 days, right? So the capsule is fully loaded. The capsule's fully equipped to support a 21-day mission. This one's just a 10-day mission, right? That's why that valve stuff is not really a big problem. You don't really need to use your engines again. You just need to use RCS. You're not using the SM or you might use the auxiliaries a little bit, but that's about it, right? That's why there's really no threat to the mission here. Everything's okay. Like, they have enough to get home, and that is Earth over there, if you're wondering. But if this was a longer mission, you'd have a pretty big problem with those valves not working, right? So once again, no threat to this mission, but if I was NASA, I would be damn sure to try and figure out what the heck's going on with those valves, even though it's not consequential to the mission. If this was the Artemis 3 mission or the Artemis 4 mission, or, you know, the Artemis 4's first landing, if it was Artemis 4 or Artemis 5 and you had this problem where you would need to use your service propulsion system more than actually just once to do a TLI burn, then I'd be a little bit, So NASA's going to do the fault tree analysis there. They're going to try and figure out what's wrong with that valve while they still have this service module. The European service module is designed, it's one and done. It's one-use module. When Orion comes back down, they will jettison it and the solar panels, and it'll burn up in the atmosphere. So there's no threat to the mission, but NASA is going to try and figure out what's wrong with those valves, right? They're going to try and figure out what's wrong with those valves while they still have the service module, because it's easier to test it when it's not burnt up in the atmosphere, right? Gastro, sorry for the stupid question in your bad English. Do the big thrusters use a mix of gas and the small ones use a single gas? No. I know what's wrong with it, Domingo. It ain't got no gas in it. Could it be just a sticky valve? Possible.
Integrity Houston for Reed. PCD-1 update is complete. Go for use and email.
Mission Control is troubleshooting Reed's Surface tablet again. I'm not even kidding. Listen. I'm going to eat for a second.
All right, Stan, that is outstanding. We also had a couple items for PAO from yesterday in the imagery for downlink on that PCD, 3 folders with GMT097. Hopefully you guys got those down, but I don't see the downloaded tag on them.
we'll start bringing those down now.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Those calls from NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reed Wiseman, letting the ground teams know that they have more imagery they'd like to send down. We really look forward to seeing that, and we've really enjoyed seeing all of the photos that they've sent so far. If you've missed any of them, please visit NASA's social media. That's at NASA or at NASA Artemis, or just go to images.nasa.gov.
RealRD, you asked a question that I want to answer. Once super heavy launches on vehicles become normal, would using heavier elements like argon be realistic for pressurizing these systems? No, not argon, krypton. You know how I know? It's already happened. It's already happened, dude. SpaceX switched to krypton on the thruster systems for Starlink satellites. They switched to krypton thrusters. Superman hates it. 3LRD. What you're describing has already happened. Because they got Falcon 9 operating reliably, and it's a reliable heavy lift launch vehicle by definition. So they used a easier noble gas to get. They used krypton for the Starlink thrusters on the Starlink satellites instead of xenon. Krypton is easier to get. It's more plentiful. It's a little bit heavier. It's higher mass, but it's cheaper. So, yeah, 3LRD, that was a good question. That's why I answered, because, yeah, yes, that's fine. So, Gastro, with the rocket engines, you're not going to see like flames coming out of them when they fire. They're just going to look like a pulse. It's just, it doesn't look like combustion because they're up in space. You just basically see the exhaust gas, the reaction gases. If Orion is rated for only 21 days, how will they do longer missions once they have a semi-permanent presence on the moon? So, Jeff, and that's another good question. You guys are asking good questions. Thank you. So, Orion is capable of handling people on board free flying for 21 days. Orion with no one on board can stay up there for 221 days. It could stay up there for 8 months with nobody on board. That's free flying, which, guys, I cannot stress this enough. That is an insane capability. That's an insanely good capability for the capsule. Free flying a capsule is no joke, right? So how I like to describe Orion is that it's a crew capsule that's also part satellite. It's half satellite, half Apollo CSM. Like, you got solar panels on it, so it can stay up there for long periods of time. So Orion can stay up there with crew on board for 21 days. But if the crew uses 3 days of consumables to get out to the moon, parks the thing in lunar orbit, and then goes down to the surface for a long duration 6-7 month mission. Oh God, I did it. Yeah, Orion can support that. That's insane. That's really good capability. It can basically...
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft, now at 100...
It can basically sit there and be... you could use it as a relay. You could use it as a... You could use it as a satellite. You could use it as a relay for a ground station, on your lunar base, and it can just loiter in orbit. It'll basically be a lunar reconnaissance orbiter for you. And it has cameras on it, so you can... It's not like Mission Control can't see it, you know? Orion is good, man. It's really good. It's really insane capability. Like I said, I've been reading up on the user's guide for this thing. This capsule's no joke. It quite actually is a space RV. Like, if we're gonna... I always try to explain stuff in like car analogies, so people could, like, because people could see cars. You see a vehicle, you see motor vehicles every day. So, like, if we look at the Apollo CSM is an RV. It's like a caravan with like one fuel tank, right? Like, it's an RV. You can go camping in it, but it can only stay out there. It can only stay out there for 21 days, just like Orion, right? If you look at the space shuttle is a semi-truck that drives into space. It's a semi-truck. Like, you have a trailer, you have your payload bay, and you have people on board. So it's a semi-truck with a sleeper cab, right? A long haul semi-truck. That's the right way to say it. Or lorry or ute or whatever you want to call it. Dragon and Starliner are your quote unquote daily drivers. That's like having a minivan. You know, you're not going to go very far with Dragon. You're not going to go very far with Starliner. You're only really going to the ISS and back, right? So those are like your daily drivers, so to speak. So like a minivan or a pickup truck or whatever. Dragon, I would say, is more like a quad cab pickup truck because you can carry cargo in it. Starliner is more of the minivan of spacecraft. Whatever, minivans are useful. I mean, I don't really like them, but minivans are useful. Orion is kind of it's an RV, but it's an RV that's designed for overlanding. Right? It's designed for long periods of time just spent in the wilderness of space. All right? That's an RV, okay? An RV is not a minivan. Those are two different things. Could you go camping in a minivan? Yeah. Could you go camping in a semi-truck? I mean, you could. It probably is not really designed for that. So, like, the shuttle was not supposed to stay up there for long periods of time. They ended up making it stay up there for long periods of time. And like I said, that's like going camping in a semi-truck. That's not, you can, but it's not really designed for that. But hey, whatever. So Orion it really has some long duration capability in it. It's an RV. It can stay out there. It has some insane capability. Dude, there is another project, guys, that Lockheed rolled out the ConOps for, called Lockheed Base Camp. And I learned some really interesting functions for the Orion MPCV from the Base Camp like guide. So once again, Lockheed Martin Base Camp is what it's called. It's Martian exploration architecture that uses Orion and another vehicle called the MADV, the Mars Ascent and Descent Vehicle, which is basically a Centaur stage and a space shuttle kind of combined into one, which is super cool. Here, I'll show you. This is, now keep in mind, this is a concept from Lockheed Martin. It's a concept, right? Do you understand the concept of the Tooth Fairy? There's the MADV. It is a Centaur stage, basically a Centaur stage, and it's like if a Centaur 5 and Space Shuttle kind of had a child. It's designed to land and take off of Mars, right? Super cool design. But what I'm understanding from Base Camp is that, you know, I'm trying to find a good picture. So Base Camp has these transfer vehicles in it. There's MADV. Oh, please make that. Just make that, please. That's so freaking cool. Can you make that, like, please? I'm trying to find a picture of the main transfer vehicle. I think it doesn't really have. There we go. All right. So these transfer vehicles are basically a Centaur stage, another Centaur stage with a long duration consumable space station module attached to it, and then an Orion at the front. So a capability that I learned about Orion, and keep in mind, it's only proposed for Orion, but I'm pretty damn sure that if you, I'm pretty dang sure that if you're designing the capsule right now, this is capability that's most likely already built into the capsule. So with Basecamp, Orion docks to that transfer vehicle space station module that I just showed you, the one with the circular solar panels, and Orion can actually take control of the propulsion systems on that vehicle. Orion has the capability of being able to dock to something and plug into it, right? Provided it's, you know, it can talk to Orion. If it has the capability, it can plug into other vehicles and take control of that vehicle. You can control the whole vehicle from the capsule. So Orion, you could put together to make a bigger ship, and it'll essentially become your command bridge. If we're, you know, your saucer section, so to speak, if we're talking Star Trek, which is crazy good capability. This capsule is a beast. Like, if you go and look at like the price tag on an Orion, it's pretty damn expensive. But, dude, this thing is, they broke the mold when they made this thing. I mean, it's Lockheed. Like, the Skunk Works made the stupid thing. I mean, Skunk Works didn't make it, but it's the same engineering, right? Like, they don't miss, dude. Like, and I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I love Corporation, right? But it's a pretty good capsule. Pretty damn good. It's pretty great capability for what it is from what I've seen thus far. And what I know, with what I've known about, like, their proposals is, like, this capsule can, like, take control of other vessels and stuff, like when it docks to it, and you can use that to make a bigger ship, make a bigger transfer vehicle. So, you know, you ask, like, if Orion can only stay out there for 21 days, how are we going to use it to explore more deep space? Well, it's designed to basically couple up to other things. And you know, you don't use the consumables on the capsule. You use the consumables on whatever else you send into space that it docks to, and make a bigger ship out of it. But on top of that, Orion has 221-day loiter capability. So it can just sit up there with nobody on board and just act like a satellite. If you have a long duration mission for lunar exploration, it could just sit there up on orbit, and mission control, you could just keep boosting its orbit, and so it stays up there indefinitely until you need it to come home. It's really good capability. You guys will see over the course of the next Artemis missions how good this capsule actually is. I mean, it's winning me over. It's pretty damn good. You think we'll ever build a space elevator? DEF CON.
Later in the cruise day, they will also conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, if
they show the CabCam 3 on the manual pilot demo, we'll see how they fly the capsule. If they show CabCam, we could probably get some good views of the HUDs and stuff. Like, we'll see what happens. So a space elevator DEF CON on Earth. Okay, here's where I'm at. Is it doable? Yes. Could you make it? Yes. You'd need some pretty hardcore material science advances to make it happen. Just due to the kind of, like, the nature of building an elevator or building a structure that tall. It is doable. All right. I don't think we would do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If humanity really wanted to, we could probably make one. I'm convinced. I really don't think the material science advances needed for that are something that's completely far-fetched. Like, if we really sat there and thought about it, we could probably make one. However, DEF CON, how I look at it is, look, could we make bridges that go across the oceans? Could we make a bridge, for instance, that bridges the Bering Strait between Alaska and Siberia in Russia? Could we make something that goes across the Bering Strait? Yeah, of course we could. But why? Why would we do that? You know, obviously there's geopolitical implications there, but at the end of the day, trying to make a bridge that goes across the Bering Strait, which deals with a lot of ice melt coming out of the Arctic Circle, going into the Pacific, would be very challenging. Could we do it? Sure. Is it easier to take a boat? Yes. Way easier. Right? Could we build a space elevator? Yes. Why? We have rockets. You would need rockets to get up there to build the space elevator anyway. Right? So Why? Why do that? To build a space elevator, we need to move thousands of tons, millions of tons of materials up into space to build the stupid thing, right? If you're going to establish a transportation system, right, that is going to build you a space elevator, you're going to need to get something that basically is the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars to move stuff up and down to get it done on any useful time scale, right? And if you're building the Millennium Falcon, why build the space elevator at all? Like, I'm not saying it can't be done. That would be really cool to see. I mean, I don't know if there's any Halo 2 players out there, but the space elevator in New Mombasa, that's pretty cool. I wouldn't hate that, right? But also, I don't think that really makes sense in the immediate future. In the far future, yeah, sure. I would be open to it. Let's go. You know, the argument there is that you have your Millennium Falcon. You made a Millennium Falcon. Now you don't need to worry about using that for entry, descent, and landing and take off from Earth. You could just send stuff up there and then use the Millennium Falcon to get somewhere else. Like you could do the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, man. You know what I'm talking about? Can I get the badge here? No, Coolamans, I'm sorry. I'm not NASA. I'm just a fan-run channel. Read your last. Trey, what's up?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to leave the docking camera installed for the most part today. I don't expect us taking it down, but we'll let you know if we do. Thanks. We're turning it off.
Roger.
I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $2 super chat. Chat and I decided that Starliner is a PT Cruiser. Oh, that's harsh, man. Damn. Damn, that's harsh. Biased negative XSI. Does that mean the heat shield is toward the sun? So, Crafty, do you remember you were here when I had the paint diagram, right? The one that thrusters and stuff. The one where we were talking about vehicle axis, right? Over here. So biased negative XSI is Orion speak and NASA speak for aligning the negative X axis of the capsule with the sun. That's what biased XSI means. If we go into the schedule, you can see every flight day they have, actually I just need the regular PDF. Every flight day, they have attitude orientation. So we're into flight day 8 right now. Attitude, biased, negative XSI. That means point the back of the capsule at the sun. They do that for two big reasons. Charge the solar panels, first and foremost. Point those into the sun. You need power, right? Now, the solar panels can reorient for different orientations. It's not a big deal, but you really want to make sure that you don't, you really want to make sure you keep those batteries charged. Let me put it that way. But yeah, the negative X right there, right? Negative X solar, right? So that means biased means back. Biased on negative X means back of the ship facing the sun. That's the plain English way of explaining it. So if we look at eyes on the solar system, Orion is in the XSI biased negative XSI configuration right now, meaning the back is pointed at the sun. See? Tell me I'm wrong. No, I'm not disagreeing. I just think that's harsh. I want more Orions. Is that bad? Can we make like 20 more of these things? So once again, we are at mission elapsed time. 6 days, 18 hours, 29 minutes, 23 seconds. We are into flight day 8. Crew is in the post-sleeping period. Basically, wake up, get ready for the day. There seems to be a developmental flight test operation here to test out the contingency collapsible urinals. I'm going to go ahead and say that they're probably going to forego that test. They've been using CCUs the entire flight because the toilet vent line doesn't work. The toilet drain doesn't work. I had some clarification on the toilet just in case anybody hadn't seen it. The toilet is working. It's working just fine. It's the drain that's not working. The drain is getting clogged by something. Originally, NASA suspected that it was ice. So they rotated the capsule into a position where the sun was going to melt all the ice on the drain line. And it did, and then they went to vent it, right? And it still had a very small flow rate. The flow rate.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, at Johnson Space Center.
There's something wrong with the drain system. They think it is something in urine reacting with one of the filters and jamming the filter on the vent line system. I still think it probably has something to do with the toilet heater making a burning smell because, yeah, if you're heating up the filter element in the waste vent system and then it gets really cold, that could cause some. I mean, it's not what you did as tested, right? But I don't know. I'm sure Rick Henfling, a flight director in the press conference yesterday, said that they're not really sure. They have enough concealable or contingency collapsible urinals to finish the mission easily. And fortunately, the toilet is something that you actually get back here. You're getting back the Orion capsule and the toilet's in the Orion capsule. So they'll be able to take apart the mechanism for the vent and see what's wrong with it. Once again, that's the benefit of reusability. You get your hardware back and you can actually physically look at it and inspect it. Should have eaten more fiber. Once again, the toilet is actually working. Toilet works just fine. It's the drain that's not working. Just remember, that's important to understand. Now, I know what people are going to ask regarding the toilet drain mechanism. Wouldn't you test this down on Earth? And my question back to you would be how? It's a toilet and a drain system that's designed to work in a microgravity environment in a vacuum. So, microgravity would be kind of difficult to simulate here. I'm sure we could come up with an analog, but I'm pretty sure that no one wants to test a waste dump system inside of their vacuum chamber. Unless you want to spray piss all over the side of somebody's vacuum chamber wall, I'm pretty sure no one wants to test that. Right? I don't know. If I was operating a vacuum chamber, I would not want you to spray piss all over the wall in a vacuum. That would take forever to clean up. I'm not even kidding. So it would vent and all the piss would solidify just like it does with their dump system, right? But then you'd have to eventually take the capsule out, right? So you'd have to repressurize the vacuum chamber. And when you do, one, it would smell terrible. And two, you would have to clean up the vacuum chamber and you would have to basically sterilize the entire thing and make sure there's no piss anywhere. Because vacuum chambers, if they just left a big bowl of piss at the bottom of a vacuum chamber and they went to test the next thing, it could screw up the test. Contaminating a vacuum chamber that could screw up whatever you're testing. So, people say, well, why don't you test it down on Earth? Well, do you want to clean up pee inside of a vacuum chamber? I do not want to do that. And I'm pretty sure no one else does either. So the solution there was to give them piss bags. You're going to need those anyway, just in case the toilet malfunctions. Right? Signal handover. You said last night you work as a cleaner for NASA. I said cleaning toilets. I didn't say cleaning vacuum chambers that are full of piss.
We are in a temporary loss of signal with our video aboard the Orion spacecraft. We expect to regain that communication shortly. 6 days, 18 hours, and 33 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. Again, the crew is waking up in their post-sleep period.
Option 2 is don't test it. The pee freezes, busts a line, and you're swimming in pee in orbit.
After having a little bit.
So, beating, I'm not trying to say that happened, but that happened on Inspiration 4. They removed the stowable covers at the bottom of Dragon's pressure vessel next to the toilet and found a giant frozen puck of pee down there on the Inspiration 4 mission. Yeah. Space toilets are harder than you think. Even SpaceX has had problems with them. Yeah, they don't tell you that, though. You can find that info. You can look it up. It's there. Yeah. Dean, I'm not trying to say that happened, but that absolutely happened. And that's the reason why they have the contingency collapsible urinals, because space toilets are a lot more difficult than you think. Jared did mention it on a podcast. That's right. Wikipedia has an article on space toilets. Really? You know what? All right, let's call it just innocent curiosity. No, that's Mon 25. I don't want that. Here we go. That's the toilet on the ISS. Huh. Ooh. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, see, they use vacuum. They use vacuum to actuate the dang thing. Oh, yeah, ball valves. All right, that works. So this is the head from the space shuttle. Yeah, separator. Air liquid mixture. So that is going number 1, and that's going number 2. Separator assembly. Where's... Okay. It goes that way. And they take the air out of the system. Okay. So guess whose work just made it public facing? 2 photos are yours. Oh, very nice, dude. Ah. Sorry, give me a second, Vulcan. I'm just gonna need to see how this works. Trash vent hose, vacuum vent, auxiliary trash vent, overboard vacuum interface. Ball valve, sport flange, separators. Yeah, they take the air out of the system because it's pneumatically actuated, and the air gets recirculated into the cabin. Interesting. So they have double redundant air separators here. And then there's a check valves for liquid waste over here. That's the dump. This is the thing that's not working. Now, keep in mind, this is the space shuttle's toilet. I'm going to go ahead and guess that Orion is probably similar to this. This is the part that's being temperamental. Probably the valves or something in the Rick Henfling said it was something in the filter system. So they have their fan separators and then the filtration system too. Like I said, I'll bet you Orion's toilet is very similar to this. It's probably not exactly the same, but I'll bet you it's similar. So this is the part that's having problems right here. The dump line. So one of their separators, it looks like, I'm not sure what this fan separator is used for. It seems like it's taking I think that one might be creating vacuum for the urinal. And then another separator over here is your wastewater pneumatic pressure and separator system. So, and And you can see that there's a pneumatic line that goes from the toilet that's connected to overboard vacuum. So it looks like they're using the vacuum of space to actuate the system. So like, instead of like the helium tanks that we were looking at a second ago, that pressurize the fuel system, with the toilet, you can get away with using the vacuum for your actuation. So it separates it, and then it goes through the check valves here. They have a check valve on this separator for dumping overboard air, and then they have one that is for the urine. It's this system right here, this piece, this line.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your weather brief on private Orion to Earth 2.
That's Rick Henfling. That's the guy that was talking about the toilet yesterday. He's sitting next to Jeff Radigan. Capcom is Stan Love right now. He's a NASA astronaut that flew on the shuttle on STS-122.
Over now.
Vulcan, what do you got for me here? Huh. 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 Yeah. Yes. Very nice. You had fun at work? Are you like blue actual at this point, dude, or are you doing contracting? I mean, feel free not to answer. Like, I'm just wondering. So, guys, that core, that's never tell me the odds. Blue Origin landed that core on the second flight. That thing has been.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Soak in this view of Earth because it's going to be rapidly changing over the next few days. We are now 6 days, 18 hours, and 40 minutes into the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft, targeting splashdown just over 2 days and 6 hours from now. As you just heard, the ground team called to the crew aboard Orion. They are ready for a little weather briefing, and that would be specifically for their splashdown attempt. By allowing them to have a private discussion on their loops or their communication channels, this lets the astronauts ask any questions or express any concerns freely.
Yeah, and Blue posted their ISRU systems yesterday. Really, really good stuff. Oh, woof. Look at that damn thing. That is a big rocket, dude. Look at the telehandlers down here behind me. So this thing is going to launch actually after Artemis 2 gets back, dudes. It's, she's going to go. This thing is going to launch the Bluebird 3 FM2 satellite for AST Mobile. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty righteous mission. So the first two photos are yours. The third one is from a drone operator. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that freaking rocket, dude. It is huge. I always have to kind of pinch myself when I see this thing. It is gigantic. New Glenn, guys, is using a 7-meter core. SLS core stage, for reference here, is an 8.4 meter core. So this thing is not as big as SLS, but it's almost as big as SLS. Now, because this is reusable, you pay a little bit of a penalty there. It's almost as big as SLS, but it doesn't have the throw that an expendable vehicle does. But once again, it's a trade-off. You get your first stage back. That's kind of important. First stages are usually pretty complicated because they have a lot of engines on them. So getting it back is kind of a trade-off. That you don't have the throw weight, but if you get your stage back, you can fly more, right? Where are they assembling this? This is the Horizontal Integration Facility at Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. If we want to mess with Google Earth, I already have it open to Florida because I'm weird. So Complex 36 is made out of 3 former launch complexes here. This is a very old picture. So Complex 36 used to be Space Launch Complex 36. It used to be a twin pad launch complex that launched Atlas Centaur, Atlas 2, Atlas 2AS, and Atlas 3. It was retired in the early 2000s when Atlas 5 came around, and Slick 41 was retooled for Atlas 5, a pad that Atlas still uses to this day. Blue Origin bought or rented these pads from the Air Force, and they took Space Launch Complex 36A, 36B, and then they took former Launch Complex 11, LC-11 up here, and combined it into one big launch complex to launch bigger rockets. And they colloquially call it LC-36. LC-36 is big. It's a big launch pad. And that building right there is where they're building, where those pictures are taken. That's the horizontal integration facility. Now, once again, you want to understand scale, look at the parking lot. Look at the cars. That is not a small building. It's not a small building because that is not a small rocket. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid, man. Yeah, my map defaults there. I must say, it was a mildly concerning feeling when this thing was hanging about 40 feet in front of me. 40 feet above me and only 4 to 5 feet in front of you. They're gantry cranes, man. Gantry cranes are fine. But I get the sentiment. Yeah, that would be like, you're doing that. All right, that's good. Yeah, it's called a HIF for short, Horizontal Integration Facility. The reason why they call it a Horizontal Integration Facility is because, one, engineers are not good at coming up with creative names for things. It is a building, it is a facility where the rocket is assembled horizontally. That's the name. You build the rockets horizontally, and it is Horizontal Integration Facility. Do you think SpaceX would do something with the blockhouse at Slick 37? I think they'll probably leave it where it is because it's got asbestos. Hey, Bio. Oh, wow. So, yeah, Vulcan, thanks for showing these pictures, and congratulations. Congratulations on all your success. You smell terrific. No, seriously, dude, that's awesome. Good stuff. Launch it more. You should just call Jeff and be like, yo, Jeff, launch it more. Yo, Jeff, EJ said launch it more. Who is EJ and how did you get this number? Don't worry about it. Click. You should do that. I'd do that. I told NASA to fist my bump 2 days ago. You think I'm kidding? Do they ever address on why they didn't test Orion in low Earth orbit like Apollo 7? Well, Artemis 3 is going to be a LEO test. Yeah, goalie, she's big. Artemis 3 is going to be a low Earth orbit test. I mean, I certainly like how we're looking at April, May, June, but what do I know? No, that's not good enough. Launch more. No, you don't understand. Launch more. Hey, Alex, $10 super chat. Fist my bump. Toilet broken. Drinking game fun. So
we're live in Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the flight of our crew aboard Orion. The spacecraft is now 197,043 miles away from Earth, the small sliver you see on your screen. You can keep up with where Orion is at and its configuration at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. And the crew is in their post-sleep period, having woken up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time. And we expect to speak with them in about 40 minutes. That'll be for the daily planning conference when teams on the ground relay the status of the spacecraft for the day, as well as answer any questions from the crew before they get to work.
IT here. The OC in me really wants you to update Chrome before you have an issue. It's working. Leave it. See, the stream operator in me says that you're insane to try and update software during a live cast. Bro, you guys don't understand. That's rule of thumb of streaming. I have to rely on this equipment to work. It has to work. Just like Spaceflight, it has to work. If I can't broadcast, if I can't show you anything, like if as long as I'm in a software configuration that works, I don't like to change it. Downtime for the stream, it means I don't put as much food on the table. Or in my case, I don't get to talk to you guys as much about space. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid, dude. Couldn't they have tested this dump system on the first one? Artemis 1 didn't have people on board, dude. I don't know how you would have tested that. How goes the flight? Everything's going good. They're in the pro-sleep period. Everybody's just waking up, and the daily planning conference with Flight Director Jeff Radigan should be in about 15 to 20 minutes. No, can't see me. Nothing. Guys, the last time I upgraded the setup when you guys gifted me the Canard computer, I was down for a month trying to fix things. Fill the tanks with P before they went up. I mean, Brun, it's really easy to say that in hindsight, but yeah, I personally, I mean, Brun, if it was up to me, Orion would have been flying to the ISS. Orion would have been flying to the ISS a lot before we sent it out into deep space. So, you know, you wouldn't have this problem. But I will say the vast majority of like if the toilet vent line is the worst problem, you really ain't having a bad day. You know what I mean? Can you go over what Artemis 3's operational plan is? Just seemed like a few people were wondering. So Artemis 3, guys, what's the operational plan? I have no idea. They changed Artemis 3's entire mission profile 3 weeks ago. Artemis 3 is a low Earth orbit or it could be low or a high Earth orbit. Like Jared has, they said they haven't made up their mind yet. He said it in a press conference yesterday. It is not going to the moon. Artemis 3 is going to test the docking system for Orion. It's going to test the docking system in low Earth orbit, docking with functional prototypes of the landers, simulating an Apollo 9 style mission. Yeah, Andrew, I just don't think that would be a good analog sending it up. It's easy to say that in hindsight. You know, did the shuttle have any Wi-Fi devices? It was retrofitted with them at the very end of the program, Drunar, but for the most part, no. I mean, they did bring iPhones up on the shuttle. They brought tablets, computers, mostly Dell laptops, if I'm remembering correctly. So Artemis 3 is going to be a test that either docks with one or two of the landers. NASA has two landers for landing on the moon on contract right now with commercial partners. There's Starship HLS and Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II. Yeah, those landers are set for a scheduled demonstration next year. So it would be better if it was earlier next year rather than later. Scholar, are you tired, boss? Tired of waking up daily looking so good at being the GOAT? No, Scholar. I can't get enough of it. Thanks. So the concept of operations for that mission have not really been ironed out. Artemis 3 was supposed to be the lunar landing, but they changed it about 3 weeks ago. They decided, like, you don't want the first lunar landing to be the first time you test Orion's docking port, which is why I've always said it'd probably be better. It probably would have been better in hindsight to test Orion by sending it up to the space station. It would be a good analog to make sure that your toilet works, or to make sure that, you know, your capsule can stay up there for long periods of time, etc., etc. If I had it my way, I would have done ISS rotation missions with...
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center.
If I had it my way, you know, and it's 2014, I would have tested Orion in low Earth orbit with people on board. But that would have required to make a launch vehicle to do it, which would have been expensive, which is why they didn't do it. I would have still pushed through to try and do it anyway. And I would have sent Orion to the ISS a couple of times until the commercial partners were ready to go. And then by the time SpaceX was ready to launch people to the space station, or Starliner in this alternative timeline, maybe it actually works. I would have then done missions with Orion that would have mirrored the Polaris Dawn mission, where you send Orion to a higher Earth orbit, test out the systems there, and then I would have done this mission. Just slow and steady steps. But once again, NASA didn't get the budget that they really wanted, and because they didn't get the budget, programs underperformed 15 years ago, and then they cited underperformance as the reason for defunding the programs, which is really funny, and then proceeded to tell them to build a rocket, and then underfunded that too. So, I mean, if you're wondering why SLS has cost $93 billion over the last 15 years, it's because there were times where SLS needed more funding, like buying engines, for instance, or, you know, redoing your core stage integration manufacturing flow, where they would have probably needed more money, or designing a better upper stage probably would have been good to fund that, where they didn't, because there was no point, because there was no goal. It wasn't only until 2017 when the Artemis program kind of started where SLS had a goal and it had a mission, right? And that's when you started to see the concept of operations of the Artemis 1, 2, and 3 missions really start to come together. Could Orion fit on a Soyuz? No way. Lord Google, Orion with its launch abort system with the LAS on board, which you need because you're not launching without an abort system. They learned that the hard way in the 80s. Is 36 tons. You need a heavy lift launch vehicle to push it up into space. That's why they wanted to make Ares 1 for the Constellation program, because you want this capsule that's going to be this RV that has all this capability to support lunar landing missions and long duration stays on the moon, and then maybe even Mars missions, right? She's going to be heavy, dude. That's just, sorry, you can't beat physics. Is SLS cost plus? Yes. And Lava, I would say that I don't really necessarily have a problem with cost plus contracts, because you don't know how much a moon rocket is going to cost, right? You have no idea. How do you know? What are you going to compare it to? The Saturn V? That makes no sense. That's a completely different scenario. And in that regard, I don't mind cost plus. Where cost plus really doesn't make sense is if you have no deadline. Cost plus makes sense if you have a deadline. So if SLS had adhered to its original 2017 launch date, it didn't launch for the first time until 2022, so it was 5 years behind schedule, right? If they had adhered to it, then the cost plus contract makes sense. But the thing about the cost plus contract is that when you go to ask more money for development and Congress says no, of course it's going to get delayed. Hey, we need more money to engineer this rocket to send people to the moon. Turns out that that's expensive. Oh, yeah, just go with what you feel. What? Because that's what happened in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. And then 2018, SLS started to finally get what it needed to support a mission like this. So, yeah, guys, if you're wondering why we stuff like that is, you know, we were talking about skeptics a lot yesterday on stream. If you're wondering, like, I don't blame the people out there for being skeptical, but the reality of the situation is situations like this are what's caused, like, what has delayed a return to the moon for the last 50 years. Hey, we need you to build this crazy awesome mission for us. Okay, here's your crazy awesome mission plan. Okay, how much is that going to cost? Probably about 50 billion over the next 10 years. Oh. Yeah, we'll give you like 10. If you give us 10, it's not going to take 5 years. It's going to take 15. Oh, yeah. Here, just take 10. Just take 10. It's fine. That has been a recurring pattern at NASA basically since the shuttle program. Since Apollo got canceled. You have no idea how many times that has happened. I study a lot of spaceflight history. That's why we haven't been back to the moon, because we refuse to take spaceflight seriously on the national level. That's changing now, which is a good thing. That's not something to be upset about anymore. It's something to be happy about, because look what's on your screen. That's why we haven't been back to the moon, because of nonsense. Crispy Flip. AI told you that the Orion capsule hits the atmosphere and skips back up, much like a stone skipping across water when doing re-entry to prevent a lot of heat buildup. Is that right? If so, awesome. Yes. Yeah, Crispy, that's how the Apollo capsules came back from the moon. They went to re-entry. Well, Apollo is designed. The Orion capsule is designed to really skip off the atmosphere. The idea is to not introduce too much heat into the heat shield at once, right? Flying on that skip trajectory will help make it so your heat shield doesn't get too hot, right? Now, with that being said, the Apollo missions did something a little bit different. Apollo didn't so much skip completely off the atmosphere, so much as level out in the atmosphere. So Apollo came in, you had a really high heating period, right? And then it kind of leveled off, so to speak. The capsule leveled off because when you're going Mach 30, even a capsule will fly great, right? Even a capsule that's shaped like a dumpling, right? It'll fly great when you're going that fast. So Apollo kind of came in and leveled off and then came down. The idea was to not introduce too much heat into your heat shield. And the other idea is that you don't want to open up the capsule when the capsule comes back down from flying like a too steep a re-entry trajectory and find a nice puddle of tomato juice inside. You don't want to liquefy your crew. The G-forces during re-entry they're pretty tough on the body. There's a reason why they've been working out all the time, right? There's a very good reason for that. So human-rated re-entry trajectories tend to be very shallow. And when you're coming back from the moon, there's no way to cut it. It can't really be shallow. You have to kind of dig into the atmosphere to slow down so you don't skip off the atmosphere and go back out to the moon. That would be bad. That's also like a rite of passage for any Kerbal player, not getting the skip right and then having your capsule go out to the moon, go back out because you didn't slow down enough. Yeah, rite of passage for every Kerbal player. So Orion is designed to skip off the atmosphere. They are not doing that this time because they did the skip off the atmosphere with Artemis 1, and they found that the heat shield started to come apart because when they skipped off the atmosphere, too much air permeated into the heat shield and it caused it to come apart during entry, during the second part of entry. So what they're doing is they're making it, they're flying an Apollo descent trajectory where they don't necessarily skip off the atmosphere, but they come in and kind of level off. The idea there is to prevent the heat shield from what's called charring and spalling, basically coming apart at the seams.
We're at a
you don't
mission
want
lapse
that.
time of 6 days, 19 hours.
So with this heat shield, they're flying an Apollo descent trajectory. They're flying the same one that the Apollo astronauts use. It's almost the exact same trajectory, which is actually super cool. You know, like you go with what works, right? I mean, I would argue that you should have just done that in the first place. Why introduce something new? Because it worked. Why change it, right? But I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, right? So this one is flying an Apollo descent trajectory, but future Orions, they're going to redesign the heat shield for Artemis 3. Future Orions will do that skip off the atmosphere like a stone skipping over water. Yep, absolutely. The AI was right in that regard. Yeah. What's the difference between Starliner and Orion? Jan, I always like to come up with a car analogy. You know that. You've been here. I know you know that. So Starliner is the car you drive to the shop to get groceries with. Right? That's the car you take to the supermarket. That's the car you take to work, so to speak. Orion is an RV. It's designed for much longer duration missions beyond low Earth orbit. Now, Jen, could you take a Starliner into deep space? Yeah, you probably could. I really don't see anything to say why you couldn't. But, dude, say your daily driver is like a BMW 3 Series. Are you going to go camping in that? I mean, you could. You could. It wouldn't be comfortable, but you could. Starliner and Dragon are capsules that aren't designed to go very far. Could they go further? With some modifications, yeah, probably. But with some modifications with spaceflight usually means it's expensive. So those are your daily drivers. That's the thing you take to the store. That's the thing you take to work. That's the thing you take to drop kids off at school. Orion is an RV. You go camping in this thing. Very different vehicle. maybe the Orion heat shield was designed for a trans-Earth injection from Mars. Yeah, Brian, it's possible, but keep in mind the entry interface velocity coming back from Mars and coming back from the moon, believe it or not, is actually similar. Yeah. When you're coming back from Mars, you're not going any faster. You're going a little bit faster than you would be coming back from the moon, but for the most part, I would say within a nominal range, it's analogous, meaning that it's very similar. Why do capsules always have the same size? Orion is not the same size. Orion is big. It's way bigger. Here, I'll show you. Let me find the right picture comparing all the different sizes. I am not 100% sure who made this picture. I'm trying. I always believe in giving credit where credit is due, but I don't know who made this. So you have Starliner over here. So Starliner, Soyuz, that's Orion. That's a Russian capsule that might exist in the future. Don't know for sure. I'm going to move over here. So, no, wrong desktop. There we go. That was my Discord. Let's move to the right-hand side here. So Starliner, Soyuz, Orion, even Dragon, those are your daily drivers. Orion is right here. And I'll be honest, this drawing is not 100% to scale. Orion is bigger than Dragon. But it also has a service module, so you can fly further than Dragon. Dragon has the trunk instead. Dream Chaser is a figment of your imagination. Don't worry about that. Shenzhou is China's low Earth orbit access vehicle. That is a Soyuz-derived vehicle. It's not. You could go further with it, but even China's developing their own kind of Orion analog. I forget what it's called. And then you have the shuttle, and then you have Starship. I mean, that's an older drawing of Starship, but Orion's actually pretty dang big. Look at it compared to like Starliner or Soyuz. Dragon, the reason why Dragon is a similar size to Orion is because Dragon has an attached service module. Starliner has its service module down here and it detaches it and only the capsule comes back. Same with Soyuz. Soyuz has a service module here and then the orbital module. This front part gets jettisoned and the rear part gets jettisoned, and this centerpiece, the command module, is the only part that comes back. Look at how tiny those are comparatively to Orion. The only reason why Dragon is a similar size to Orion in this is because Dragon has a reusable service module. It comes down in one piece. And then they have the trunk, which is the adapter to Falcon 9. Orion is a much different beast. Here, this thing has a big service module on it that you can use to get out to the moon. It has a rocket engine attached to the back. Now, Dragon has little mini engines. It has thrusters, right? But those thrusters are only really designed to operate around low Earth orbit. You're not going to fire your service propulsion system with Dragon because you don't have one. Dragon wouldn't have been able to do this mission because it doesn't have an SPS. It doesn't have that big rocket engine in the back. It has an empty space for cargo to take to the ISS. Like I said, your grocery getter, not an RV, right? I mean, and if you look at that picture comparatively to like the shuttle was just a Chad tier, gigantic freaking launch vehicle.
Houston Integrity, do y'all want the downlink or not this morning?
And Reed, we always love to see you, but we won't have the bandwidth. Stand by.
How difficult would it be to make a crew-rated X-37? Boeing explored this.
All right, Reed, belay that. We would love your video. We're going to stop some file downlink in order to get it.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get it on in just the next minute or two.
Looking forward to it.
Starliner production has not scrubbed. Starliner is still operable as far as I know, but I do believe the next mission is going to be another uncrewed test flight. They're probably going to use Starliner as an uncrewed supply vehicle for the ISS, and Boeing is still on the hook for 4 crewed missions to the ISS in the future. Do you have a Discord, Serge? Yeah, it's the Ernock linked it up in chat. Dragon is a Scooty Puff Jr. and Orion is Scooty Puff Sr. Yeah, sure. Crazy how it's easier to explore space and explore up there than it is to explore deep sea, if you think about it. Deep sea exploration is
at a mission
tough.
elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours.
Doable, but tough. Okay. I guess not.
At a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 10 minutes, we are continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis 2. Now, before the crew launched, you'll recall seeing them suit up in their bright orange spacesuits, and those are called the Orion Crew Survival System Suits, or OCS. They also put those on inside the spacecraft the other day to do some testing on what they would do if there were an emergency depressurization event. They will also put these suits back on before they return to Earth. So the astronauts are dressing for space in these orange suits, helping confirm the performance for long duration use. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's.
The Artemis 2 mission will be a 10-day mission to the moon and back. The purpose of this mission is primarily to test out the Orion spacecraft for the future missions where we will go and land on the lunar surface. One of the fun things that we will actually be doing is donning the suits while we're in microgravity and actually experiencing them in the true pressurized, weightless environment in the vehicle. I'm Dustin Gomert. I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager, NASA Johnson Space Center, and this is how you dress for space. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying them for the Orion mission. The Orion Crew Survival System, OCSS, or OCS, is the suit designed to keep the crew safe in an atmosphere, personal atmosphere around their body for launch, entry, landing, but also for long duration events in case there was an emergency on the way to the moon. There's several unique parameters that have to be designed in such a suit, such as how much pressure it can hold, the duration it can hold the pressure for, the amount of leakage that comes out of the suit, all the physiological functions. Each suit that the crew wears is custom built for their unique anatomy. It's your personal environment, it's a personal pressure vessel. It's, in the simplest terms, a body-shaped balloon. Each fit check, the crew gets practice donning and doffing the suit to understand how to rapidly get the suit on in the event of an emergency. The suit is put on very much like any other garment. Instead of the zipper being in the front, it's in the back though. The pants are put on very much just like any pair of pants, and then you would climb into the suit and stand up. Your head will come through the neck ring, and the suit is effectively donned. Generally, you get a buddy to help you zip it up from behind, and then you can don your gloves, your helmet, and at that point, you're effectively sealed inside the suit. You may think you recognize the suit that we're designing from its heritage in the shuttle program. There is very much similarities between this suit and that flown in the shuttle, the Advanced Crew Escape suit. The OCS suit, however, is very specifically designed for its unique mission. And this unique mission is long-duration survival in the space capsule environment. In this context, if you're circling the moon or in transit to the moon and have to do a spin around to come back, it could take up to 6 days to return home. In this case, the suit has to be designed perfect to the occupant wearing it. The person is provided with all the necessities to support life for that duration, including food, drink, air, and bodily waste management as well. The orange layer is actually Nomex, and the Nomex is designed to keep the crew safe in case of a contingency heat or flashover event. The orange, in particular, is chosen because the capsule lands at sea. So international orange is very, very visible for maritime recovery. The blue V that runs down the chest of the suit is part of the torso harness that's sewn underneath the cover layer. Each of those is designed for reflectivity. Should crew come in, shine a light on them, instantly they know where to grab and how to save the crew. Working here on these suits is an absolute privilege. The weight of it is also incredible in knowing the ultimate responsibility that you and the team share. That crew is the number one priority. It's kind of overwhelming in a sense. It's exciting in a sense. It's awe-inspiring in every possible way. I have a feeling when the day comes, the crew is up there and everything's safe, there's going to be a massive sigh, a massive sense of just joy that we all feel. We're all looking forward to it. It's going to be amazing.
Live on board.
You're looking live at a view inside the Orion spacecraft, now on flight day 8 into the first flight of astronauts aboard Orion. All 4 crew members are just wrapping up their post-sleep period, getting ready for the day and getting ready for their daily planning conference. We're expecting that here momentarily when they'll talk down with teams in Mission Control Houston, getting an update on their systems aboard the spacecraft, any plans for today, and asking and answering any questions. Again, some of the activities we expect the crew to participate in today include putting on and measuring for their orthostatic intolerance garments, or OIGs. They'll also get in some exercise, and we will see them in a couple of public affairs events as well. Later this evening, they will continue that manual piloting demo where the crew members get a chance to manually fly the spacecraft.
Orthostatic intolerance.
It's looking more like a regular timeline today for the crew following yesterday's mostly rest day.
What is he standing in? Jeremy? So his leg is between cargo. Space is at a premium on this thing, and yeah, he just has his leg planted between 4 cargo bags there, dudes, just to help stay put. It's really tough to stay put in space. It's really easy to move around because you're falling, right? Like, I think he's doing that just to stay in one spot.
Another introduction to our crew members aboard Orion closest to the camera is Commander and NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. Next to him is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen making his first trip to space. To Hansen's right is Victor Glover, pilot of the spacecraft, and all the way in the back currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist.
There's an advantage to being bald in space. Yeah. It's not bald. It's aerodynamically efficient, okay? Is he wearing glasses? Isn't perfect vision a requirement for astronauts? They're reading glasses, Driados. That and your eyes get worse as you get older. I mean, I'm sure when Reed became a F-14 fighter pilot that his eyesight was probably pretty damn good. C last for the OI garment. Okay.
Houston Integrity, we're here with you for the DPC.
And we're here with you. A couple of quick system notes to start. We put a routine state vector update on board about 30 minutes ago. Also, the Orion clock drift has been very small all flight. We just put our one and expected only time correction on board. We put a little predict on that, so we think it'll be almost exactly 0 at entry. For timeline, Victor, first item for you when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we copy clock, drift, and the state vector, and Victor is ready.
So we'd like to make a change to your flywheel axle stow activity later today. We didn't have a chance to put this in the timeline. So before you work flywheel axle stow, please turn on both accelerometers, leave them on for 5 minutes, then take them both off, then execute the stow procedure as written. So we're trying to get some background axle data during that 5 minutes. How copy?
Okay, we got it.
All right, next, you are carrying a flag from Apollo 18. We'd like you to pull it out and make it visible for the news conference after lunch, MET 7 days, 3 hours, 10 minutes. That flag is in locker Bravo 2, CTB B2, labeled OFK, emesis bags, and contingency tools. No comment on the emesis bags. For microbial concerns, please don't take the flag out of its packaging. The packaging is a triangular bag. One side of that bag is clear so that you can display the flag without opening the bag.
Okay, we copy that, Stan.
We have 2 questions for Christina about data location.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, question number 1, which PCD has the imagery from yesterday's opportunistic observations?
I will have to check. I thought I put that in the crew note for the event. Let me think about that as a PCD rover. I'm not 100% sure at this time. I will check and let you know. What next question?
Copy. For your next question, we saw your note in Optimus for the post-flyby crew conference saying that you may have an additional card of data to downlink. Do you know if there is one or not?
Yes, I did add that. It was serial number 15, and I can check on that PCD as well and let you know.
Excellent. Thank you. Looking ahead for timeline at MET 1955 and 1945, we have 2 overlapping activities for Victor's 4K video and Christina's T5 camera urine vent that call for both of you to use the same camera lens. So we're sorry for not catching that conflict. You can either hand the lens off in real time, or if it's not practical, it's okay for Victor to use the 35mm lens instead.
That's the flag that Apollo 18 was going to plant on the moon before it was canceled. That's what that trifold is that Reed has.
We're good on that.
Great. And we see the flag. Thank you for pulling that out. Reed, can you please tell us what time you took the historical photos for saliva collection this morning?
We are going to have to do that at a later time, Stan.
Roger. Next, a favor for the prop console when you're ready to copy numbers.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, we have 12 quid command states that don't match between MCC and onboard, and we'd like you to check on cautionwarning.util for quids number 2214 through 2226. So that's 2214 through 2226, but not 2222. We expect all 12 of those to be inhibited. If they are that way, you can just say they're all inhibited. You don't have to call them down individually.
Okay, you want all the quids between 2214 and 2226, excluding 2222, to be inhibited. And we're just going to report their current state.
Yes, please. That's a good readback. Getting near the end here, did you dispense any water from the secondary line yesterday about this time? We saw about 350 mils come out of the tank.
We did. We thought we were being good stewards of balancing our water tanks, and then we read the daily summary and put it back.
Roger, no problem. And lastly, can you please give us a reading for the side hatch pressure gauge?
Okay, it is just over 2,000.
Copy, just over 2,000. Thank you. That is all we had for you. What do you have for us?
Got some AGA readings, CO2 2.3, O2 27, temperature 76, and the pressure is 10.45. For Avatar, all of it is lit except for number 14 on the second row. And then D5, just in case you've got any ideas, a couple of times yesterday when recording exercise, we know for sure we started the recordings and the camera was not bumped, but it stopped recording around the 4-minute mark in 2 occasions, and we're not really sure why. The battery didn't die. If anyone's got any troubleshooting tips, we'll take them.
Copy AGA, Avatar, and mysterious D5 behavior. We'll go look into that.
Okay, and just 2 more things for you. The permanent comm loss message you sent up today, really like that. That's excellent, really useful. Great job on that. And it was really fun to see the team photos in the daily summary. That just lit us up, and we're looking forward to seeing Orbit 1 and 2 photos tomorrow, I hope.
Roger that. Thanks for those words.
You guys are a sharp-looking bunch. All right, we're ready to get after it.
Please do. We will be watching and waiting to help.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft of our crew on the Artemis 2 mission. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes.
I was making sure not to talk over them, guys.
The crew woke up at 10:30 a.m. Central Time today, just completed their post-sleep period and their DPC, their daily planning conference. Heard a lot of communication from the ground. That's Capcom Stan Love here in Houston speaking with the crew. One of the items you heard them mention and eventually got to see was the Apollo 18 flag. This is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should the mission have been occurred. This was included in the official flight kit, and we have just gotten to see that flag, and we hope we get to see it a little bit more throughout the day today.
Yeah, guys, I'm just being quiet because I don't want to talk over them. But actually, if you look, Christina and Reed over there have those spit strips that we learned about last night on stream. Those are the saliva tests that they've been. It's like a little slip of paper that you actually lick, and what they're doing is they're using.
You also heard the crew call out some AGA readings. That's anomaly gas analyzer. It's our first time flying humans on this spacecraft, so we are learning all about how the environmental control and life support system works. You also heard one of those readings was that it is 76 degrees in the Orion spacecraft.
Those spit strips are there for taking biological samples at different points in the mission to see how the astronaut's immune system is handling over the course of the mission. That's what those spit strips were.
Houston, integrity for answers and one question.
We're listening.
Is the immune system really an issue over a short period of time? Geraldo, probably not if you were going to go to low Earth orbit. But going out into deep space, well, we don't know. It's not like they did this during the Apollo program. The Apollo program was just get out there and land, right? So we don't know for sure. We know that long duration stay in space actually can screw up what's called T cells. T cells are part of your immune system. Now, keep in mind, I'm not a doctor. I have a superfluous understanding of this. Long story short, over long periods of time, your immune system can become compromised in space. And if your immune system becomes compromised, dormant viruses that are in your body can become active again. There was an instance during an ISS mission in the past where an astronaut got shingles because their immune system was compromised because of being in space for long periods of time. You can get chickenpox in space out of the blue because the virus is dormant in you, and if your immune system is suppressing it, and if it suppresses it, right, if the suppression becomes weak, right, they had an astronaut get shingles, even though they were just out of the blue. So we don't know, dude. They don't know how it's going to work in deep space. That's why they're testing it.
Forget. Maybe.
Yeah. Roger.
Also, shingles in space sounds terrible. Does that happen due to lack of gravity? Well, what they're specifically testing, Bolster, last night, and that's what they talked to one of the flight surgeons on the mission, or one of the medical researchers on the mission. It wasn't a flight surgeon. Flight surgeon is like the doctor for the mission. These were medical doctors that were doing research here. He said that And the kids are going to love this one because, yeah, he said that that constant heightened cortisol levels in space weaken your immune system. So if you're, the confinement of being in a metal tin can all day, right? And not being able to roam around and do what you want, and you're basically confined to that, coupled with radiation that already weakens your immune system, right? Viruses can come back. You can get chickenpox in space if you're not careful, right? So they're trying to understand what causes this. So they think that heightened cortisol levels do it. And I know, kids are going to say cortisol levels spiking. Cortisol is a hormone that's stress. It's basically stress. That's the quick way of saying it. Heightened stress levels over long periods of time can actually kill you. That's not like some psychological thing. That's very well documented. Cortisol ruins your body. So it's important to chill. That's why the astronauts have a lot of downtime, because you don't want them to get stressed out. You can actually get sick in space. But also radiation, confinement, that can really screw with you. And that's what the doctors are researching. And that's why they have those spit strips, because they're going to get the saliva samples back and check each astronaut's immune system throughout every phase of the mission. So you can get the doctor described it as what's called an applied science, where you're not really testing one thing at a time, but you're doing kind of an all-up test. Because if the doctors had it that way, they would test cortisol individually and radiation individually and confinement individually, but they can't do that. The closest analog that they have of doing that is the National Science Foundation research base in Antarctica, which they do use. But this is going to give them additional data points in this applied science of understanding how space screws your immune system up if you're not careful. There's a reason why these astronauts are exercising all the time. There's a reason why they have a good diet. There's a reason why they have a lot of downtime, because that can hurt you in space, amongst other things. Apollo 7.
Again, taking a look at the crew's timeline for today, they will get the chance to exercise. Our crew members are required to exercise 30 minutes a day when aboard Orion. This helps keep their bones and muscles strong while in the microgravity environment. Additionally, they will conduct the orthostatic intolerance garment testing demonstration. That is...
So, DeLucy, if you're still here, you asked me about, I think it was DeLucy. I forget exactly who it was. Sorry. I'm trying to remember who answers what questions. Somebody asked me if the suits have a G suit in them. The OIG, the orthostatic garment that they're talking about is the G suit. That's what it is.
During their transition back to Earth's gravity. After an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance. This is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without some dizziness. So this orthostatic intolerance garment applies a lower body compression to counteract this effect and help support a safe return. We are targeting that safe return now in 2 days, 5 hours, and 53 minutes.
Are they checking on eyes as well? I'm not sure if they have something that's testing their eyes on this mission, Chris. That's more something that they're constantly doing research on the International Space Station. What supplements do astronauts take there? Doozy, they have all kinds. They try to spread their diet out to basically cover all the food groups. You want protein because you want to keep your muscles. It's just a mix. It's a really mixed diet. You have to find the balance between getting all the nutrition and vitamins that your body needs, but also you don't want to have types of food that make a lot of crumbs, that make a mess when you eat them, which is why they have like Nutella up there. You have to find the balance between eating healthy and food that doesn't make crumbs. The reason why is because crumbs jam up the fans and the filter systems for your life support. You don't want to do that. You don't want to jam up the HVAC lines that go to your life support systems, particularly the CO2 scrubber. That would be bad. How much time do they have to problem solve? There's a lot of downtime built into the mission timelines retro on purpose. If I show you the mission schedule, right? So actually I can show you this. We're on flight day 8. So see up here where it says crew.
Integrity Houston, follow-up question for the D5 issue that you reported.
Yeah, it's not exactly a G suit, Deadbringer. Yeah, it's more for being able to stand up after you've been in microgravity for a long time. But see all these white areas? The white areas are aggregate time built into the timeline.
So we understand that at least twice you set up recording which stopped on its own at 4 minutes. We are scratching our heads about that. Did you ever get a recording that lasted longer than that?
We do think that we have at least 2 sessions that were successful for the entire exercise session duration, and then at least 2 that were between 3 and 4 minutes long.
And Victor, did you get full-length recordings after the 4-minute stops that you reported? Or which happened first, I guess, is what we want to know.
They were interleaved. When I was completed with my session, when I noticed that my recording was only 3 minutes 18 seconds or whatever, and so I didn't try anything else. I deconfigured and moved on, and then someone else did a session and was able to get a full length, and then another session happened that was between 3 and 4 minutes. So not sure, but they've all been on the same D5, the one that's currently configured with the wide-angle lens, the short D5.
All right, Victor, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, we'd like to ask you to use the other D5 for exercise recording.
Okay, Stan, we will do that.
Thank you.
A while. Yeah, Aubrey, right? You hear them troubleshooting the damn Surface tablets. It's hilarious. That's really funny. Is he playing with his hair? I don't think so.
Those communications coming from Capcom Stan Love. The Capcom, or capsule communicator, is the only person in the room that speaks with the crew. That allows them to receive streamlined and gathered information from all flight control members. Those questions that you heard from Capcom Stan Love were in response to something reported by the crew during their daily planning conference, which was when they were setting up their cameras to record an exercise session. It only recorded about 4 minutes, and they're trying to piece together why it might have cut off early. As this is a test flight, the first flight of humans aboard this spacecraft, we are looking to gather data in all ways, and that includes watching how the crew members exercise on this spacecraft. Speaking of exercise, Commander Reed Wiseman is slated to exercise first today. For this mission, the crew has the flywheel device. It's very small and installed directly below the side hatch that the astronauts use to enter and exit Orion. This flywheel is a very simple cable-based device, and they can use it for aerobic exercises like
Houston integrity for photo location and DFTO question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Those photos are on PCD1, and my apologies, I totally spaced that. They are there now, though. And secondly, for Jeremy and my CCU dump filming activity, we have the sun directly out of window 3 right now and window 1. The view that had looked great for imaging the vent is now completely washed out. I checked to see, it looks like we're not in a maneuver. So any thoughts on how we can best knock this out?
Checking.
And correction, it's windows 3 and 4, not 3 and 1.
Christina, we're talking about it.
Yeah, Hip, I replied to you already. You love that this mission is almost a reclamation or reconciliation for abandoning the moon missions for so long. It's a very healing thing for space nerds. Do you agree? Yes. Yes, absolutely, dude. This, Hip, I was telling people last night that this is the happiest I've been as a spaceflight fan in a long time. It feels like a weight is lifted because, you know, you become a spaceflight fan, you carry that freaking burden, right? Inadvertently. You carry the burden because you realize like what we could have had with the Apollo program or even with the shuttle program if they got the shuttle running correctly, right? Like you realize what we could have gotten had it. It seems like a lot of waste and a lot of, you know, missed opportunities.
Christina, we've confirmed that the vehicle is in the right attitude. The saw view is exactly what we expected. I guess crew discretion for choosing the best window for videography from inside.
So, you know, it's nice. It feels, I'm telling you guys, it feels like a weight has been lifted. Like this mission is, like I said, I'm the happiest I've been in a real long time. It's very easy to get cynical and annoyed at the lack of progress in spaceflight. And that's not because spaceflight takes time. Spaceflight does take a lot of time. It takes time to build something like Integrity. That's a hard vehicle to make. And even now, after all the time that they've taken, they still don't even have like the toilet dialed in. They're close, right? But it's not an exact science yet, right? I understand that stuff takes time. It doesn't take 53 years. Let me put it that way. Yeah, Bruin. So it really, really feels...
And Integrity, a reminder for the year event, the vehicle's going to maneuver out of the attitude for that event in 12 minutes.
It really feels cathartic, almost. Hip, like I'm not carrying the weight anymore. Like we've gone back to the moon. Not landed, but we've gone back. I don't think that weight will truly be lifted, right, until somebody puts boots on the ground. But yes, absolutely. That's a great way to say it, dude. We are so back. Yep. Like I'm the happiest I've been in a long time, dude. That hope for that optimism and that hope that you get that's so inspiring from the spaceflight program.
Christina, one more thing for the year event. The crew imagery is considered a nice to have, so if you cannot get good pictures, don't worry about it. The primary view is from the SAW.
Yeah, Valiant.
Okay, great. And we, as you know, in this mission, we're doing these dumps all the time. We see great views of them when the sun isn't here, so we can also just grab you one any old time, another time on our own. So we'll plan to do that, and we'll get one now as best we can.
Thanks, Christina. That's excellent.
Do space nerds think we should have been on the way to Mars at this point? If we had truly chosen the moon, as President Kennedy said in his speech at Rice University, we would be easily on Mars by now. Yeah, easily. We would be probably...
That's NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to Capcom Stan Love here in Artemis
probably be going and exploring the belt at this point.
One of the tasks for today was to take some photos of the wastewater venting, and Christina reporting that the solar or the angle of the spacecraft was making that a little more difficult based on the location of the sun. The team's here letting them know that the SAW, or the solar array wings will be primed to capture that footage.
Yeah, V Fish Face, you're right. Humans need to have hope for the future, and this positive event is finally bringing back being hopeful. That's what I mean. I've had to carry that you know, being a spaceflight fan, and like I didn't choose to freaking like space, right? Like I just like it. Like I don't even know why I like it at this point. It's just awesome. It's very inspiring stuff. It's humanity at its best, I guess, if you want to put anything on it. This shows that
Houston, the event will be starting in about 20 seconds.
We you know, as a spaceflight fan, you tend to carry the burden of missed opportunities of canceling Apollo and the shuttle really never enacting out all of what it was, you know, supposed to do. You feel this burden like, you know, oh man, Apollo was so inspiring and we just don't want to do that anymore. It's a really demoralizing thing. And like, my mind goes back to STS-135. Bittersweet doesn't even cover it. It was just a sad day. You know, I'm happy the space shuttle kind of went out after, you know, building the space station. Personally, I think we should have kept flying it, but that's just me. You know, it was
Houston Integrity, the cut
terrible.
valve is closed. We have a good view out the windows. Our crew camera view is only so-so, and I'm waiting on your go. I will stop recording.
Poo dump. Poo dump time.
Roger.
Sorry for this heartfelt
moment.
moment.
View is breathtaking.
Sorry for that heartfelt moment. They're dumping piss again.
We love a good blizzard.
See?
The less said about the snow, the better.
Nice. That, and you know, it's very inspiring and hopeful, and then we get to make pee jokes, and it's in context.
We're ready
it's
to
great.
stop recording.
But as Stan said, maybe we shouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay, and Houston, recording ended. However, unfortunately, I think I might have made it go away because it wouldn't end the recording by pressing the record button. So I changed the live view button back to camera to stop it, and it looks like it didn't record it. I will get you a good recording of a future dump when we don't have this sunlight. It'll be better anyway.
And another timeline, Ivan, that's a thing.
Christina, no worries, and we like your forward plan.
Also, play the clip. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This view coming to you live from outside the Orion
up.
Spacecraft, now 195.
That was another one I had teed up from Stan saying
154.
There we go. And then here's the clip.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Oh, those are going to be Tip and Dono message after this. Don't worry. Also,
154.
That was when he was reading back the RTC-1 burn corrections. So B-Boy over in YouTube chat had a question. What are your favorite reasons for convincing people of the why for these long-term spaceflight programs? I'm all for it, but I feel some people just don't get it. That's a good question, dude.
Houston Integrity, we are waving at you out of window 2. It's a beautiful blue little crescent out there.
Look down.
Thank you. We can't quite make you out, but we appreciate the thought.
B-Boy, hold on one second.
We're working on changing that. Thank you, Stan. And while I have you, can we do another dump just for our own purposes?
Yes, you may.
At this time.
Please do.
Thank you, sir.
Watch the windows. So, B-Boy, you asked, what's convincing for why? And I answered you in...
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting.
I answered you in chat, but I'll answer you again here. I think the best reason as to why to choose to do long-term space flight is because choosing the hard path is always rewarding. Unlocking the secrets of the cosmos is not something that's awarded to people that aren't willing to push boundaries. We have to push boundaries. If we don't, imagine what it's wasted. It's a waste of our usefulness as human beings, in my opinion. Actually, you know what? It's not my opinion. That's the truth. I'm trying to get out of a habit of saying in my opinion at the end to justify what my ideas are. No, you shouldn't use that as a hedge to try and put your bad ideas out into the system. If you're worried about saying in my opinion at the end of things, you're not willing to fully defend your opinion. We need to go further into space. If we do not go further into space, we will flounder in the backwash of history. The stars are our destiny, and I refuse to believe anything else. That's why. Did you click? What did I click? What am I missing, Drew? Those pictures are garbage and everyone knows it. No, Gus, you see, you're getting confused. It's not garbage. It's piss that they're venting right now. Sorry, I know it might be hard for you. So Starship is a good thing if SpaceX can get it to do what they want it to do. And I don't think that's a question of if. I think that's more a question of when. The Starship program will be successful. I'm convinced of this. Will it achieve all the goals that SpaceX wants to do? I don't know. I can't predict the future. I will say that it will work. And I do think they will be able to reuse it. The question is how much. But see, because SpaceX uses iterative design, it's not a foregone conclusion. What time is splashdown? It's in the afternoon. You think HLS will be ready for testing with Artemis 3 next year? Joe, see, that's kind of what I was alluding to with what I just said. Starship will work. HLS will work. I know it will work. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Will they have it by next year? Hard to say. That's a lofty goal. It's a lofty goal. I think SpaceX can do it. There's no doubt in my mind. I think Blue can do it too. We have a pretty wide built out industrial base to support lunar missions at this point. It's a wide and diverse array of different types of spacecraft and vehicles, like the one you see on your screen. We should be able to do it. The question is, will we be able to rise to and not rush things? That's the dichotomy of spaceflight. Spaceflight takes a long time. But if you just sit there and keep telling yourself that space is hard and it takes a long time, you're never going to get anything done. So finding that gray area of balancing the time that it takes to do things, but also completing objectives in space is apparently a really difficult thing to understand and get right. So whether 2027 for the landers, 2028 for the first landers is a bold decision, an ambitious decision, a bold decision, but might go a little bit too far in the way of timeline is going to be something that history will judge, not us. It's getting sad. I don't want this mission to end. Enjoy it, Flavia. Enjoy it. Look at what we're doing.
Houston Integrity, ready for the 4K downlink test.
All right, Victor, you are okay to set it up. We're checking on how long it'll take to gain OPCOM.
Okay, it's all set up, and just call me when you're ready for me to start the stream.
Wilco.
And also, just so you know, we don't have the Bogan arm since it's being used. I've just got the camera stationary, and it's the 35mm lens, so it's going to look quite different. And we can get it set up more stable before the PAO event.
Roger, that's a good config.
See last. What's up? Give me 1 second. I'm doing business on the side here. Just got done watching Project Hail Mary, and holy, that was some of the best cinema I've seen in a long time. I told you. Even if you're not a spaceflight fan,
We just heard some communications between teams here on the ground and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, visible on your screen from a camera on one of the spacecraft's solar arrays about the OPCOM system. This will enable Orion to send back video and high-resolution images using an infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to and from space.
Fist my bump. So give me 1 moment, guys. I'm just answering some business emails here. I know it's unprofessional as hell to do that on stream, but yeah, well, Victor and everybody are in the DPC. It's daily planning conference. They're talking a lot, so it's a good time for me to just be quiet for a second.
Houston Integrity for DFTO movies.
Go ahead.
Yes, wanted to let you know both videos actually did record, and the second video has a star, something stealing the show, which is Crescent Earth coming in from the right side. You all, I guess, will enjoy that. I won't be putting them in images for downlink, so we'll see them on the ground.
Excellent. Thank you.
We continue to get great descriptions from the astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Earth as they continue their journey home. We are now 194,634 miles away.
Integrity Houston for Victor, you can start the 4K stream.
In this view, you can see the solar arrays aboard Orion are moving. That is a command sent by the teams here on the ground to park them ahead of exercise. Commander Reed Wiseman will be first up to exercise today, and parking these solar arrays makes sure they're in a safe position. That way, any movements that are imparted on the vehicle don't damage the arrays.
Houston Integrity, I have begun the stream. It's not a great view. We may shuffle around lenses and get you the wide angle if we can. I think we're going to be using that for exercise though, so let me know what you think of this video, and I'm ready for audio checks.
And Victor, your lens choice is fine. We appreciate that, and we'll let you know when the 4K is locked up.
Hey, Syrian, 133 months. Much excited. Hope you're holding up okay. My voice is starting to go, Syrian, even with honey, even with the honey that I've been doing to keep my voice going, it's still starting to go. I've been talking for 16 hours a day, like for the last week and a half. So yeah, voice is starting to go. Other than that, I'm okay. Honey can only do so much, for real. Semper, yeah, I mean, try to keep it classy during the day, but yes, that's generally the idea here. If I have to just pantomime some stuff to you by the end of this mission because my voice is gone, then so be it. That's just the way it goes. At night, it's Russian chat? Yeah, I've been seeing that. My mods have been telling me about it, and I've been looking at the logs. I'll be honest with you guys. As long as they ain't breaking any of the rules, I don't really care. I technically don't have any rules about speaking other languages. The problem is my mods nor I speak other languages, so we have to translate everything. So usually when the stream gets rough, I just say English only. But I don't really care if people are talking in other languages in the chat. Just as long as you adhere to the rules and not be a prick, I'm kind of good with it. But I would prefer English if possible. What's happening at night? A lot of Russians watch the stream at night, Dino. Guten Abend. Guten Abend, Ingoda. Wie geht's? Just draw like Pictionary. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Estoy bien. ¿Y tú? Спасибо. Хорошо. Impossible? Kreshki, there are a bunch of people here that speak Russian. Just like I said, if you're going to insist on speaking another language, I'd prefer it if you know the rules. Like, don't overdo it. Yeah, my Russian is not very good. I know a little bit. I translate most of what people say. But I know words, and I have probably like a first grader's vocabulary when it comes to speaking it. I'm not very good, but I can get the point.
Houston Integrity, one quick question for Reed's exercise.
Go ahead.
Today
I learned there's a lot more Russians in here than I thought.
There's so much going on. I feel like we're on the International Space Station right now. This is an awesome day here. Hey, can you confirm this is my final exercise of the mission. It'll just help me with stowage management.
More like a 3-year-old. Yeah, I would say you're probably right, dude. If you're talking about different spaceflight hardware, though, I'm at least a 5th grader.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
And for what it's worth, today's exercise is the last exercise for all crew members. Starting tomorrow, we will not have the time.
Cool. Sebastian, hi from France. Do you speak French? Oui, monsieur. Bienvenue. Comment allez-vous? Yeah? Yeah? All right. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I know. But getting there. Baguette.
As NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman gets into his scheduled exercise time for the day, calling down to check here with Houston that this is indeed his last exercise before he returns to Earth. Confirmation from the ground that this is everyone's last day for exercise, right. And that's because tomorrow the crew and flight control teams will begin preparing the cabin and studying entry procedures ahead of splashdown. At that time, the crew will be stowing equipment and installing their seats and making sure all items are secured for re-entry. Again, we are tracking splashdown in 2 days, 5 hours, and 18 minutes off the coast of California.
But like I said, guys, try to speak English, please. Don't overdo it. Don't make my mod's jobs harder than it needs to be. Please. Hey, you're from Tunisia? All right, cool. I've been here with you the last 7 days. I missed the first day because I didn't know you were here. Right on, man. Also Morse code, Dino. No Morse code. Are Americans usually fluent in several languages? I'm not fluent in any other language except for English, Bone. The language I know the most other than English is Spanish, and I would argue I'm not very good at that either. I know a little bit, like basic words for most languages, but I'm nowhere near fluent in anything other than English. I only speak 2 languages, English and bad English. Any Klingon here? Kiplach. But man, Weasel, I'm also a nerd, so careful. SOSW? Okay. I do not speak binary. Binary is not allowed. No bots. Have you heard words in the Polish language? Yeah. Dobry vaj. I cannot speak Polish without a terrible accent. Terrible accent. So, yes, I have heard it spoken. My wife is somewhat Polish, ethnically, but yeah, no. Pączki. That's about it. Dzień dobry. Dziękuję. What do you think about Dutch TV? Dutch TV sounds like what English sounds like to somebody that's in cardiac arrest. Zex, I know what that means. I know Spanish and Russian. Nice. I'm fluent in sarcasm. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Are you? How good are you at that? Oh, you must be the best at it. You speak 4. English, aviator, marine, and weather nerd. Oh, all right, that's good. I speak spaceflight. Does that help? Say something in Spanish. Estoy muy cansado. Para la semana pasada. Muy cansado. Is that good enough for you? Sí, Justin, sí. Por la semana pasada. Lo siento. Mi español es mierda. That's true. Just saying. Very similar to Portuguese. Muito cansado. Sí. Sim. Cervezas? Sí. Tengo cerveza. It's like 3 days old. No, whatchamacallit, that that looks like Mandarin Chinese simplified, if I'm looking at that right. I don't know how to speak that. E come il tuo italiano? My Italian's terrible, Flavia. The only reason I can even put together sentences in Italian is because I learned Spanish, and that I know that Spanish and Italian aren't the same language, and saying it like that probably pisses off Italians and Spaniards. So, you know, that's good. Oh, nice, Calstar. Okay. Mods are going crazy right now. Yeah, they're doing all right. Any Portuguese skills? Sim, como você está? Boa sorte.
You're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft, and specifically the European Service Module. That is the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, the biggest bell-shaped thruster you see right there. And that is what powered us on the translunar injection burn on flight day 2, putting us on the trajectory that we are on now. We have completed our lunar flyby back on flight day 6 and are now headed toward our splashdown. Again, we don't have essentially a deorbit burn because that's what the translunar injection burn was. This is considered a free return trajectory using the moon and Earth's gravity to bring us back home. Orion coming up now on 90,000 miles away from the moon, 194,220 miles from Earth.
I don't know what language that is, Max. Can you wish you a Merry Christmas in Icelandic? Nope. Nope, not even going to try. I told you, Kuju Man, I speak English and bad English, okay? Hey, EJ, bom Portuguese? Ah, obrigado! Right on, man. I try, dude. I try. I picked up Portuguese because there's a lot of Brazilians in Massachusetts, and there's a lot of Portuguese here. So when I was working, before I started streaming, dude, I worked in a pizza place, and it was Brazilians everywhere. They mostly spoke Portuguese, so I was like the only one that spoke English. So dude, as a joke, they handed me a pocket translator from English to Portuguese, and they go, "Here, learn this, or you're gonna not do well." And I'm like, obrigado. So there you go. That's where I picked it up. I can say vegetables in Portuguese, dude, because I worked in a restaurant. Galinha, cebola, pimentão. Like, dude, that's where I picked it up. I'm not even kidding. What about pierogies? Yeah, pierogies, of course. You want to learn Navi? Why do you want to learn that? Oh, yeah, all the time, Canadian Devil. Accent is good, too. Well, yeah, if anything, it would be... All the guys that I worked with were from Goiás in Brazil, so that's in Anápolis. Brazil has states, guys, just like the U.S. does. And one of them is Annapolis. It's named after Annapolis, Maryland. So, if anything, my accent's probably from there. Because that's where I learned it from. That's who I learned it from, so. Yeah, Hellfish. Yeah, there's an Annapolis, Brazil. Yeah. How's your Finnish? Eve päivä. Eve päivä. Kiitos. Terve. You should come to Rio? I don't know, maybe. Perkele. Satana. Vittu. Extraterrestre blocko. Any German words? Yeah. Oh, crap. My mind defaulted to Scheisse. Sorry, man. I know a little bit more than that. I thought we were not supposed to curse during the day. Yeah, but they don't know that. How many people here speak Finnish, Steve Ree? How's your Singeli? Not good. You're Mr. Worldwide. That's the only German word I know too. Oh, all right, dude. Oh, we're good. Malauta. Most of the chat probably knows Finnish at this point from playing Summer Car too much. Yeah, yep. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Yeah, jawohl. Yeah. Wie geht's? Hallo, wie geht's? Sehr gut. Gut und der. That's about it. Like, put me on the spot. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm like, Give us your best British accent. Low, what's most likely going to happen if I try to speak with an English accent is I'm going to combine several regions together and piss off pretty much everyone in the British Isles. If I was going to do that, I would just throw tea in the harbor. You know what I'm saying? Oi! Fair enough. Nicht schlecht. Was ist das, guys? All the German you know is from Rammstein. Oh, that's good too. What language don't you know? Like I said, I know like 5 words in a bunch of different languages. Spanish is the only one I can speak remotely like fluently. Und Bier bitte. Ja, ja. Ich hasse ein Bier. I didn't use the correct grammar. I know I didn't use the correct grammar. I don't understand how your language works. It's confusing, okay? Lost. I don't know any Romanian, dude. Habe, not hasse. See what I mean, dude? Like, once you get past like hello, thank you, how are you? I'm not very good. Like I shouldn't have even tried. Let's check where we're at in the mission timeline, dudes. I don't hate beer. I have it here and I drink it a lot because I like beer. So we're in the exercise portion here. This is the last exercise that the astronauts are going to do on this mission. There is a little bit of aggregate time built in here. When we get up to the PAO, we'll get PAO and cabin repress. We'll get more into that. But right now, there's a little bit of downtime, which is why we're talking about different languages. Once again, Marietta.
Houston, integrity confirm you are in a good config for me to start aerobic exercise.
We're ready for you to start exercise.
Current mission elapsed time, 6 days, 20 hours, 25 minutes, 35 seconds. We're on flight day 8 of the Artemis 2 mission. Crew is on its way back from the moon. That's the LTP. We're past that already. Oh, looks like Rev's upgraded this again. So Orion's current speed is 1,942 miles an hour. You're 198,000 miles from Earth, or 3,126 kilometers an hour.
Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft calling down as he prepares to start his exercise. Again, we use the flywheel device aboard Orion, and since this is the first time we've flown humans on the spacecraft, it's a great test of the exercise device as well. Flywheel is small and allows them to perform either aerobic or resistive exercise. Slated today for Reed Wiseman is aerobic. He was calling to check that the solar arrays are in a good position before starting that exercise. And one of the first things we noticed when the crew began exercising earlier in the mission was that we can actually see some movement from the spacecraft during that routine.
Yeah. Surprised you never reported to Pip. I'd prefer to talk to people about the mission, Gaw. I thought we would have to fall back on games because people would lose interest, but people are not losing interest. So the days just fly by, dude. Harv, your Spanish is consistently getting worse. Yeah, mine too, dude. We need some Nutella. See. It doesn't really say the repressurization rate. They're not going to do it quick. You don't want to introduce shock pressurization into the system, Maverick. So it'll probably be they have in the let's look at the timeline. Hold on. They probably have a depress or repress start. So we are down here. So repress is over the course of 45 minutes. So yeah, it's slow repressurization. Once again, during repress, you do not want to introduce a bunch of shock into your, you don't want shock delta P is what it's called. You don't want a very quick change in pressure that can blow out seals. Well, hold on there, fella. You're going to blow an O-ring, right? You don't want that. That can put stress on the pressure vessel seal mechanisms. It can put stress on the hatch. It puts stress on the life support system. It will most likely be a slow repressurization over the course of 45 minutes. And by most likely, I mean it will. Yeah, even with a 3 psi difference, guys, which is 3 psi is like 0.28 bar. It's not a big delta P, not a big change in pressure. But even then, why risk it? Just do it slowly. It's what do you not have time, right? Like they're not getting back home until Friday, so. Yeah. There's also, Aqualex, that's a good thing to mention. A shock change in pressure could blow out your eardrums, like hearing a loud noise. So, yeah, pretty sure we don't want that either. Am I the only one who can hear a silent high pitch from this stream? Is that from NASA? Yeah, Den Gaming. Yeah, absolutely. That pitch, dude, trust me. I've been in content creation for a long time. If you don't get the sound right, people are going to notice. However, that's the signal lock. It's the carrier signal lock for Orion. I can show you what antenna in the world and where it is what is transmitting right now. So, Canberra is where some of NASA's deep space tracking antennas are in Australia. Canberra 34 is transmitting right now. See how the lines are going up? The squiggly lines are going up. It is transmitting on an S-band, on the S-band frequency at 0.2 kilowatts. That's the buzzing noise that you hear. It's the dial tone for Orion. It's a feedback to let people know on the radio that you're connected. Just because, I mean, that's like, I'm not going to say you can tell it's because of the way it is, but that's how S-band frequencies work. It's a dial tone, like on the phone. Like if you have a landline, you pick it up, boop, it's that noise. So if it were silent, that'd be concerning for mission control. Not necessarily, Gardner. What we're listening here is it's feedback from the radio transmitting. All right. You'll really get the, so like in the same way that a dial tone doesn't connect you, right? You have to dial the number and then go.
Houston integrity, the D5 that's downlinking the 4K video is set up. I'm thinking I might power off the microphone, transmitter, and receiver. Leave the video running, and you call me when you're ready. We're going to move on and start getting ready for the OIG DFTO.
Victor, that's a good plan.
I wish the batteries powered a generator for the. I wish the flywheel exercise equipment powered a generator for the batteries. It would be a good backup if the solar panels quit for any reason. Well, that's why they have 4 of them. Can't see me. The reason why they probably didn't do that is because you're probably not getting a lot of gains from the exercise equipment generating power. It's probably too high mass. But yeah, you could in the future if we had more mass margin. But yeah, guys, that means they're transmitting. That means they have an uplink signal. Just because they're transmitting on the antenna doesn't necessarily mean that they have a signal lock. Like I said, if you pick up a landline, I know some of you don't know what that is, and you get the dial tone, that means you're connected to the net. That means your phone's connected, but you have to dial a certain number. In this particular case, how these communications work on the S-band frequency is that it connects when you click the button, when you click the transmit button on the radio. So you don't have to dial a number. It's just back and forth, right? Anything exciting today? They're doing a radiation shelter test on Orion to test a capsule configuration that will shield the crew in the event of a solar flare hitting the capsule. There is a manual pilot developmental flight test objective today, so we're going to see them fly the capsule around a little bit more. Yeah, activities are going to start to pick up as we get closer to re-entry. We're live. We're still here. I do have that clipped. But yeah, Lunprod, we did see that. Any other questions? So just ran a calculator. 11 to 14 PSI at 75 is the same as a jump of 6,800 feet in altitude. Imagine how your ears would feel if you did that in just a second or two. Yeah. Slow repress is probably the ways to go.
Integrity Houston for PCD 3.
And Stan, where were you? Go ahead for PCD 3.
Victor, we saw that PCD drop off the network. We think it might have been unplugged. Could you please run the wireless script on that PCD?
That is in work, Stan.
Thank you.
Looks like the first two SRB segments for Artemis 3 came in on rails.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis
segments.
Flight Control Room in Houston. You've got a suite of astronauts at the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator console.
She's an astronaut.
Seated and communicating with the crew is Stan Love. Standing is Tracy Caldwell Dyson, and next to her is Akihiko Hoshide.
Aki Hoshide. Hoshide-sama. Konnichiwa. Do we know anything about the radiation shelter demo? How that radiation shelter demo will be performed? My guess would be just put stuff in front of the Windows lava, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. What kind of re-entry trajectory we'll be doing? Can they explain? Grizzy Beck, you ever skipped a rock off water? Like you ever thrown a rock and skipped it over water? Like that. Like that, for the most part. That's the really quick way. If you want me to get into more detail, I can. No problem, Casual Gamer. My pleasure. So understanding that the tone is being monitored, do the Capcom operators have it filtered out in the feed so they don't have to hear it all the time? No, Stan is hearing that right now. And this is the radio right there, that touch screen, that's the radio. You can put it on push to talk, or you can put it on voice activation. Some Capcoms prefer one way, some Capcoms prefer the other. They also have buttons. They have a transmit button that they can use if they want to. They're most likely just carrying it in one hand. You can see them. It's a transmit button.
We're seeing that motion aboard
Pressing
the
that
Orion
button is
spacecraft that
dialing
we've
the
come
number.
to expect whenever astronauts are exercising using the flywheel device. Checking in on Orion's distance, now 90,455 miles away from the moon and 193,678 miles from Earth.
Yeah.
You can check in on this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis.
So look, you got a live shot here from one of the solar array wings. See how it's moving around? Just squint your eyes and look close. It's moving around because someone's working out. They are in the exercise activity portion of the mission here. Thanks, Flavia. Oh, wait, no. Grazie, amico. Sorry, takes a second to shift gears. Reed's getting those gains, that's right. Hey, Pat, what's going on? Love how the solar arrays flop around during each exercise. Yeah, Reed's getting them gains, dude. Actually, Christina was the one that made these solar panels rock the most, dude. You can actually see from some of the pictures that they're posting, dude. She's cut, man. She's freaking ripped. I'm like, wow. You're like super strong. Awesome. That's awesome. Good for you. Yeah, when she was on there, the thing was rocking the most. How fast does muscle atrophy set in? Gald, yeah, weak. Once your body adapts to, your body will eventually figure out that it's floating. It's called space adaptation. Some people, it takes longer than others. That's called space adaptation syndrome. It's basically when you get seasick in space, but your body eventually will adjust. I'd say that's the point of adjustment is when you're going to start having to really, really worry about it. Didn't they say she's a rock climber? Yeah. She does. Yeah, she's a rock climber. So she's cut. You have to be pretty damn strong to boulder stuff. And you have to be pretty strong to be able to hoist yourself up. When do I exercise? Oh, geez. Hey, Cal, what's going on? Is it exercise time? Are we doing that? It could take up to a week, Gald. It's different for every single person, dude. But you have to work out when you're up there. You absolutely have to. If you don't, your muscles will atrophy. And that's not even the worst part. You'll lose muscle mass pretty quick because you're not using your legs. You don't need your legs. You're just using your arms to move around, right? The worst thing is that you start losing bone density. That's bad. If you don't work out up in space, you come back down, you have a nasty case of osteoporosis. I know that's not exactly how that works. You have weak bones. It screws with your bone marrow mass, or bone marrow density is what it's called. I don't do the medical side of stuff. I like the spaceship, not necessarily the meat suits inside, but yeah, you got to work out. You got to eat right in space, or space will mess you up. You might need to elevate your feet to match this much astronaut flexing. So you get weak bones in a week? Well, it's not going to be a week, Zeke. That's when it starts. You'd have to stay up there for a couple of months for it to really screw you up. But you'll start getting degradation once your body starts adapting to space. Yeah, that's why the astronauts that are on long duration missions on the ISS, they work out for 2 hours every day. They work out an hour in the morning, an hour at night. That's the only way it's going to work for you to be able to come back down and be able to walk. That's kind of important. You need that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in a live view outside the Orion spacecraft, looking back on the spacecraft's service module.
So how do they actually exercise? So Orion has a rowing machine built into it. It's on the far side of the cap. It's on the starboard side of the capsule, just below the hatch. And what it is so you have a rowing machine, and the rowing machine is attached to a flywheel to provide resistance. Right? That flywheel will start spinning and it gets harder to pull it. And it has 2 feet pads in between the flywheel. You put your feet on it and then you pull. And then you do it again. And you do it again. That's why the capsule's moving, because they basically tape themselves to the side of the capsule and start rowing. On the ISS, they have a treadmill up there. They have a bench press. And I know people are going to say, how the hell do they use that in space? With the treadmill, you bungee yourself to the sides of the treadmill and it holds you to it so you can run. The bench press is the same way. It uses bungee cords. So like when it puts weight, it'll pull on the weight. So you have to resist the tension of the cord. So yeah, that's how they do it in space. They got a bench press up there. They have a treadmill. They have all kinds of stuff. Resistance machines is what it's called. Excuse me. How do you think the moon gravity will affect the body then? Do you think with enough training it's possible to still have less bone loss? Under gravity, Kirok, you're probably not gonna need to work out as much, but I would still do it. Bowflex is a NASA spinoff. Yeah, that's right. The Bowflex. Isn't it push-up time if they're working out? All right, fine. Let me go out into the shop. That's a live shot of my shop. That's also, coincidentally, now the gym because of this long-duration mission. I sleep when the astronauts sleep, and I work out when the astronauts work out. But for a Twitch streamer, working out isn't rowing. I don't have a rowing machine. I'm going to do 10 push-ups. There you go. There you go. There's your 10 push-ups. I'm actually out of breath from that, which is dumb. There you go. AI. Brother, if that was AI, why would I pretend to be out of shape, to be out of breath after doing 10 push-ups? What? That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to sit here and flex on how hard doing 10 push-ups is with a fake video. Let me dial this number, 555. Come on now. To make it more realistic. Rather, being out of breath from doing 10 push-ups is not realistic. That means you're fat and out of shape. You'd pretend to make us believe you. Okay, it's very clear that not a lot of people here work out. Bro, do you even lift? One 5K? Oh, jeez. Why would I pretend to be out of shape? Yeah, exactly. Who does that, Bradley? We need you to get on a 5-day exercise routine. Oh, dear. I feel like I saw a jump cut during the last video. Man, I'm going to pee. I'll be right back.
If you're just joining us, we are live with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 20 hours, and 46 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. This is flight day 8. You're seeing a little bit of movement outside the Orion spacecraft. Again, Commander Reed Wiseman currently in his exercise period for the day.
Okay. I'm back, everybody. We're at mission elapsed time, 6 days, 20 hours, 53 minutes, and 20 seconds here for the Artemis 2 mission. Right now, the crew's working out. That's why the capsule's shaking around. Was the CCU dump successful? Yes. Mine's not a CCU, mine's a COU. It's a contingency openable urinal. Or a contingent, no, it would be a CW.
This is Artemis Mission Control, continuing to monitor the flight of Artemis 2.
It's a contingency wooden urinal. There's a tree behind my shop. Yeah, contingency wooden urinal. It's CWU.
Today's wake-up song was Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. The crew also received a message from the
Hey, she said it. She said Queen and David Bowie that time. Huh.
Yesterday was a little bit quieter for the crew following their lunar flyby on flight day 6.
She's watching.
Yesterday, the astronauts participated in a ship-to-ship call with the crew aboard the International Space Station. They also discussed their lunar flyby observations with the science team. The rest of the day was mostly an off day and gave them an opportunity to rest. Today, the crew is back to their scheduled activities. Currently, Commander Reed Wiseman exercising aboard the spacecraft. That's why you see some motion there. Victor Glover and Jeremy Hansen conducting their orthostatic intolerance garment fit checks. Each astronaut will have an opportunity to exercise today. We also have a couple of public affairs events. Later this evening at around 10 p.m. Central Time, the crew will get into the manual piloting demo. The other day, we saw them complete the first part of this demonstration when the crew members were able to fly Orion manually. Another 2 crew members will get that chance this evening. This is a test flight of the Orion spacecraft, our first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and therefore we want to fully understand how the vehicle handles in space ahead of future Artemis missions.
Guys, they're working out, and that's all they're doing. Do you know if there's a docking port fitted to this Orion? Orion Integrity is not equipped with a docking port for this mission. No, there's nothing on the front. They do, but that doesn't mean they don't have the docking port hatch on the front. The hatch is part of the pressure vessel. So there is a forward docking port hatch. There's just nothing in front of it. This capsule will be reused. Orion is a reusable system. When they depress, is that gas reclamation or it's venting? No, when they depress the capsule down to 10 point, I think they're at 10.4 right now. When they did that, they vented, and they're going to use the remaining consumables on the life support system to repress. I don't think it scavenges. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. The astronauts are working out. You know what, guys? I'm kind of amazed that we got to flight day 8 without anybody making that joke about what they're doing. We've seen the solar panels moving around on Orion many times before, and not as many people have made the joke until now. You know what that tells me? That tells me that as this mission goes on, more and more people are getting interested. Which, you know, I'm cool with that. And, you know, to be very candid, no, they're not banging. They're working out right now. Mission Control has cameras on board. They're now, yeah, I can assure you they are not doing that. I can assure you they are not doing that. 1,000-mile club? Dude, more like freaking, how far are they up there? 200,000-mile club. What's it like? Okay, so, all right. Now, I know where this conversation is going. I will be preemptive about it, and I will try to stay as professional as I possibly can. As far as we know, no one has ever procreated in space. Whether that's happened or not, I don't know. If it was, it wasn't any part of an official mission, that's for sure. So, the science behind and physics behind how that works is not, has not been well documented if it has happened. And that's all I have to say about that. So you're saying there's still hope? Yes. I have a comment on that. An ex-shuttle program medical doctor is a pilot on my airline. He told me some interesting stories. All I'm going to say, Natch, is that it has not been documented by NASA. I cannot speak any further than that because I don't know. Ori, I honestly have no idea, dude. Any guess on how much it costs to refurbish Orion for another flight? Dave, I don't know. Orion is a little bit on the expensive side. I'll bet you that number is probably it's probably a lot.
Houston, integrity for stowage.
But we won't know until they actually go and do it. You don't know how much it's going to cost.
Go ahead for stowage.
Well, of course, Jackal.
Yes, sir. A third Peltor SWAT TAC headset has been deployed to the cabin, and batteries have been swapped in 2 Peltors for a total of 4 AAA batteries.
Copy. Thanks for that report. And Christina, while we've got you, for your upcoming exercise, if you want to record that, we think that the problem with the D5's recording stopping at 4 minutes might be because the camera is overheating. If you turn the live view off, it turns off the back screen, we think the camera will stay cool.
See, I told you they had the cameras on. Just saying.
And to clarify, leave the screen off between recording.
Great call. Some of us had suspected that. We will do that. Good news is this recording lasted the full time. We are also having overheating issues with the Nat Geo GoPro Max, and we've just been starting and stopping it and managing it as needed. But if you want to pass that on, no screens are on, so not sure there's a mitigation with that one. And for my exercise, I did have a successful recording yesterday, so I think I'll forego that.
And Christina, copy the Nat Geo overheating, and for recording, we are asking for recording of both resistive and aerobic exercise, so we would like you to record your session today.
Don't. They're working out.
Okay, and apologies, I hadn't seen it in my timeline, but I understand that that's because Reed's timeline has a swapping. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Those action cams are notorious for running hot. Yep. They overheat here on Earth as well. So, okay. Technically, funny jokes aside, what they're doing here, one of today's developmental flight test objectives is to do a longer workout in space. They have a rowing machine, but you can actually place the rowing machine in different ways to do like abdominal exercises or cardio or whatever. Each astronaut is doing a long duration workout to test the machine out and to see how your body reacts. That's what's going on. That's why they want to film it, because they want to see how
This is Artemis Mission Control, hearing those calls from NASA astronaut Christina Cook down to Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Stan Love, here in the flight control room. You heard Christina reporting out some batteries and stowage locations. Everything is precisely tracked aboard Orion. This helps the crew call down and ask where they might be able to find an item or where they should store it, so that everyone knows where to look when something is needed. Additionally, you heard Christina inquiring about whether she needed to film her exercise today. Because this is the first flight of crew aboard this spacecraft, we take everything as a data point. And with the ability to exercise both resistive and aerobic on the flywheel device, they're looking for as much data as possible from the crew members. So they're asking her to film her exercise today as well. NASA astronaut and commander of the spacecraft, Reed Wiseman, should be wrapping up his exercise soon, and Christina Cook will start hers.
Interesting, Yogben. So they can compare how the body responds to the same exercise they would do on Earth. That's right, Average. Yep. And you saw they were putting that flywheel through some pretty long, like they were definitely doing some cardio. It was, craft was rocking for a long time. How long do they have till they're back? Monkey, they're going to be arriving on Friday morning. Or no, Friday afternoon, excuse me. They'll be here basically closing time for the weekend. Entry interface is scheduled for 5 o'clock. Splashdown, 5 o'clock is when they'll start entry activities. They'll go through re-entry around 7, and they'll splash down around probably like 7:15 p.m. Eastern. Do they have gyroscopes as well as accelerometers to measure the center of gravity? Pruin, Orion has a couple of different ways to do that. The IMU on board, Orion does have an IMU. It's, I know this is a Dragon capsule, but the IMU is down here. It's at the bottom of the capsule, kind of at everybody's feet, so to speak. There is an IMU on board. It is used for inertial measurements in all different axes. Yeah, that is the IMU. The exercise machine definitely picks up on the IMU. They did say that. In terms of stowage and weight, they are keeping track of it. I'm not sure if the IMU can measure your center of gravity like that. That's kind of out of my wheelhouse, dude. I'm not sure it can. Maybe if you cross-checked your rotational force from a longitudinal x-axis thrust on the craft, and you measure rotation and slew rates from that, it could probably discern center of gravity. That's how I would do it. But I don't know. I ain't no engineer. Who knows? How many more missions are there going to be? So 1MJ, this is just the Artemis 2 mission. Right now, NASA has funding out to Artemis 5. Personally, I don't think that's enough. I really like space. I might be a little bit biased in this regard. So we have at least 3 more missions with this, at the very least. It's funded on a mission-to-mission basis, which, once again, I think that's kind of stupid. Because some bonehead could just be like, nah, I don't feel like that. And then, boop, just like what happened during the Apollo program, right? But I prefer if they just bought a lot, like the beginning of the Apollo program, not like the end. But yeah, we have at least 3 more missions like similar to this, and ultimately will culminate in a lunar landing, hopefully in 2028. Did you see the NIR footage from NASA? NIR, bitter. Sorry, my glossary of terms with acronyms has gone through the roof over the last week. Refresh me. What does that mean? If you have 3 accelerometers, you can use triangulation for the center of rotation and therefore the center of gravity. Okay, Pi. So yeah, you can do that. Pruin was right. So yeah, I know Orion has, you know what? Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll get the user's guide out.
Integrity Houston for optical comm.
They're using OpCom.
Go ahead, Stan.
Okay, Reed, long story here. We are still not locked up on optical comm. We suspect solar array blockage. So between exercise sessions, between when you're done and Christina starts, we want to put a 25-degree roll on the vehicle, about a 1-minute maneuver to an attitude where we think optical comm can see the ground terminal. Now, when we do that roll, we will have only one phased array antenna pointed at Canberra. So if that antenna fails, we'll lose comm, and a string swap will not recover it. So if we lose comm while we're in that attitude, you will have to maneuver the vehicle back to bias tail to sun, where a second antenna will be available. And I have a procedure number and some check MCC numbers when you're ready to copy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I am complete with exercise, so you can start that team working in that direction. Go ahead, Stan.
All right, we'll get started with that then. Thank you. If we lose comm in this temporary attitude, please go to procedure 25.1.100. That's SM attitude maneuver. In step 1, you'll answer yes. And I have, there's a check MCC step down there, a few lines down. Your point width will be the point width secondary will be the minus X axis. That's number 6. Correction, minus Z axis. That's number 6. And Omicron is 315. How copy?
Okay, Stan, if we lose comm, and only if we lose comm, we will execute 25.1.100 SM attitude maneuver. Step 1, answer yes. Point with secondary negative Z, number 6, Omicron 315.
That's a great readback. So while we're in that attitude, you're looking for loss, caution warning, loss of ping. That's number 926. Or if you get antenna cautions or warnings, go work that GNC procedure we just gave you. Then, if we still don't get comm back, you would work the comm messages.
Okay, if we get a loss of ping, I might give it 2 or 3 minutes, or do you want us to execute immediately after loss of ping?
2 or 3 minutes, please. Good idea.
Integrity copies all. We're on it.
Just waiting for the comms to be over. I will explain what's going on here in a second. I can speak nerd. Don't worry. So, I did have to Google some terms there, and I did look about Orion's payload or Orion's user guide.
On your screen, a few key players here in mission control.
So the first thing is that Orion has inertial measuring units. It has each OIMU. Orion inertial measuring units, or OIMU. Each OIMU contains 3 rate gyros, which measure rates, and 3 accelerometers to measure vehicle accelerations. This inertial data is used for onboard navigation to compute spacecraft position, velocity, and altitude. So, Pruin, you're right. Yes, there's 3 redundant Well, I don't know if it's 3 redundant or I don't know, or 3 axis. I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't really say. Now, in terms of what's going on here, they are trying to use the optical communication system, but there is a possibility that to keep that the optical communications laser oriented correctly, they could get a communications blackout on S-band. So basically, the tone that they'll lose communications. So if they do lose communications because a solar panel is in the way of the S-band antennas on the craft, the mission control would be unable to command the vehicle to point into the biased negative x-axis SI configuration, which means point the back of the ship towards the sun. They do that for thermal management. You point the side with the heat shield at the sun so it can A, charge the solar panels, and B, like see how it's towards the back of the vehicles towards the sun, and B, put a heat shield between you and the crew for radiation. If they move into position for the OPCOM system to work, it's possible that they lose communications behind a solar panel. A solar panel will get in the way of one of Orion's 6 redundant phased array S-band communication systems. Orion doesn't have a big antenna sticking on the side. There's a bunch of phased array antennas. There's 4 on the capsule, 2 on the service module. With that configuration for them to use the optical communications, it's possible that the one that's in line of sight to the deep space network will get blocked by one of the solar panels. Okay? So if it does, mission control won't be able to command the vehicle to move back into the sun, facing towards the sun configuration. So what Stan Love was telling Commander Reed Wiseman there was to say, like, look, if we do lose you on S-band, you have to manually maneuver the vehicle back into the XSI configuration. You'll point it back manually during the sun, manually to the sun, after the data transfer, because they don't want to interrupt said data transfer. And you can see now that they're commanding Orion to move into the OPCOM position. They're using the optical communication system for file transfer purposes. Orion has a laser system on it called 020, Orion Artemis 2 optical communications. It's or OPCOM for short. They can beam back data to Earth much faster than transferring over S-band. S-band for the data nerds, has an upper level bit rate of about 6 megabits per second. It's not the best for data transfer. It's good for telemetry, but if you're moving like 50 gigs of pictures that you took with your DSLR, that's going to take a while. However, during the press conferences, Rick Henfling yesterday, who's the Redstone lead team flight director, said that with the OPCOM system during the night, when the crew is sleeping, they were able to transfer about 20 gigs of pictures in about 45 minutes. That's a much faster rate than S-band. So what they're trying to do is get some data down to the craft, or data down from the craft. They're trying to offload some data from the craft down to the surface here, but it's possible that they could go out of communications because a solar panel could get in the way of the regular communication system antennas. Re-entries on Friday afternoon, yes. $20 gigabytes at that range in 45 minutes is crazy. Laser communications is the future, Lazy. Does the laser go through clouds? Yes.
Integrity maneuver and damping complete. We are go for crew exercise.
Okay, they reoriented the craft here. You can see that they're not totally biased towards the sun because the nozzle has a shadow cast against it. So they turned it.
All right, we copy. Thanks, Dan.
Let's just give this a quick refresh. See if we could see it in NASA eyes. Let's see if we could see the reorientation. Nah, it didn't show it. What about the arrow? Do we know where the ground stations are for OPCOM? Yes, White Sands. They're in White Sands. The signal is beamed to the receiver in White Sands, and Why is this the way that it is? So yeah, if you look, they're not totally, this is a telemetry driven animation. If you look, they're not totally configured for the bias XSI. It's kind of off kilter a little bit. You see what I'm talking about? The capsule's engine should be pointed, the service propulsion system engine should be pointed directly at the sun if they're in the negative XSI configuration, and they're not. The reason why that's the case is because they're trying to use the OPCOM. I do believe that the optical communications, just actually, you know what? I'll be able to tell you if I can just kind of get my bearings here. There's the sun. There's the moon. So Earth's got to be over here. So yeah, the optical communication system is right here. It's not modeled on this capsule model. It's right there. Actually, it's there. So they're going to use the OPCOM to shoot at Earth, but it's possible that the phased array antennas on Orion are going to get in the way. They're most likely using a service module phased array antenna. And if you look on the service module phased array, the solar panel is in the way. So yeah, not a big deal. Just standard mission ops here. Sometimes you want to put the capsule in a configuration that you use one thing and not another. Let's see last. Okay. There's a test.
Eastern integrity, Victor and I have completed the OIG activity.
Yeah, that's right. There is.
Copy OIG. Thank you.
There is the ANA. There's one in Australia. You're right. You're right. 3LRD. Yes. There's another OPCOM terminal in Australia. They can use either one to bounce back the signal. Yeah, Cepheid. This is why we missed all the alien communications, because they're using tight beam. Yeah, maybe. Don's, give me 1 second. I'll be able to tell you where the OPCOM receiver terminal is. I have that information. Table Mountain. No, that's White Sands, O2 ground mission terminals. Table Mountain? That says that's JPL's OPCOM telescope laboratory. I think Table Mountain's in California. There is another one in Australia. Hold on.
As you heard, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to the ground. He and Victor Glover have completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration.
Integrity Houston for OPCOM. We have a good optical communication link now. We're watching video from the SAW, but we don't see 4K video. We'd like you to please check the setup.
So Mount Stromlo Observatory. Where's Mount Stromlo, guys? I don't know where that is. So yeah, with OPCOM they can get 4K video, dudes. Yeah, you could stream in 4K from 200,000 miles away. It's in Canberra, right? Cool.
Confirmation that we are streaming video from this solar array camera through the OPCOM, or optical communication system. Again, those are those laser communications rather than the traditional radio waves. But again, we did hear from Jeremy Hansen that he and Victor Glover completed their orthostatic intolerance garment demonstration.
I was close that time, Shadow.
Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook will get to conduct that later today. They're taking measurements and testing and evaluating that orthostatic intolerance garment. This is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit. That helps the astronauts maintain their blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. Again, we are expecting splashdown in 2 days, 4 hours, and 9 minutes.
Okay, Stan, I checked everything going into the camera. It looks good. I stopped and restarted the stream.
See you, Shatter.
Roger, Victor. We're talking about batteries here. Just a second.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, they're 196,000 miles away or 392,000 kilometers away, and they can stream in 4K with the Opcom. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Delay would it'd probably get about a 1 to 2 second delay. I'd say 2 second ping. So 200, what is that, 200,000 ms? That's not bad considering how far it is. Is there any way they could miss Earth if the burn goes wrong? Stemper Zero, these return trajectory correction burns are there to make sure to dial in your landing site. The trajectory that they're on, they're coming down and you cannot do anything about it. This is on a suborbital trajectory at this point. The RTC burns are just there to make sure that your landing site is more accurate, so you come down next to the recovery vessels in the Pacific Ocean. They're coming down whether you like it or not. It's not a question of missing. It's a question of where you're coming down, because you're coming down on Friday, and there's not much you can do about that. So, well, they could. You could fire Orion's engines right now to miss if you really wanted to. You'd pretty much be dead, because if you missed, that means you would do an orbit, and then the high point in your orbit would be at lunar altitude. So that means it would be another 6 days for the mission. Could Orion technically do that if the poop hit the fan? Yeah. But now you have no idea where you're coming down. You know, doing one more orbit around, I'm sure NASA has the plan somewhere to see where it's going to come down, and I bet you they have a contingency recovery here, but if you get that far into the weeds,
and integrity for
if you get that far into the weeds, something has gone very, very wrong.
Receiving 4K data at the ground site. We're still working on decoding it in the control center.
What did Stan just say? Hold on.
Still integrity for Victor. All right, thank you for checking the setup for that. We are receiving 4K data at the ground site. We're still working on decoding it in the control center.
So they have the bit rate, they're just having trouble decode. No. I'm going to guess that the S-band antenna just got in the way, but we'll see. It's not happening, free sight. I launched with a single Windsor tie, and I'm keeping it that way. Sorry. I don't tempt the space gods. You know what I mean? They're probably beaming down Shrek. I mean, or pictures of the moon. You know, it could be a Shrek. Could be Shrek
as well. You can hear in the conversations with the teams on the ground, the astronauts are troubleshooting a 4K encoder within the spacecraft. We are streaming an exterior camera through this Opcom pass, but we're hoping to stream that 4K internal camera. They're working through some actions on the ground to troubleshoot why we might not be seeing it. Again, this mission is a test flight, and we are testing every system possible to help us prepare for future missions around the moon.
So while they're configuring that, let's go here. See what we got. Anything cool here? Oh yeah, there is another video that I had teed up. This is the one that people were like, you have to look at this, you have to look at this, you have to look at this. This is a narrow field, near infrared, stabilized shot of Artemis 2. Watch this. Please mute it. Oh, I have it muted, don't worry. I know this was loud. Just watch. That's... So you're looking at the ground is over there. You're looking at 90 degrees to the launch pad. They get this so they can get a wide shot of the entire rocket. So the ground is this way. The sky is that way in this shot. Watch. This is engineering. Okay. Oh my word. Look at the low pressure. Look at the fire getting stuck there. There's a cavity between the rocket engines and the bottom of a rocket that where it's an aerodynamic dead zone, and it gets really, really hot because it's at low pressure. Look at it on fire, dude. Holy crap. Look at it burn the shrouds off. Wow. Oh my word. Oh, good. Whoa. I'd be wondering what that is. Some of the shroud seems to be getting hung up on the RS-25 nozzles. It doesn't seem to be a big deal, but that's probably not warranted behavior. Link, please? Sure, I'll link it up in chat. Is that not optimal? I'm pretty sure getting stuff hung up on the side of the rocket engine is probably not wanted behavior, but it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. But you leave no stone unturned. That's what this footage is here for. Ideally, you want everything to stay the same here. Everything needs to be exactly the same. Any weird stuff happening, figure out what it is and figure out if it is actually a problem. That's why this footage exists. And damn, is it nice footage. I don't know if this is the Cessna Cam Echo. I don't think so. And there's ice coming off the vehicle there. Some foam came... I don't know if foam came off, but it looks like some ice may have come off and hit the downcomer. Oh my goodness. We should launch it more Canadian, shouldn't we? SLS is pretty damn good. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, people can spout on about how they think they understand how rocket funding works by saying SLS is too expensive. I would argue that those people don't know what they're talking about. I've been arguing that those people don't know what they're talking about for the last 10 years. She's a beast, dude. She is a beast. How much does NASA pay for its fuel? Duhawk, I don't know. It probably has about half $500,000 worth of fuel on it, and oxidizer. That's nothing compared to the cost of the rocket. Yep, you're getting some combustion byproducts coming out of the SRBs there. And see those the little sparks coming out of them? That's normal as you get a tail off and thrust. That does happen. The plume is growing. Yeah, the reason why the plume is growing is because SLS in this shot is getting higher and higher up into the atmosphere. As you get higher up, atmospheric pressure exponentially falls off, so the plume has more room to expand. Can you link this? Glids, if you just scroll up in chat, I just linked it a second ago. If it got buried, I'll you know what, I'll just do it again. Would it be possible to get this kind of view on a live broadcast during the actual launch? No, streaming this might be a little bit tough, but I mean, yeah. Oh. That SEP looked really clean. That was really good. Really nice. Like I said, when the SRBs, when they tail off, they start spewing chunks out. That's normal. That happens.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, at Johnson Space Center, with a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 32 minutes. We are monitoring the flight of Orion.
Oh my goodness. So the next thing they should do is jettison the Orion staging adapter shroud. There should be 3 of them coming off. And then they should jettison
the astronauts woke up today at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period, and then their daily planning conference.
I know.
Since then, the crew has gotten into their activities for the day, including exercise, as well as conducting the OX suit, or Orion Crew Survival System suit, or the static intolerance garment test.
Something popped off there. Did you see it? Watch, something came off.
That orthostatic intolerance
Generally,
garment
you don't
applies
want
lower
that.
body compression to counteract an effect that can make it difficult to stand up without some dizziness upon return to Earth.
Yeah.
The crew members are
Top and
taking
bottom
turns
mutter, I saw it.
conducting measurements on each other and then trying on those garments.
Another thing came off. Something's
The
delaminating.
crew confirmed today that this is their last day that they will all be exercising. Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Cook has exercise on her timeline.
So why is it black and white? This is near
Tomorrow
infrared.
will be full of preparations ahead of return to Earth. They'll be configuring the cabin and studying their re-entry preparations.
Right,
Later this
Coltec?
evening, they'll conduct the manual piloting demo. If you recall, we saw this happen a couple of days ago as well. This is the second part of that demonstration where 2 other crew members will get a chance to manually fly Orion.
I don't know if this was from Rat 55. Potter, it might be. There's the shroud. So, oh my goodness, look at how crisp that picture is. You know how far that is away? So, look. You got shroud propagation there. Look, so the shrouds come off, right? And you see how they're perfectly symmetrical. They separate, because there's 3 of them, they separate in a triangle. What's going on here is you're seeing plume interaction between the jettisoned shrouds and the exhaust gases coming out of said shrouds. Watch what happens. So right now they're falling down next to the rocket, right? When they get down to the plume, they'll get shot out sideways. Watch. See, there they go. It looks like this one didn't get ejected as far as we might think, but the 2 on the sides got shot left. There's last jettison. Oh my goodness, look at that. You can see the whole thing. That's the launch abort system. Once they get high enough up, you don't need it anymore.
Discovery, go at
If
throttle
you
up.
need to abort, you just dump the capsule and then re-enter. Hey, Miff. That's nice. Oh. So it says location UCS 9. So this is a point at Kennedy Space Center. This was shot on the ground, dudes. LAS is the launch abort system. Yeah, it's the ejector seat. You don't need it once you get high enough up there. It's crazy that the one shroud that didn't get shot out by the plume interaction is just kind of chilling there. See that? The fact that you can see it and you can clearly make out the shape is ridiculous. There's the other one. Looks like...
Integrity Houston for 4K.
It looks like the SLS core stage dogleg to the right because the shrouds are going that way. And the rocket's going that way. They fall into the ocean, Semper Zero. Those are not reused. It's a one-time use component.
Integrity for 4K. We're still having trouble getting 4K data on the ground. We'd like you to check in 26.4.2902 that the IP address is set correctly on the webpage. Correction, that's step 3.
That is the gnarliest, some of the gnarliest footage I think I've ever seen. I did, Armin. Yeah, the Nutella jar. Yep. IP addresses, yep. Everything I know about space tells me that's not possible. What? A Nutella jar? Why?
And integrity correction in step 3, that's the destination address.
Why would, Armin, where are you getting confused? Why would bringing a Nutella jar into space be fake? I don't understand. I mean, how they get their food. Deep fried. Glass is dangerous.
Okay, give me the procedure number again.
And Ike, that's 26.4.2902, Step 3, we're looking for a destination address of 10.110.1.98.
It's not glass. Nutella comes in a plastic jar. At least it does over here. And considering they launched from the U.S., I think. Wait, is Nutella glass overseas? Did they put it in a glass jar? Because over here it's plastic. In Europe, it's glass. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. There's your problem. Oh, well, Airman, well, that solves that problem. It's plastic over here, dude. It's plastic. That's why they brought it up there. Well, there you go.
Okay, Houston, yeah, I apologize for taking so long to get in sync with you. I was actually just looking to see where this procedure would have come up, and so I'm not finding it referenced in either the 4K downlink setup procedure or the 4K downlink test. So that's some feedback for you, or direct me to where I missed it. But now give me the procedure again, and then I'll call you when I'm ready to copy the IP address.
All right, Victor, thanks for that feedback on the procedures. We are just getting in that the ground station is seeing good, clear video from Integrity. Now the problem is somewhere on the ground, and we'll sort it out from here. Thank you.
Canada has both plastic and glass. Yeah, it's
Okay,
all plastic.
I'd still like to go
here.
check that setting and not do anything with it, but can I have that procedure?
Victor, it's 26.4.2902, 26.4.2902.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that. And I am going to look. I will not change anything, but I did not see a reference to this procedure in the previous two activities.
Roger. You should not have to get into this particular procedure for the setup. This is troubleshooting.
Okay, copy. That makes sense. Thank you for that. And just for your awareness, it is set up per the procedure.
Harvard's
Perfect.
plastic
Thank
in
you.
Mexico. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, okay. So that solves that problem. Yeah, I don't know how well you'd fare taking glass into space. I probably wouldn't do that because if it breaks, you're gonna get shards everywhere, and somebody will ultimately breathe that in, right? Yeah, you would want to use plastic. You would not want to use a glass jar in space. That would be bad. Yeah, glass is also higher mass, guys. You got to consider the delta V formula, right? The more rocket you have on your rocket and the less fuel you have on your rocket means you can't go as far, right? So if you use plastic instead of glass, that's less rocket on your rocket and more fuel on your rocket means you can go further, right?
This
so
is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You heard the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, troubleshooting with the teams here on the ground why we might not be seeing the 4K video that is being routed. Got confirmation that one of the ground sites is able to receive that video, so teams here are troubleshooting why we might not be getting it in the room. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is in her exercise period.
My question is, why was it in a jar instead of a squeeze bag?
Later today, Christina Cook and Reed Wiseman will get into their opportunity to test the orthostatic intolerance garment. And Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will each take turns exercising.
So Fraulein, they'll be, yeah, Matt, I've been seeing that too. I'm like, please stop. So they will be back down on Friday evening. No, Burly Guy, I was watching some footage of the SLS launch. They did have I was noticing some parts of the vehicle did come off during various phases of ascent. Honestly, if that was the shuttle, I'd be way more concerned, but it's not. It's SLS. It's one-time use. Who cares? I mean, it should be documented, and you should take into account everything, you know. Oh, someone's really working out now. I think Christine is getting it right now. Gotta get them gains. There's a color version of the launch you just watched. Cool. Are we still doing phrasing? Are we still doing phrasing? I thought we weren't doing phrasing anymore. Getting after it. God, you guys are sick. You guys need to go outside. Holy crap, that's not healthy. You got to go outside, dude. You got to go outside, man. Jeez. I was just outside. I don't think you were. Can I read your last? What's up? Do you know if Christina Cook is an Eagles fan? She's from Michigan, so probably not. Phrasing was last season. Yeah, right? Are we still doing phrasing? I thought we weren't doing phrasing anymore. She's an Eagles fan? Really? How did somebody from Grand Rapids end up becoming an Eagles fan? Michigans, that's right. Oh, nice, Oz. Cool. You touched grass today and petted your goats. Oh, I'm good. You sure that wasn't in like Minecraft, right? Like, proof. How does that happen? People make poor choices in sports teams all over the country. It happens. You know what, Tiberian? That's really good. That's really good. You're right. That's really astute. You're absolutely correct. Are you saying we need to contain the Michigan line? No. It's just that Michigan is not near Philadelphia. There is a Great Lake and an Ohio in the way. Where are the aliens at? I don't know, man. I think we should find them, though. My thing about aliens is that, yeah, they're probably out there, dude. And I'm a big spaceflight nutcase. There's probably aliens out there, dude. But think about it. I'd rather be the one finding them rather than them finding us. I want Starship Troopers. I don't want Independence Day. Understand? Oh God, Michiganders are like sleeper cells. If you say Michigan, they're like, huh? Go blue, go blue, go blue. Source: my wife's from Detroit. It's like just a sleeper cell. They're everywhere. Michigan mentioned.
With a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 21 hours, and 46 minutes, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization known as Aero, Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this on your own at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis.
There's always an
spacecraft is now 92,744 miles away from the moon.
Why haven't they sent...
When the crew woke up this morning at 10:35 a.m. Central, we were 83,549 miles away from the moon.
I'll type it to you.
Almost 10,000 miles farther than we were just a few hours ago.
So, American Llama, why haven't we sent rovers to the moon? Because we haven't prioritized it. Don't worry. There's plenty of lunar rover missions in the works. There's a program at NASA called the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, or CLPS for short, which the current NASA administrator really plans on ramping up. Rovers, landers, base components, whatever. There's a bunch of stuff. So yeah, give it some time. We just they just shifted plans, so and prioritized the moon base, which is great. All right. At what point will they release that 2 moon is bad wording and fix it? I don't know what that means. Okay, I'm going to mute that. That's probably great. So this is the high resolution visible spectrum from that same camera point. Or is it? Hold on. Is it LCS 09? Give me 1 second. Oh, no, UCS 15. Different camera location. Everest, did you watch the NASA stream on mute? Because if you watch it on mute, it don't count. What if we import random moon microbes? We'd have to first figure out that those exist. You ain't gonna know until you go. Ooh. Do you think there could be a more advanced life out there than us? But we don't have the capabilities to reach us yet? That's most likely what's going on, Alps, if I would... if I had to guess. Give me 1 sec, dude. Fascinating. Sapphire normal? Yep. That's an aerodynamic dead zone. That happens. Happens to every rocket. So what's happening here is the air is rushing by on the sides here. And the rocket engines are shooting out lots of gases. And because of this, I believe it's called, what is it? The Magnus or the Coanda effect? I think it's Coanda. Basically, the rocket engine's firing makes a vacuum and it pulls all the air out of the back of the vehicle. And the air that's rushing by on the sides can't turn into there in time. So you get what's called a stagnation zone. It's an aerodynamic dead zone. And it not only is it an aerodynamic dead zone, it's an aerodynamic dead zone at low pressure. So if you have a lot of heat coming off your rocket engines, spoiler alert, that's a little warm, right? That heat energy gets trapped in that low pressure pocket and it starts to burn things. That heat has to go somewhere, and it's already all saturated the low pressure air in there. It already heated up all the air molecules. So it's going to start looking to burn stuff. That happens with every rocket. It even happened with the space shuttle. If you watch a space shuttle launch, watch some old footage from a space shuttle, the back of the external tank gets scorched for this exact reason. Yeah, sure, no problem, D-Money. Like, you could see that there's air coming down the SRB, and the SRB aft skirt, which houses the thrust vector control systems for the nozzles, because the nozzles have 8 degrees of thrust vector control. You could see that the air is shooting off, and you're getting nasty flow separation here. And you could see that the air gets really turbulent. See how it's kind of like bumpy? It's very turbulent air coming off the edge.
Terry Houston for the crew. We're going to private up OE2, and flight's going to give you a call here shortly.
Yeah, see, look, that heat has to go somewhere.
Copy, we're switching.
Oh, hold on. Something came off over there on the left side. The shroud. Left side SRB shroud delaminated. Well, it didn't delaminate. That is a thermal insulative cover over the shroud. It definitely started to come off there. Oh, nope, shroud pierced. If this was an RSRM, that would be really bad. You wouldn't want that, but it's SLS, so they're expendable, so it doesn't really matter. But so see how the shroud is kind of maintaining cohesion over here? It's one piece. Look, that dead zone, that dead aerodynamic zone that I was talking about gets so violent because it's this huge dead zone that's interacting with air coming down the side of the vehicle that it's enough to rip stuff apart. See? The shroud perforated. That's not good. Obviously, it's not an issue here. I want to be very clear. It would be bad if you were trying to reuse the SRB because, look, the heat shroud is penetrated, right? And that very, very high energy air, that low pressure air that's carrying a ton of heat, is now going up inside of the SRB skirt because of that. It's probably not a lot. It's probably not a big deal. But inside of that is only basically the steering wheel. That's the thrust vector control system. That's how the rocket steers itself. Probably don't want that happening. Now that heat energy is going up inside of the shrouds, because the shroud is making even more of a dead zone. It's making a vacuum and it's going up there. And it's most likely burning whatever is next to it in there. Yeah, that's not great, dude. Once again, it's inconsequential to the launch. It worked just fine. But honestly, the shroud staying in one piece, you probably want it to stay in one piece. That's not great. It's, I would say, slightly off nominal performance at best. Probably not physically from the booster, but if you put a heat shroud on this thing and it doesn't work, then what was the point of the heat shroud? You know what I mean? What are we looking at? This is the Artemis 2 ascent footage. This is in the visible light spectrum. Yeah, see little parts and pieces are coming off. It seems to not be that big of a deal now. It's great footage, dude.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. You did hear the team call up to the crew that they would have a privatized loop. This means they're allowed to have a private conversation with anyone here on the ground, specifically the flight director. It allows them to be transparent when asking or answering any questions, considering all of their other communications go out live.
How much thrust do these SRBs generate? 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust per 5 segment. What is that in pounds? It's like 2.2 million pounds of thrust out of each booster. That's an estimation. It's a lot. The SRBs right now are doing like 80% of the work. Without those, the core stage wouldn't have enough thrust to actually go up. What's the most fancy space term you know? Supersonic retro propulsion. $14.7 meganewtons, 3.3 million pounds of thrust. Thank you, Thomas. That was an easy one. Do the RS-25 exhaust mutate the SRB exhaust in any way? No, the RS-25s are regeneratively cooled. They're designed to operate in close proximity to each other. It's much more likely the radiant heat that's coming off of the SRB nozzle that's cooking that thing, along with the low pressure. Thrust tailing off an SRB, standing by for separation. Here we go. Should be coming up on SEP here in a moment. Effectively, one Ford F-350 crew cab Super Duty. Any unit but the metric system, Thomas. I appreciate you. There it is. Woof. I love RS-25s. Yeah. It's a shame seeing them used like this, but, you know, it's fine. Is this a private video? Oh, yeah. No, you can't have any. Do the SRBs also gimbal during roll and pitch? Yes, Sloth. The RS-25s really don't come into primary thrust vector control, like the thing that steers it, until after separation. It's better than not having a moon rocket, correct? Are they controlled remotely, that the fuel pieces that fall off? So half past half, what you're seeing is just the byproduct of an SRB no longer being able to maintain thrust. The solid rocket fuel inside of those tubes basically is mostly burnt up, and it's not enough to be able to make it what's called a jet out the nozzle. So they kind of cough and sputter as they shut off. Like that, yeah, that's normal. That happens when an SRB does what's called a thrust tail off.
Houston integrity on 1 with the 4K downlink setup. We're curious if we can deconfigure so that we can take some photos with the 35mm lens.
Shroud, last jettison. Yeah.
Checking.
Pause. We have checking, over. I'm going to go back over to live coverage. I love the RS-25, but I still think that the RS-68 would be a better fit. Did they consider using them instead? Yes, they did. They found that RS-68s don't like operating next to a gigantic SRB like that. The RS-68s are using a ablative nozzle, lava, and yeah, you would have a hard time operating them next to 5-segment SRBs. That's why they used RS-25s instead. Because RS-25s are regenerative.
And
cool.
Victor, you can take charge of that camera.
We are checking, over. Yes, roger. Roger, go with plan A, question. Pit now, wait, no, don't, never mind, stay out, stay out. Why are the SRBs getting ejected so early? It seemed like they still got fuel left. So Zevin, when they start spewing out chunks like that, that means they're pretty much done. An SRB doesn't really shut off per se like it does in Kerbal. It just doesn't make enough pressure to be able to make thrust. There's a certain point during an SRB's kind of ignition life, right, where it goes from making thrust to making a nice flamethrower. And they jettison it right at that point of kind of transition when the thrust tails off and it gets below the threshold where keeping the SRBs on is useful. But they don't really shut off, right? They just separate and they're just spewing out flames, and eventually it'll get put out when they come back down. Now, in another world, they'd be reused, but we don't like doing that, which is stupid. Another week at Mena. Yeah, but Fluffy, they have a teeny bit of data on running RS-25 with SRBs. Yeah, but the thing is like, wanting to use RS-25s on a super heavy launch vehicle is like entering a Ferrari into a demolition derby. It's like, wait, what? That's what you want to do with that? Like, I'm going to pay 500 grand for a Ferrari and then put it in a demo derby. Like, that's what we're doing with that. Like, do we know how much each one of those SRBs cost? Doku, they're pretty dang expensive for what they are right now, but if we fly SLS more, the price will go down. It's a lot. It's high. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I'd have to go look. It's expensive. Just wrap the RS-68s in copious amount of asbestos. Well, yeah, Lava, we can't do that because my environment. Have you seen Stoke Space's new post about the completed Stage 1 structure?
This is Artemis Mission Control at a mission elapsed time of...
The hot dog? Mospeda? Yeah, I've seen the hot dog. Yeah.
You can see we've got some exercise happening on the spacecraft, judging by that movement.
Yeah, I've seen the hot dog.
It's still slated to be Christina Cook's exercise portion of the day. And to avoid any damage to the solar arrays, because of this movement, they park them in a safe harbor or a safe configuration ahead of exercise.
See? The hot dog.
You heard some communications about the OPCOM demo, those laser communications that we are testing out to use infrared light instead of traditional radio waves. We weren't able to access that 4K video streaming here in Mission Control Houston, but we did get confirmation it was received elsewhere.
Woof. It's a nice first stage, man. Stoke's really doing
Coming
work.
up next, Mission Specialist 2, Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will get into his exercise. In contrast to the exercise we've seen so far today for Reed Wiseman and Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen and Victor Glover will be conducting resistive exercise. The flywheel system allows for both resistive and aerobic.
Why don't they get
Reed
sponsors?
Wiseman and Christina Cook will also
Why don't they get sponsors from big companies?
And
They tried that once in the 90s. I can assure you it's not as all right, let me just show you. I don't want that. I'm serious. This is not photoshopped. That absolutely happened. Pizza Hut helped sponsor the Zvezda launch on the Proton M rocket in the 90s. That's an ISS module up at the top. It's a DOS module. Yeah, that's a space station module. I don't want that, Bay. I don't think you want that either. It sounds like a good idea, but no. No. No, I don't need my rocket to look like a NASCAR or something. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want that. And I don't think you want that either. Give me 1 second, guys.
Integrity Houston, if you can confirm that Christina is complete with her exercise, we will maneuver Integrity back to a nominal tail to sun attitude.
Sorry about that. I had a meeting. It was important.
She has just stopped right this second.
All right, we'll start our 2-minute array damping counter and then maneuver you. And of course, when we get into our nominal maneuver, you will not have to run the attitude maneuver procedure if there's a loss of comm.
Understood. Thanks, Dan.
Can you tell us what engines, propellants they are using in that recent Minotaur 4 launch? Solid rocket propellant, dude.
Those communications coming to you from the Orion spacecraft. Also named Integrity. The Artemis 2 crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity and announced that last year. They say it embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. Integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the Canadian Space Agency. That was Christina Cook calling down to let the ground team know she had completed exercise. They are going to maneuver the spacecraft and have to set a short timer to allow the motion to settle out before they do so. We are about 15 minutes away from today's mission status briefing here at Johnson Space Center. And if you are interested in watching that, you don't need to go anywhere. You can remain on this YouTube feed on NASA's channel. But we do have a second feed if you are looking for clean audio and not the briefing. So you can stick right here if you're interested in the briefing. You won't need to leave at all. But if you want to switch over, we'll be over there as well.
No. Baboon, on the VOD, you can only do a 48-hour VOD. You can only stream for 48 hours at a time before the stream auto cuts. YouTube does it every 12 hours. The reason why is because some guy tried to stream World of Warcraft for like 3 days straight, and he unfortunately passed away on stream, so Twitch limited it to 48 hours. But don't worry, we're live streaming all the way to recovery.
For Victor and repress acoustics.
I don't know when that was, but it was a little while back, and that's awful, dude. I feel bad.
Victor, it's in the procedure, but we really need to make sure when you start the acoustic monitor, please give us a time hack for the repress acoustic.
So the service module and the solar panels get jettisoned, Mitko. Orion.
That's right. I forgot to call you. I already restarted. Do it again and give you a hack. I restarted it about a minute ago.
From here?
Copy. Let us know.
From here, back, gets jettisoned. That is not reusable. It's a one-time use system. Inside of this kind of ring right there is Orion's heat shield. The heat shield is a one-time use thing, but it is replaceable, right? And then anything from kind of this line forward is fully reusable.
Houston Integrity restarting the acoustic monitor for the repress recording in 3, 2, 1, hack. Recording started.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
You live somewhere near where the solar panels are produced. That's cool, 1000. Neat.
You are welcome.
And integrity, you're back in bias tail to sun.
Cool. Capsule's back in regular orientation. Victor started the acoustic monitor to measure what the craft...
Okay, copy that, Stan. Is the vehicle ready for me to start exercise?
We need a couple minutes, Jeremy.
Okay, just call when I can go.
We will do that.
Here in Artemis Mission Control, the team's changing the attitude of the spacecraft and configuring the solar arrays yet again for another exercise opportunity, this time for Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. If you're enjoying hearing from the astronauts, we spoke with them recently and have an episode on Houston. We have a podcast with all 4 crew members. NASA has a suite of podcasts, and ours here at Johnson Space Center is Houston. We have a podcast with over 400 episodes with scientists, engineers, astronauts, and more, discussing everything from the International Space Station to Orion to the work that happens here on the ground. You can find those at nasa.gov/podcasts.
Integrity, Jeremy, you are go for exercise.
Okay, Stan, Jeremy is hopping on now, and I have placed a couple photos in a folder on PCD3 with the GMT date and window inspection for the team.
Copy, we will start getting those down ASAP.
Anyone aboard the ISS? There's 7 people on the ISS right now. There is 2 Russians, 4 Americans, and 1 ESA astronaut from France, Sophie Ardenot. So I'd have to look up who the cosmonauts are that are up on the station are right now.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 6 days, 22 hours, and 16 minutes into the flight of humans aboard Orion. The first flight of humans aboard Orion, and the first time we've seen...
So, at the space station, you have 2 Russians, Sergei Skverchkov. I can't say his name, I'm sorry. It's a tough one. And then Sergei Mikheyev. And then there's 4 NASA astronauts. There's Chris Williams, Jack Hathaway, Jessica Meir. Okay, so there's 3 Americans and there's 3 Russians right now. There's also Andrei Fedayev and Sophie Ardenot from France. So we got 3 Americans, 3 Russians, and a European. 7 people on the ISS. There's 14 people in space total right now. There's everybody that I just said, which is 7 people. There's 3 on the Chinese space station, and then there's 4 on the Artemis 2 mission. 14 people in space. Not a record high, but still, I guarantee you we have 14 people over 3 different stations and spacecraft. I bet you that's probably very diverse for the amount of people
actual correct thing to do is to turn off live view in between recording sessions to give the camera a chance to cool down.
Understood. Thank you. We will do that. While I have you, I wanted to note that unfortunately I forgot to run the accelerometers during my exercise.
China has the space
Copy,
station.
we appreciate the report.
The ConOps for the Artemis 3 mission, Lava Eagle, have not been released yet. It might be a high Earth orbit mission.
Those
In fact,
communications from NASA astronaut Chris.
If it was up to me, it would be a high orbit mission. You get more deep space research on Orion and deep space research on your lander. And also, you can get at least some decent data on that heat shield.
Communications, we do have a second stream on YouTube. You can
press
check
conference
that
is
out.
coming.
Once the briefing is over, this will continue to be our primary stream for covering the mission.
Tomorrow is ESAR. I know, Dennis. We'll double box it with the mission here. Absolutely. Okay, so it's time for the press conference, guys. During the press conference, when people are giving their opening remarks, I tend to be quiet. So, yeah, I try to listen here. But, yeah, they've got the audio, and they will give the handover to the press conference here in a second. Is it crewed? Is what crewed? The Chinese space station right now? Yes, there are 3 people on the Chinese space station. Honestly, I could... So the 3 taikonauts that are on the space station, taikonaut is what the Chinese call, that's how they say they're astronauts. The Russian use cosmonauts. Zheng Lu, Wu Fei, and Zheng Hongzheng. And I'm not saying their names right. I know I'm not saying their names right. I apologize. I don't speak Mandarin, and I don't know how to say any of that. But yeah, that's we got a pretty diverse amount of people. 14 people in space on 3 different spacecraft. That's pretty good, man. Any quick thoughts on the helium-3 potentially being mined, harvested on the moon? Hey, Hut, I don't think that a good reason to go to the moon is to mine something that we think might be useful for potential fusion power generation. But at least not initially. Like, you should be going to the moon for other reasons. But I don't know. Just me. So we have, yeah, there's a European up there. There's 3 Americans on the space station, 3 Americans on Artemis. So we got 6 Americans up there. There's 3 Russians, there's 3 Chinese, and there's 1 European astronaut. Like I said, nice diverse amount. That's good. That's what we want. We want more people in space. What did I miss? I don't know. The astronauts woke up and they're just configuring the they were configuring cameras on board, and today's big at least at the beginning part of the day, today's big thing is doing a long duration workout to see how doing a long duration workout on the Orion capsule works. And a Canadian. Well, yeah, 3 humans and a Canadian. Push-up time for you. I already did push-ups, dude. NASA has cut the audio, and now without the buzz from the Orion dial tone, my ears are like. Stupid question. Does the moon have a core? Yeah, Alex, but it's not molten and warm like ours is. It was at some point, but that wasn't because of plate tectonics. The moon's core was warm because something really big hit it. That's what those gray regions are on the close side of the moon, right? The darker gray. Dig in the daily pressers. I agree. Did you catch the weather forecast for splashdown? They didn't broadcast it, weather guy. Yeah, I think it was called Earth. Yeah, Liana, maybe. I actually think that what happened is that the moon was part of this planet, and something hit it so hard it it knocked a chunk off billions of years ago. Will some of those 14 land on Mars? There are no missions that are up there right now that are scheduled to go to Mars. Maybe sometime in the future. The leading theory is Mars is a size planetesimal struck the primordial Earth and then broke off to form the moon. Yeah, maybe. You know what? If we go to the moon, maybe we could find that out. Yeah, I know. It's a good idea. So NASA has the audio cut. They were getting ready for the press conference, and yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Any lip readers? I don't think so. The moon is very slowly spiraling away from Earth. Yeah, that's because of Earth precession. Precession is pushing the moon away. Did the astronauts from Artemis 2 step on the moon? No, they just did a flyby. They're testing their spacecraft first. So they just flew by. That's footage from Artemis 1, but they went out around the moon and came back. No landing this time. The reason why is because, one, you want to make sure that your capsule's good to go. You want to make sure that the way that you get out to the moon can actually do it without any problems, right? The second thing is we don't have the landers yet. We should build the landers. We are building the landers. They'll be here soon. What programming language are they using? A lot of spacecraft use Linux, Hitman, but I don't know off the top of my head for Orion or NASA with this particular project.
To Discovery.
And here we go.
That guy ever moved the grapes? I never found out. We should probably go back and scrub through the VOD.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Welcome to our Artemis 2 status update.
I'm going to shut up for a second.
I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA leaders here this afternoon to talk about how the flight test has been going as the crew heads back toward Earth. They are Lakeisha Hawkins, Deputy for Artemis, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director for the mission, Debbie Korth, Orion Deputy Program Manager, and joining us by phone from the USS John P. Murtha, Lily Villarreal, the Artemis Landing and Recovery Director. We'll have some opening remarks as usual, and then we'll get into questions, and we'll start with Lakeisha.
Thank you. And thank you for your continued interest in our mission and in Artemis. So we're into flight day 8. And the mission continues to go well as the crew prepares to transition back to Earth and we get ready for entry day. After an exciting day of science on Monday and a day for the crew to recover and then achieve some other flight objectives yesterday, the team is turning our attention to the return and getting the crew safely home. Now, because this is a development flight, we are thinking about what we can still learn in the remaining days to better understand the systems and to inform future missions. And we're still getting a lot of imagery down from the spacecraft and from the crew. And I wanted to share a couple of the imagery highlights today. The crew was able to send down a group photo, and it's great to see them doing so well and in such great spirits. And I'm happy to see Rise there front and center with the team. We can't wait to welcome those smiling faces home. Now, the crew also took an image yesterday of the Milky Way, which is stunning. And free from atmospheric interference, the crew could see the glowing ribbon of stars and filaments, a clear view of our home galaxy. So I also wanted to highlight a few additional things that we're learning through this test that are directly feeding forward to our next missions, including Artemis 3. Now, in the area of science, in addition to the lunar science activities that we saw on Monday, our other science and payload activities continue to progress as planned. At the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, our Payload and Mission Operations Division is operating our Avatar, or also the immune biomarkers experiment, as well as the standard measure activities. And these activities are going to really help us understand how the deep space environment impacts the astronauts during the Artemis missions. The experiments about human health are going to give us data that we need to be able to live on the moon longer as we develop the moon base and be able to prepare for farther trips like going on to Mars. During Apollo, they didn't gather this kind of human health data, and we can't get this information during low Earth orbit missions. So in terms of performance of the hardware, as we heard from the administrator yesterday, the mobile launcher is in good condition overall. And while we need to fix a few things, having the mobile launcher in good condition really ensures that we'll be ready to start stacking the Artemis 3 vehicle according to the timeline that supports launching that mission next year. You heard previously that the SLS performance was about as good and flawless as we could have expected. And the SLS team already has begun digging into all of that data for detailed post-flight analysis to see if any refinements need to be made going forward. And the data that we're getting from the Orion manual piloting demonstrations, including the proximity operations demonstration we had after launch, are critical to ensuring that we can dock with human landers during Artemis 3 and beyond. And we heard in real time from Victor during the ProxOps demonstration how precise the handling appeared to have been, and the other demonstrations are proving us with even more data. We have lessons we're going to address before Artemis 3, including some of our water valve operations, the wastewater venting that you've heard quite a bit about, as well as the service module pressure control assembly operations. And we're also learning about how long some of the activities inside the cabin should take. Our suit demonstration from several days ago provided helpful insights for future suit crew emergency operations if we should need them. We've also elected to skip the radiation shielding or parts of it, the demonstration, to allow more time for transition of the cabin to prepare for entry. And Rick will talk a little bit more about that. And these learnings are helping us get ready for our next mission. And when the mission goes well, it can look like flying to the moon is easy. It certainly is not. We can't forget that this is a test flight and are taking everything that we're learning forward to support the next mission. This has been a good mission so far, and we're nearing the end, having retired a significant number of risks over recent days. But the team remains focused, and we're making sure that we don't take our eye off the ball. Countless hours of people working together behind the scenes have been preparing for these moments, and people are still giving their all to ensure mission success. We continue to improve to make our ultimate goals of going to the lunar surface, building the moon base, and eventually sending the first humans to Mars a reality. So I appreciate your continued interest, and with that, I'll pass it to Rick to provide an update on operations as we get ready to bring the crew home.
Thanks, Lakeisha. So since we last got together, there's been a number of activities completed last night as well as today. Our primary activity yesterday evening was to perform our first return trajectory correction maneuver, RTC number 1. That was 1.6 feet per second. It lasted 15 seconds, and it was using the service module reaction control system thrusters. That burn was initiated at 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time last night. As far as today, we were able to get the crew in their orthostatic intolerance garments. These are special garments designed to help ensure the proper blood flow for the crew members when they return to the pull of Earth's gravity. It was important to get this and try this out today so that the crew has an understanding of what it's like to put this on entry day. We also were able to successfully stream a 4K video using the optical communication system, which continues to prove to be an extremely valuable tool in our beyond Earth orbit space flights. The crew also performed a couple of recordings for their National Geographic payload activity. They did a few PAO events. And later this evening, we're going to do a couple of manual piloting demonstrations. One will be to use the docking camera to point the spacecraft towards a celestial body. And the celestial body we're going to use for that activity is Arcturus. Once that activity is complete, we're going to do another manual piloting demonstration where the crew is going to center the Earth in the field of view of one of the windows, and then they're going to fly the spacecraft to an attitude where the tail points towards the sun. This is important in order to be able to show that the flight crew can maneuver their spacecraft to get power and generate power so they can continue to power the subsystems on board the spacecraft. Finally, we're going to finish with a portion of that radiation shelter demonstration that Lakeisha talked about. Ultimately, the radiation shelter demo was largely a stowage activity for us. We had to remove a bunch of stowage from a couple of lockers and show that we could get a crew member to shelter in that locker. While we don't need any more practice moving stowage around, we're going to get plenty of that on flight days 9 and 10. It was important to show that we could provide proper ventilation to the astronaut if they were to shelter in that stowage. And so the way we're going to provide good ventilation is through the suit umbilical. So when the crew members put their launch and entry suits on for entry, one of the umbilicals they made is for airflow. And we would repurpose that umbilical and show that we could provide proper airflow to the astronauts when they're in somewhat of a confined space of the stowage locker. Once we get through today's activities, then the focus really is going to shift to entry. And I think the first graphic is important to show up here for some of those critical events. You know, the first one that we're really going to have to keep our eye on is crew module and service module separation. That's going to happen about 20 minutes before entry interface. Once we get through the separation of the service module, we're going to do one final burn. It's called our crew module raise burn. This is typically not a burn that's going to be required, but it's our final opportunity to fine-tune our flight path angle before entry interface. So we'll perform that about 16.5 minutes before entry interface. Once that burn is complete, the spacecraft is going to make a couple of roll maneuvers. This will provide additional separation between the service module, which is headed for a destructive entry in the Earth's atmosphere, from the crew module, which obviously contains our 4 astronauts. Once those rolls are complete, the crew will go visors down, and then they will be in a isolated environment in their launch and entry suit until after splashdown. We'll hit entry interface at 400,000 feet, about 1,950 miles away from our landing site, and that's when the fun really begins. The 24 seconds after entry interface, we'll hit our blackout, which is the point at which the plasma has built up around the spacecraft such that it interferes with our ability for the transmitters on Orion to transmit telemetry. This is nominal. It'll last 6 minutes. Once that 6-minute blackout is done, Orion's going to be at about 150,000 feet. So still falling pretty quickly. We're going to be within a couple tens of miles of the landing site by that point. And then our focus is going to shift to deploying the parachutes. We've got 2 drogue parachutes that'll deploy. It'll be about 22,000 feet. That'll slow us down to about 200 miles an hour. And then we'll deploy the 3 main parachutes. Those are the orange parachutes you see in the image. That'll happen about 6,000 feet altitude, which will slow the spacecraft and her 4 inhabitants down to a gentle 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. We'll get the spacecraft power down about 15 minutes after splashdown, and then I'm going to hand over to Lily Villarreal, our recovery director, for mission authority. Let's go to the next graphic, which has a little bit more detail on some of those events. Here's a plot of what entry is going to look like. You can see it's only 13 minutes from entry interface until splashdown, so it's going to happen pretty quick. And the flight control team here in Houston, we're going to be without comms with the flight crew for 6 of those minutes. So it's going to start quickly, and it's going to be over even faster. Next page. And then for a graphic of all the parachutes that are going to deploy, the first thing before we deploy the drogue parachutes, we have to jettison something called the forward bay cover. It provides the protection for all the parachutes, and that's what's going to get jettisoned at about 35,000 feet. There's a window for the jettison of the forward bay cover, so if it doesn't happen at 35,000, it can happen lower, as low as 24. And nominally, we actually expect it to happen closer to 24,000 feet. Next page. And then if you're looking for a little bit of insight on our approach trajectory, we're going to have entry interface a little bit southeast of Hawaii. And after we fly 1,957 miles over the surface of the Pacific Ocean, we'll be landing in our targeted landing site off the coast of California. I think that's all I have for graphics, so I will turn over to Debbie.
All right. Thank you, Rick. So yeah, I'm happy to be back today, able to report that the Orion systems are all operating nominally, remain healthy, and we are just trekking our way home from the moon. So really excited to be just a few days away from that happening. Did want to talk a little bit about something you may not have seen yet. And if you pull up the full first graphic, it's a short video. Our engineering team supports the mission from a facility called the Mission Evaluation Room. It's the MIR. And so this is pictures of our team. There's 24 separate consoles, so this is different than the flight control room that you see a lot on NASA TV. These are our engineering expertise that supports Rick's flight control team. And so they've been on console since about 48 hours before launch, keeping a close eye on all of the systems, looking at all the data, modifying procedures as needed, and then just watching how the systems are performing. So providing all really deep technical insight to that operating team. So that's also located here in Building 30 in the Mission Control Center. And so that's our MIR team working hard around the clock supporting the spacecraft. Second graphic I have is a few days ago I showed you some imagery of the crew module images we got down from our first external survey that was right after the TLI burn. So we actually do another external survey on the way home. This is our inbound external inspection. So I think go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is kind of 2 different views of the spacecraft. Again, did a comprehensive review of all the imagery that we were getting down off the surface of the crew module. No concerns, no issues seen that would make us have any pause for the reentry phase. Everything is in excellent condition for that entry. So that's our pretty crew module. I think we have a couple of pictures of the service module as well. Yeah, so we obviously don't bring the service module home. As we mentioned, that gets separated about 40 minutes before splashdown. But we did get some nice imagery. And the next one I thought was interesting. It's a picture of the solar arrays, but it's actually the backside of the solar array, which we don't normally see. So anyway, poured over all this imagery, and everything looks really good for the return. Operations-wise, there's a few other things going on in the cabin. One interesting test that we're doing today is when you pressurize the cabin, the panels and things that are connected there, kind of shift around a little bit. And so we're having a demonstration of can you actually remove some fasteners in those panels and put them back in? Do the structures still line up enough that you can do that? This is to help us prove out if we needed to do any kind of maintenance or contingency access to like our ECLS system. So we'll be looking at that today to see if that demonstration works out well. We're also doing some demonstration what's called by 20 degree dead banding. This is pointing the spacecraft a little bit different throughout the day to test thermal responsiveness of the systems externally to see if we can expand our operating envelope for future missions. So I guess some other things, we've collected a lot of data on this mission. We'll be getting a lot of that data back when it comes back, but did want to mention a couple things. We've consumed 2,964 pounds of fuel in the service module. We have 4,285 to go. So clearly we had put a lot of margin into this mission to make sure we could fly it properly. 9,855 commands have been uplinked, so been busy for the flight control team and the MER team doing all of that. And then we mentioned the optical comm and how effective that has been in getting data down. 122 gigabytes of data downloaded. That was a record. That was in a single day. That was today. And a total of over 312 gigabytes of data coming down on that optical comm system. So that's been really helpful for us getting down some of this beautiful imagery. Cabin is currently at a 76 Fahrenheit degree, so the crew's quite comfortable. Everything looks really well. And I think that's probably it from me. Spacecrafts continue to operate nominally, and we are hard at work monitoring it until it gets home. So with that, I will hand it over to Lily.
Hi, good afternoon. Just checking to make sure you guys can hear me first.
We hear you, Lily.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us today. I'm currently at sea aboard the USS John P. Murtha with the joint NASA and military team who are ready to safely recover the crew once they splash down off the coast of California. The ship departed from Naval Base San Diego on time, and we are currently maneuvering the ship to the landing zone. Over the past couple of days, we have been completing final preparations on the ship, including training with the joint NASA and military team to refresh the skills and procedures that we've been practicing during underway recovery tests. I want to quickly walk you, however, through the process of how we will safely recover the Artemis II crew and the Orion spacecraft once they return from their trip around the moon. The ship and the small boats will be positioned at a safe distance at splashdown until the team has determined that their path of travel will be clear of any of the jettison hardware that Rick talked about. At splashdown, the crew in Houston will follow their post-landing procedures while our divers maintain a distance of about 120 yards to the capsule once we're cleared to go to the capsule. After handover from the flight director to the landing recovery director, the divers will approach Orion and they will conduct assessments of the air and water surrounding the capsule just to make sure that it's safe to approach and help the crew exit Orion. After ensuring the area is safe, they're going to go ahead and open the Orion hatch and help the astronauts from their seats to a large inflatable raft that we call the front porch. Once all 4 astronauts are on the front porch, we will tow the capsule away from the front porch, and the team will pick up from Navy helicopters which are deployed from the recovery vessel. 2 helicopters are going to rotate, picking up all 4 crew members before they return to the recovery ship within a few minutes of each other. Once the crew has exited the helicopters, they will proceed to the ship's medical bay to undergo routine post-flight medical checkups. We expect to recover the crew and deliver them to the medical bay within 2 hours of splashdown. With the crew safely out of the capsule and in tandem to the recovery, teams will work on towing Orion into the well deck of the ship using procedures that were very similar to those that we used on Artemis I. Once we have Orion safely inside and all the small boats are back on the ship, we will start making our return to Naval Base San Diego. Depending on our distance, by then the Artemis II crew will fly off the ship back to shore, we anticipate within 12 to 24 hours post-splashdown. Before I wrap up my remarks, I do want to take a moment to thank our partners from the U.S. military who are supporting our Artemis recovery efforts. Without them, we couldn't do what we're doing. We had a very successful recovery of the uncrewed Orion spacecraft during the Artemis I mission, and we feel confident that through our testing and training alongside the Navy and other collaborators, we will make Artemis II just as successful. With that, thank you, and I'll pass it back to Rachel.
Okay, it's time now for questions. We'll take questions here in the room and on the phone bridge. A reminder to those of you joining by phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. Please limit your question to 1, and especially with Lily joining us remotely, please let us know who your question is for. Let's start here with Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Quick question for Rick. Can you walk us through, I understand that loft trajectory was specifically planned out, but are there any contingency trajectories that you're also prepared to do in case anything is off nominal? And then I'd also love to clarify exactly what G-forces the astronauts are expecting to experience, whether in an off nominal or nominal situation. Thanks so much.
Yeah, good questions. I'll start with the more straightforward one with the G loads. For a nominal landing off the coast of San Diego, we're expecting 3.9 Gs. But we have a number of contingency trajectories which would land us further uprange or further away from our targeted landing site. We have, and when these contingencies are selected based on the severity of the problem. So we step deeper and deeper into the severity of the problem, which requires us to land shorter and shorter or further and further away from the landing sites. If we pursue one of those contingency trajectories, you could see G loads as high as 7 or 7.5 Gs.
Okay, we'll go with Josh here.
Hi, Josh, Aerospace.com. What kind of data is lost by skipping the radiation sheltering test, and what's the impact of not being able to practice those procedures beyond low Earth orbit until the lunar landing mission on Artemis 4?
So I would, I see the radiation shelter as not really being a lost set of data. As we reassess the timeline for the remainder of the mission, we found that there was still an opportunity to test out that suit umbilical airflow, which is arguably, in my mind, is the most important part of that demo, because the radiation shelter was, it's an area in the spacecraft that is kind of deep down in one of the stowage lockers. And so the part of the demo that we're not going to practice is the removal of the stowage from the stowage locker, which is something that we don't necessarily need to demonstrate as part of that particular test. We know how to remove stowage. The really important thing is to make sure that we can provide a habitable environment when the crew member is down in that locker. And airflow is critical to that. If you're in zero gravity, you can develop pockets of carbon dioxide if you don't have sufficient airflow, because there's no convection to move the air around when you're breathing, and you end up having kind of a pocket of CO2 forming around your face. So the airflow is the most important part of that demo, and we did find a way to achieve that objective.
Yeah, and I should maybe add too, the stowage part of that is practiced quite a bit over in the mock up here in Building 9. So the part of that you can really do in 1G, they've practiced many times. So feel confident it'll work.
I'll just add that we will also still get data with respect to radiation, as well as the avatar data, where we are getting effects of radiation on tissue chips from the crews. So in terms of actual better understanding of the impact of radiation, we will still get data associated with that.
Okay, we'll go here to Eric Berger and then to Marcia.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Question for Debbie, I think. You mentioned the external survey. There were no concerns, no issues that would give us any pause. Let's say in the very unexpected event that there was some serious MMOD damage, on the edge of the heat shield that you could see, or with the spacecraft. I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but what is the contingency plan? That there isn't one, right?
Correct. I mean, we aren't looking at the heat shield. Obviously, that's still covered by the service module. So this is just your thermal protection system. My understanding is we would modify our flight profile to try and accommodate that, but I don't know. There's nothing we can do hardware-wise. There's no way to go repair, for example.
I would add that depending on the nature of the damage, if that were even something that we would have to consider, you can assess the various flight profiles, the ballistic landing profile, the loads managed, and you could try to pick one that was the least stressing if there were something of concern. But as Debbie said, we did the survey, and there's nothing to be concerned about for entry.
Marcia.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. For you, Rick, what's the maximum speed coming back? Isn't it going to set a record? I think you promised us that.
Yes, we did.
Yes, and when and how will the capsule be coming back to Florida?
So as far as the speed, our prediction for Artemis 2, we're going to reach a max velocity of 34,965 feet per second. And that is less than the Apollo 10 record of 36,397.
And the answer on how it comes back to Florida, we'll be trucking it back. So it'll get some conditioning done as soon as it gets back to San Diego. Some quick inspections and other things we do there, but immediately, as quickly as we can, put it on a truck and it gets driven back to Florida, back to the facility where we'll start doing the deservicing there. It's closer to two weeks. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mark.
Mark Carroy with Aviation Week. The external imagery that you showed, was that what was taken yesterday morning?
Yeah, that was our inbound inspection. So yes, that was the most recent pictures.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. Just want to drill down primarily with Rick, I guess, on the crew's experience for entry. Are they going to be heads down at entry interface? Is there any pre-bank? And also, if you can elaborate on the G spikes, the way I understand it is they do that first pull out, there should be a spike, and then there's another one as you come back down on the second side of that. And then just one other add-on to that is, are there any DTOs, any manual control inputs, any PTIs or anything like that that are going to be done in this time frame?
So you're correct that the crew members are going to be heads down. That provides them a view of the horizon as they enter. If we were in a different attitude, you wouldn't have that horizon as a reference. Yeah, there are two different spikes in the G loads, but again, the max is 3.9, so you get about two similar 3.9 Gs on entry as you do the various roll reversals. Pre-bank, we do have, we'll roll in to capture the atmosphere right at entry interface, but we're predicting 5 of those roll reversals on the way down.
Jonathan.
Jonathan Seri with Fox News. Follow-up to that, we're talking about the Gs that the Artemis crew will experience. How does that compare to crews coming back from LEO, say in a Crew Dragon, in terms of Gs and also duration of reentry?
That's a really good question. I would hate to speculate on the numbers, and so maybe we could follow up with you afterwards and give you accurate numbers as opposed to me speculating.
Okay, we'll take a couple questions from the phone. The first is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I'm wondering if you can just walk us through the weather constraints for the landing location, if those do exist. And just to clarify, I guess I'm wondering what are the variables that you can change with this splashdown if there is some kind of technical issue discovered ahead of the reentry, and what can't you change? Thanks so much.
Sure. So for the weather constraints for splashdown, we're primarily looking at the wind conditions. We're looking at some of the wave conditions. We're looking at precipitation and thunderstorms. And as of now, our forecast for our landing site is winds out of the southwest, 10 knots, waves less than 4 feet with a wave period of 17 seconds. We're watching that cold front that I had mentioned over the past couple days. It's slowed down. It's also weakened in nature. And so the precipitation that we were watching is forecasted to be greater than 60 miles from the intended splashdown location. So we have some really favorable conditions. Should be a real nice day during the day in San Diego. That cold front will push through after splashdown, but it's looking like we'll have some favorable conditions for a nice landing on Friday. And there was another question, I think. Was there another? Maybe not. Okay.
I don't think so. About what variables you can affect?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So as far as the variables that affect the landing down modes, we call them down modes. If you have a contingency, we're really looking at things that affect the guidance, navigation, and control, and the propulsion systems. So we want to ensure that the spacecraft can still fly safely home. So we have some ways to alter the landing, which shortens our entry profile. We land further uprange. But they are certified spacecraft guidance, navigation, and control modes that will ensure a safe landing in multiple failure condition contingencies.
Okay, next we'll stick with the phone. We have Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is another question for Rick. What do you lose by not doing a skip reentry? Does that reduce the flexibility of where you can land?
From an operational perspective, it's that reduced range within which we can assess the weather conditions. But I don't know if Debbie has anything from a heat shield performance perspective to add.
Well, I think we did a lot of investigation after Artemis 1. We did do the full skip there, so we understand how the rest of the vehicle behaves, and done an extensive ground test program to understand how this heat shield behaves, and then so we can expand that to a larger skip, a real skip entry, starting with Artemis 3 again. So this is just one piece of our test flight program to get the full capability. I wouldn't say we're losing anything by going with the lofted entry on this flight. We knew that going into it, and we've built in the ground test program to get us the full skip entry for the future.
We'll do one more question on the phone, then come back to the room. The next question is from Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
Thank you. I'm asking a little bit more about the reentry inspection. So it seems like the heat shield's really kind of covered up. So I'm wondering, what you all are really looking for in the inspection. You said everything looked fine, but I'm wondering, what wouldn't be fine. And I'm also wondering, do we have any data on the heat shield that can't be seen? I don't know what it would be. I'm assuming not, but I'm just asking what, if anything's known about what's going on in the parts that are covered. Thanks.
Yeah, so the inspection we did was primarily for the back shells, and so that's I think it's about 1,300 different back shell tiles that are covered with that Ciox tape in most cases. So we're just looking to see if we see any notable damage that might give us a concern, that might want us to change how we do our reentry profile. The tiles themselves are very robust, and they have huge levels of margin, so we can accommodate some MMOD damage without compromising the vehicle. So we're just looking to evaluate, do we see anything that would be beyond what we think we can accommodate, and we really didn't see anything at all. So that's what we're looking at. In terms of the heat shield, no, we're not getting data off of that at this time. That's been covered with the service module. And so we will not be getting any data off of that until we hit that separation phase.
Bill Harwood with CBS. A question for Lily. Is Lily still on the line?
Yes.
Can you go over the crew extraction sequence? In other words, which astronaut comes off first? Do you alternate one on one chopper, one on the other, and then rotate back through? Can you like tell us who's first off, who's last off, and how they sequence the choppers? Thanks.
Yes, I can definitely answer that. The nominal plan is to open the hatch, and the first medic will go in and assess the crew right away, and then he will be helping the first crew member in seat 3, which is actually Jeremy. And then the second medic will enter, and he will go to Reed, and then we'll have the 2 follow-on medics along with the medical officer. The Navy medical officer will go in and take care of Victor and Christina. Once they assess that everything's well, the plan is to egress Christina first, then Victor, then Jeremy, and then Reed. Of course, if there are any situations medically where there's some concern, the medical officer has the right to egress the person who is impaired first, if needed. And that's pretty much the sequence that we will also pick up via helicopter.
We'll go with Will.
Thank you. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Question to Rick. You mentioned the remaining manual piloting events that are still left. Can you talk about which crew members are going to be doing what? And then just a quick one to Lakeisha. We've heard the crew during each of the crew planning briefings talk about the lights on the Avatar experiment. Some are on, some are off. Can you explain what a light being off actually means? Thanks.
Sure. As far as the manual piloting demonstration this afternoon, all 4 crew members are scheduled for that event. And from what I recall pre-flight, Reed really wanted to ensure that this spacecraft could be flown by pilots and non-pilots. And so I would expect everyone to have an opportunity to have a chance to fly the spacecraft so that we can understand the handling capabilities of Orion, both from a pilot's perspective as well as from a non-pilot, because by demonstrating that Orion is capable of being flown by pilots and non-pilots, you open the door for a wider range of future astronaut selections and flight crew assignments, because you no longer have to be beholden to there being a test pilot in the commander and pilot seats. You can really allow anyone in the astronaut corps to help fly that spacecraft.
Yeah, to your question about Avatar, we will get you someone to get you a specific answer about the lights on, lights off, but that's an autonomously run system. It's still got good power to it, and it is still functioning. It reported back that it's still functioning as it should, right? So we'll be looking forward to getting that off of the ship to get the data from it at the end of the mission. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ed Lavendera with CNN. Thank you for taking the time today. Can you talk about, and this might be a question for Lillian Reed, how many aircraft, drones, kind of getting eyes on the capsule as it's coming back in for re-entry? And is that number kind of standard, or is it more because this is the first time there's been a crew on this particular capsule re-entering?
Lily, do you want to take that one? I think you would probably be better suited to answer it.
I think it's good. Thank you. And Debbie can confirm that there's going to be at least 7 different aircraft, Spaceflight aircraft at different altitudes imaging the vehicle. And Debbie, correct me if I got that wrong.
No, that's correct. And it's a lot more than we had on Artemis 1. We've added quite a few more air assets to capture more imagery as the vehicle is coming down.
Correct. So besides those Spaceflight planes, we will be using 2 of the Navy military helicopters, MH-60s, with our own gimbals. They're going to be at different altitudes who will be much closer to the splashdown, taking imaging of the splashdown all the way until splashdown. If for some reason we have clouds, we also have additional gimbals on the bow of the ship to be able to capture that landing right when it happens right in front of the ship for us.
Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I was hoping to talk a little more about this being a test flight. We've talked a lot about the toilet, but can you give us a little more information on the water valve and the service module issues that you hope to learn from?
Sure. I think early in the mission we talked about a water valve in the water on-off valve in the potable water system that had we saw had inadvertently closed. And so because that's in the service module, we will not be getting the service module back. And so we have designed a bit of a test to do. I think it's happening later today. The timeline's moving around a bit, but to kind of do some additional opening and closing of different valves in that system to learn more about those behaviors. Always taking into account we never will put us at risk of not having water available. So we're actually doing this, now that I think about it, it's later in the mission to make sure that we have all the water we need and we're done with any access to that system that's required. So that's one of the things we're doing just to learn about the valves in that system since we won't be getting the service module back.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week for Debbie. Can you discuss a little bit the applicability of the data that's going to be collected about the heat shield wear on Artemis 2 for the heat shields that are being changed for Artemis, actually 4 in particular, and also for 3 since it's not going to be coming back from a lunar orbit? Just what value is that information now? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm prepared to talk to you about Artemis 3 today, but the value of the data off Artemis 2, we are flying a different profile, but we have what we expect to see on that heat shield based on that profile and based on our ground testing. So a lot of this data we get is to validate the models and the testing we saw on the ground to make sure we're able to recreate behavior in testing on the ground, and then we can use the recreations on the ground to actually test what we want to do in the future. So we are building what we call the permeable heat shield for Artemis 3 that is designed for lunar returns. We've been talking about Artemis 3 now being maybe a LEO or a HEO mission. Again, we get data back regardless, and so we can look at the heating on that heat shield from return, correlate it to our models, correlate it to our ground testing, and so it's not you have to have those lunar returns. We can use that data to help prove out that design as we move forward.
Okay, we'll go there and then to the gentleman in front of you.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. This is perhaps a question for Debbie. How is the risk assessment for micrometeoroids or orbital debris completed?
There's a very defined tool we use called PRA, probabilistic risk assessment, where we actually look at all of the things that create risk for the mission, and MMOD is one of those items. And so we have, MMOD predictions for the environments that we're flying in, the orbits we're flying in, and those feed into that tool, and that's how we determine where that risk falls in that regime. We designed the spacecraft to try and be tolerant to MMOD strikes by putting a lot of margin into our TPS materials and flying in certain ways to keep the MMOD away from where we don't want it to be. So not a lot we can do with what's out there, but we try and characterize it and analyze to it so we understand what we're accepting.
Okay, we can go to you, and then we'll take another question from the phone.
Hi, Michael Adkisson, Houston Public Media. I have a question for Rick. I want to ask how reentry for this mission looks different than it did for Artemis 1 and also recent missions over the last, couple of decades, how this is specifically different. And then if I could also get a quick confirmation to tonight's press conference. I tried to figure out if this is the first press conference from deep space before, or at least, out of Earth orbit, and couldn't figure that out 100%. So if anyone has that confirmation.
On that one, we'll have to go back and look what they did during Apollo. So we'll get back to you.
As far as the changes on entry between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, the most significant difference is the range from entry interface to splashdown. We've talked a number of times about how we've shortened the entry range. We're down around 2,000 miles for this mission, and that's a function of the certification of the heat shield.
And we did just actually get a quick follow-up that there were in-flight opportunities with the crew during Apollo. Okay, we'll go to the phone. We'll get a question from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thanks, Rachel. Just a couple of things for Rick. Rick, how long does the period of max velocity that you mentioned last? And can you talk about sort of the expectations for crew during reentry? Are they expected to be silent, make verbal observations about what's going on? Thanks.
Yeah, the period of max velocity shouldn't last long. We're continuing to speed up as we speak. We're getting closer and closer to Earth, and our velocity is increasing, and it'll peak out right around entry interface. As for what's going on in the cockpit, it'll be very similar to when you're on board a aircraft flying commercial. The pilots are nothing but professional because they're focused on the task at hand. And so I expect the cockpit to be silent as Reed and Victor monitor the spacecraft performance. If all goes nominal, they will not need to take any actions, but they have been trained working with my team of flight controllers to respond in the event that we are faced with an off-nominal scenario.
Our next question is from Joseph Howlett with Scientific American.
Hi. From the mission thus far, I'm curious if there's any lessons you've learned that have informed the plan for reentry. Are there any new risks or contingencies that you're thinking about based on what you've learned so far aboard?
As far as what we've learned throughout the mission that has changed how we've done entry, we really have had a really well-functioning spacecraft. My team is going to take the console tomorrow and we're going to have a briefing with the flight crew in preparation for entry, and really we don't have any major things. Debbie's got the water valve testing that they talked about, but again, we're going to jettison the service module. The crew module propulsion system is nominal. We're going to activate that tomorrow and see how it's functioning. And so we're planning a nominal entry with procedures just as we had developed them pre-flight.
Joey.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. What's the temperature going to be inside the cabin at peak heating or peak velocity? And for any of the little tiny problems that have popped up during this mission, like the toilet and that weird smell that the crew was experiencing, is there anything you have to do with those before re-entry, or is there any problems they might pose during re-entry? Thanks.
I would say from a hardware standpoint, nothing we're doing on those relative to reentry. We have not had any reports of that smell again, and so we'll look more into that in the crew module when it gets back. Things like the wastewater venting, we have some new work planned on the dock at the Naval Base San Diego to try and get some early data off of that system. So we're modifying some things on the ground as soon as it gets here to get some data back very quickly, but nothing that we're changing in the mission profile relative to those items.
And recall on entry, the crew will be suited with their visors down in a pressurized suit so that they're going to get cool air, and so regardless of the cabin temperature, they'll remain cool and comfortable in their suits.
Jackie Goller for the Times of London. I wondered if Lily could just tell us, are there any other recovery or rescue assets in the area? The expectation that the capsule is just going to plop right in front of the vessel. I was just wondering if there's other stuff in the area in case it doesn't. And also, could anybody just talk us through how you, what's going to happen with the astronauts after they come back here? Has there been conversation about what their wishes are in terms of public appearance and so on? Thank you.
Okay, this is Lily. I'll answer the first one. Yes, we still are working with the military to ensure that if there is an off-nominal event, that we have rescue forces ready to go to the site of the off-nominal landing. And so we have C-17s with PJs that are stationed at Joint Base Charleston, ready to deploy if needed. And then we have a C-17 with PJs, and also all of the hardware that's needed to rescue the crew at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, ready to go at entry. So we're pretty much covered if there is an off-nominal event and they do not land where the ship is. Now, if they land, a short distance from the ship, obviously we will start heading towards the splashdown site. And I'll let somebody else take the second question.
Yes, we do hope to have an opportunity to hear directly from the crew once they return to Earth several days after their return. Okay, let's come down to the front row here.
Zachary Albert with the Launchpad. Can you take us through the timeline of getting the experiments and science out of Orion? I know coming home from the ISS, there's some that we rapidly get back off the vessel. Is there any plans with that with Orion, or is it going to more just ship back with it when it comes back to Florida?
It's a combination. There's early destow bags that come out right away. They get shipped back on aircraft. Some of the data storage that's got some of the imagery and other technical data will actually be downloading those cards onto computers, making copies there in San Diego. So it's a combination depending on the criticality, and then the vehicle itself comes back, with the rest of the equipment. TJ.
TJ Mascara with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much. For Lakeisha, sorry if I missed it earlier. I know we were talking about radiation data. Have you all been able to gather, have any of that radiation data downlinked yet? And have you guys been able to take a look at it? Or is that all going to be after?
So I think I was referring to the Avatar data, and that data will obviously be brought off of the ship once it's returned.
Okay, we'll take one from the phone. This from Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Mazzanetti with Exploración Espacial. A question maybe for Rick. This is not regarding entry, but the simulation that the crew performed with the Oxus. I would like to know if they provided some feedback after this exercise? I understand that they were doing in different speeds. How they felt about it, and if you received some feedback from this test. Thank you.
Manuel, we have not, we're not hearing you quite clearly. Can you try again, please?
Yes, I apologize. Manuel Masanti with Exploration. I was asking Rick if he can provide, if the astronauts gave some feedback regarding the test with the ox suits on board the capsule a few days ago. They were doing at different speeds, and I wonder if the crew provided some feedback of improving the process or if they felt okay with it.
So I'm not particularly aware of any specific feedback that we've gotten yet from the ox suits from putting them on before, from putting them on earlier in the mission. But the experience gained from having a chance to put them on during the mission and not just before entry is invaluable to the crew. They will have, no one's put an ox suit on in zero gravity before, and so the lessons that they learned from doing it in a arguably less stressful time in the middle of the mission, it's going to pay dividends for when they have to put it on entry day, when there is a little bit of a time constraint, because we need to ensure that they're suited and seated before entry.
Miles.
Hi, Miles Doran, CBS News. One question for Rick and one for Debbie. Rick, how long before entry interface and roughly at what altitude, if you know it, are you switching back over to TDRS and getting GPS back? How quickly is that sequence of events happening? And Debbie, after Artemis 1, the main parachutes and the forward bay cover weren't able to be recovered for inspection. Is there anything you wish you knew about how they performed that you don't know based on other data that you were able to get? Thanks.
So as far as the handover from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, that's going to occur approximately 38 minutes prior to entry interface. Once the handover is complete, you'll hear a comm check from Capcom to confirm we have a good link. And I just think this is a good time to acknowledge that the Deep Space Network has been performing exceptionally through the mission. It was a watch item as we were preparing for the mission over the past couple months. But the team that has been managing those systems and ensuring good communications has really performed tremendously, and their efforts pre-flight have paid dividends.
Yeah, I'd say on the parachute question, the Artemis 1 was one data point, and so we really don't, it's a demonstration of how the parachutes perform, but our certification is really based on extensive ground tests where we are, chunking parachute assets out the back of a plane in Yuma and looking at all different kind of corners of the box when you have one chute out or two chutes out or one drogue and you miss a main. And so you're doing these tests on the ground to really prove out that system. So I'd say, not getting the asset back, that, you can always learn by visually inspecting it when it comes back, but that's not what we base our certification on. We are putting the parachutes for Artemis 2 on the, we would like to recover them and see if we get those back. But part of the reason of adding all the additional air assets that we spoke of earlier was to get some really good imagery of those chutes if we don't get them back.
Okay, we'll take one or two more, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. Go ahead.
Hi, Nick Notario with ABC 13. Question, Rick, for you. Give us the difficulty about what you're going to do relative to the launch, the lunar flyby. For people at home, how hard is this splashdown that you all are trying to accomplish? And what are the nerves like here at JSC to make sure that those astronauts return safely to Earth?
I don't know if it's necessarily harder. I think it's just a different environment. It's very dynamic. So similarly to the launch environment, there's not a lot of time to react. When we're performing the launch of any rocket, no matter who's in charge of the launch, there's not a lot of time to respond. And we've talked a little bit, and we showed the video of the engineering team and how the operations teams and engineering teams have been working well together. Unfortunately, when we're in a really time-critical, dynamic environment, we don't have as much of an opportunity to exchange information and talk through nuances of failures. And so what's different for entry is more that there's more of a reliance on the operations teams as the experts to provide a recommendation and safely ensure that the astronauts return home.
I'll just mention that Debbie mentioned a little earlier about the probabilistic risk assessment. We don't talk a lot comparatively about the risk of one part of the mission relative to another, but obviously, launching the rocket in Ascent is a significant part of the risk that we've retired and is behind us. But obviously, we're down to the wire now. We're down to the end of the mission, and obviously, getting the crew back home and getting them landed safely is a significant part of the risk that's still in front of us. So.
Okay, we'll take one final question here, and then we'll go ahead and conclude. You just wait for the mic.
Thanks for taking my question. And I'm very sorry, it brings up the dreaded toilet again. But there was some conversation between the crew and control, I think it was yesterday, about the volume in the tank needing to keep on top of that ahead of re-entry. I was just wondering if you could give me some more information about what that concern might have been, or whether it even is a real concern. I take it from your previous answers, you're happy about the conditions for re-entry, but why could that be an issue? And if it is an issue, has it been resolved?
Yeah, I think the issue that, if it's specific to reentry, is with that tank, it's not, we've been talking for the last few days, it's not venting as effectively as we had hoped or had planned. And so that tank may have more volume in it on reentry day than our initial models had analyzed. And so we're just looking at, with a tank of that volume, are we okay? And we're perfectly fine. So just double checking loads and things like that. And CG of the spacecraft, things are moved around and packed differently. So all that's part of that assessment we do right before reentry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank our participants for joining us today. We do have one time change coming up with the crew news conference scheduled for later this evening. That will occur approximately an hour later. Plan to start at 9:45 Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. You can stay tuned for all the latest updates, including imagery, at nasa.gov, and thank you for joining us.
No, thank you, NASA PAO lady. Dude, do you love hearing flight directors talk? Hearing Rick talk about stuff? I love that, dude. I always learn the most when they talk to Rick or Judd Friedling or Jeff Radigan. I love hearing the flight controllers talk, dude. I learned so much from them. Not that Letitia and the I forget the other lady's name. They had a bunch of great information. There was a lot of good information, guys. I was taking notes. I totally forget what the other lady. Debbie, yeah, that's her name. Yeah, no, she's cool too. She works on Orion. She's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of good information in there. Rick Henfling is his name, David. He's the entry, descent, and landing, or EDL flight director. He basically, the reentry is his baby. But guys, I was trying to put together a thing about capsule reentry. I saw a lot of people ask it in chat, and I saw a lot of folks not really particularly understand what happens during a reentry here. So I've also decided that I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to utilize the contingency wood urinal outside my shop. I will be right back. And yeah, then we'll talk about reentry and stuff. It's cool. It's really super interesting. So yeah, there's some science stuff coming at you right after I utilize the CWU.
Thanks for joining us following our daily press conference. We are live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, and I'm joined by Seth Lambert, developer of Aero, the Artemis real-time orbit website that we have all loved keeping track of. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So can you tell us about how Aero works? How do you get that telemetry from Orion and then turn it into something that we can all access?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, come on, this is super cool.
Orion's,
I got to pick. Damn it, I'll be right back.
Thousands of sensors are downlinking telemetry to mission control here, and the Flight Operations Directorate takes that data, pulls out a subset of it, and passes it along to me. Aero ingests it as text, and then goes through a parsing algorithm, evaluates that everything is looking good, and then applies the vehicle data like position, velocity, orientation to a 3D model of Orion, and then it takes the time data and passes that to the astronomy calculator, and that's how we get the position of the moon and sun relative to Earth, so that we have Orion in the context of the mission as a whole and accurate lighting.
An astronomy calculator. That is so interesting. Well, longtime fans of Artemis will remember that we also had Aero for Artemis 1. So can you tell me what has changed since then?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the telemetry parameters have changed nominally. There's also new components to this flight. There was ICPS and the RPO maneuver, but there's also a lot of work that went into updating the graphics for Aero this time around, as well as adding in the mobile app.
Well, I remember when Aero started as an intern project of yours, and your background is in game development. That's that right? How did you end up at NASA, and how do your game development skills contribute to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I started as an intern while I was getting my education in game development. I kind of just fell into it. I never anticipated that I'd end up at NASA. I started developing a educational kiosk app, and when the opportunity to make Aero came up, I jumped on it. Turns out there's a lot of overlap in the mathematics.
The flywheel team, this is a great device. We really enjoyed it in this small cabin. It's perfect, and it gave us a lot of good opportunity to get our heart rate up and also get some great resistance exercise. So we just wanted to shout out a nice thank you. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the words and the cheers.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down that they have finished exercise for the mission, and that's worth celebrating. So sorry to interrupt you, but please tell us more about your background and how that helped you build Aero.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the mathematics that go into 3D game development and tracking a spacecraft. Actually, they're two of the only industries that use the math concept called quaternions, which is an extension of the complex numbers into 4 dimensions to track rotations in space.
Wow, that's fascinating. And I love having you here because that's a different background than a lot of people realize that we need at NASA. So I really appreciate that. But the public has really enjoyed keeping up with Aero. What has been your favorite part of the mission so far?
I think my favorite part has been seeing the reaction online to Aero and seeing it be a spark that people latch onto, and it gets them curious and asking questions and engaging in discussion online with each other about this mission and about what they're seeing through Aero. And it's been really wonderful to see so many people excited to learn, excited to follow the mission, and feel like they're a part of it through Aero.
That's so cool. Well, we're showing Aero right now here on the broadcast. And my last question is, besides the broadcast, where can people keep up with Aero?
During the mission, Aero is available online at www.nasa.gov/trackartemis and on the front page of the NASA mobile app.
Very cool. Well, Seth Lambert, developer of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, I'm so happy that we got to have you here. We have shown Aero so many times during the mission, and it just makes perfect sense that we would get to talk to you today. So thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's Unity. I didn't even notice that. Okay. All right. That guy games. All right. That's fair. KSP is done in Unity, guys. Just for what it's worth. That's pretty neat. That was pretty neat. How neat was that? How neat is that? The splash screen is like a mark of shame. Dude, that's too real, man. That's too real. That's it. I'm not saying nothing. I don't, you know what? Let's just switch the channel. Let's go back over here. Oh. Okay. All right. That's too funny, dude. Made despite Unity. That's right, Harv. You ain't kidding, dude. Hey, what's all this? Okay. It's just, All right. So, Gather around, children. EJ's going to learn you about reentry, okay? So what is reentry? Reentry is how they basically get back down, okay? We can get rid of the moon pics for now. Periodic table, we already used the... all right, let's get rid of the Lunar 15 tab. We don't need that. All right, so check this out. This footage is from NASA. This is an Orion reentry from EFT-1 in 2014. Watch this. So let's get to the good stuff. All right, so this begins right at entry interface here. What it do, everybody? It's your boy. We're gonna learn about reentry today. So, You are killing me right now, NASA. All right, let's just get to the... Yeah, all right, cool. So, this is out of Orion's forward docking hatch. Now, obviously, the capsule flies backwards through reentry. The heat shield's behind you. The heat shield is behind us in this shot. Now, if you're noticing plume change, it's because of the thrusters firing, okay? So why are the thrusters firing? See how the plume kind of changes? Dude, NASA, seriously, come on. See how it changes shape? And note that the horizon changes direction when the... Right? Always best to just download it.
Case and integrity for the repress one note.
I didn't have time. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hey, we had called down a couple days ago about our contingency LIO, either the LIO canisters or the bubble wrap expanding in the depress. Well, everything is back to the right size now, and it all fits back in its stowage area, so that's great news.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal. Thank you.
Clip that. Clip that. We need that bubble wrap nominal. God, the comms out of this is it's a freaking gold mine, dude. Bubble wrap nominal. Clip it, please.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman down to the ground, keeping us updated on the cabin pressurization.
Donation or bubble wrap nominal.
During today's press conference, the crew aboard Orion was instructed to don their hearing protection for cabin repressurization. The cabin pressure at that time was 10.48, and we are now up to 12.73.
I got the clip open. Thank you.
Additionally, we are tracking a shift to our crew news conference tonight that is now targeted for 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, about 5 hours from now. That's lovely. Lovely. Like 4 hour 45 from now. Bubble wrap's good. All right, so let's just drop that down there for a second. Let's go back over here. So once again, you see Orion going through here. You notice that there's interactions with the plume there, and every time you see an interaction, the horizon goes from right side up to upside down, right? So why is that happening? Okay, so when a capsule goes through reentry, you have the heat shield on one side, right? You got a heat shield on one side, you have the people on the other. Just a little bit of a high-level glossary of terms here. You have your windward side and leeward side. What does that mean? Windward side is the side that gets hot. Leeward side is the side that doesn't get hot. All right? So the people are on the leeward side, heat shields on the windward side. Everybody got that? Once we get the combination to the air shield, we can force our father, King Roland, to give us all the air, thereby destroying planet Druidia and saving planet Spaceball. Everybody got that? Okay, cool. So, heat shields on the windward side, people on the leeward side. Okay, so now what I need is this. So Orion does have a heat shield. What does that heat shield look like, and what is it made out of? We'll start there. Password is 12345. This is Orion's heat shield, okay? It is what's called a blocked Avcoat ablator, okay? Avcoat is the name of the material that is used on the heat shield. It's this kind of beige stuff. Now, it's made in blocks, right? It's blocked Avcoat, so it's made in sections, and then they're layered over like bricks. Now, what does that thing do? What does the heat shield actually do on the windward side? Does it just absorb all the heat? Well, no. All right? We heard from Rick Henfling in that meeting that they are going to hit the atmosphere going, 34,000 feet per second, which, okay, a little bit of a metric conversion. That's 10,300 meters a second. So about 10 kilometers a second. What would 10 kilometers a second be? 6 mile? No. 10 kilometers a second. Yeah, 6 miles a second. A second. Yeah, no, that's quick. It's gonna take 13 minutes for them when they hit entry interface southeast of Hawaii. Southeast of Hawaii, they hit entry interface and they land in San Diego 13 minutes later. Anybody that's ever flown to Hawaii, you know good and well that that is not a short trip. They're gonna do it in 13 minutes. Now, in that amount of time, they will be decelerating from 6 miles a second down to about 20 miles an hour. So that's 24,000 miles an hour entry, or about 40,000 kilometers an hour. So they're going to decelerate from 23,000 miles an hour, 40,000 kilometers an hour, or 24,000 miles an hour, 40,000 kilometers an hour, down to 20 miles an hour, which is 32 kph at splashdown. That, because of this, they're trading their kinetic energy here. So they're using the atmosphere to slow down. When you use the atmosphere to slow down, right, that energy has to go somewhere. Your kinetic energy has to be bled off. If you don't bleed it off, you're going to hit the ground going way too fast and explode. All right. So how does it get traded off? You're using the atmosphere to your advantage. Okay. So with the atmosphere, the capsule comes in and it starts hitting it. When it starts hitting it, the air molecules start bashing up against the heat shield. When that happens, they get compressed. Okay, think about like if you're playing Spore and you're just rolling around, you're just picking up everything. The heat shield starts to pick up tons of air. Air gets stuck to it, basically. It gets compressed up against it because the air coming behind it is like a freight train, right? Eventually, all of that air that gets stuck up against the heat shield will compress. And when you compress a gas, you make heat per the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT. It'll compress. When it compresses, right, you basically can't squeeze any more air in there and the air molecules are all pushed up against each other. They start exploding. That's the right way to say that. It's not. They actually ionize. They start ripping apart. Orion hits the atmosphere going so fast, it rips air molecules apart. And when the air molecules start to ionize and they rip apart, plasma gets generated. You generate plasma. And now the crazy thing is that plasma stays stuck up against your damn heat shield. Okay? The plasma will stay there. It'll accumulate on the heat shield. So what does the heat shield do to solve this? What is it made out of? Some crazy thing that can just, absorb all the heat? No, absolutely not. There's not really much that you can make that's this big that's going to withstand having plasma next to it. So if you guys have ever used a plasma cutter, same idea. This thing needs to be able to resist a plasma cutter. That's a good way to say that, right? So the heat shield is made out of, hold on, I gotta open the door. It's getting hot in here. So the heat shield is made out of something called an ablator. Okay, Avcoat is an ablator. Now, what does an ablator do? So when that plasma gets stuck up against the heat shield with that compressed gas, right? When it gets stuck up against it, it starts burning off. The heat shield will start to burn. When it burns, what it's designed to do is release a ton of gas.
This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 6 days.
Like me after Taco Bell, right? You release a lot of gas. That gas envelops the capsule in a cool column of air. And that actually is what protects the leeward side of the vehicle, along with shedding off your heat energy. Hang on. I got to find the PDF right here. Here we go. So you're going to get your ablation, right? And that ablation is actually going to envelop the capsule in front of the shear layer here. See, you have a cooler column of gas, right? And that That protects the backside of the capsule. The burnt off heat shield goes actually here, and you see ablation product contamination. That's a cool column of gas that keeps the backside of the capsule cool. So what are we doing? Conservation of energy here, right? Things coming in with a lot of kinetic energy. A lot of that kinetic energy gets converted into heat energy, and the heat energy gets thrown overboard, right? They dump it out the sides in that cooler column of gas. That's what the ablator does. The heat shield is not reusable. You'll have to replace it after, but the capsule is reusable in this. Now, okay, they were talking about a really wide nominal range, and the press was very confused as to like, okay, so what happens if it doesn't come down in the right spot? Okay, really, really important thing to understand here. They can steer the capsule. Reed and Victor will be able to steer this thing. They will be able to steer it. Well, the people that really have been listening will know that weight, center of gravity around the capsule, and stowing stuff if you've been following the mission, stowing stuff in certain places is really, really, really important. Why? Well, just like an airplane coming back in for landing, you have to worry about where your cargo is stowed. That's really important, or else the airplane won't fly correctly. The capsule is the same thing. All right, there's gonna be a diagram. There's gonna be some numbers. All right, so just chill. I'll got you. I'll explain it. Now look, the capsule's center of mass is not directly aligned with the geometric center of the capsule. The center of gravity is offset. This makes it 24/7 EJ's best EJ, straight unhinged. Yes. The center of mass is not lined up with the center axis of the vehicle. So what does that do? How does that make a difference? Okay, what happens here is that allows the heat shield to come in at an angle, right? You're not exactly the heat shield. If my hand is representing the heat shield, and this is convex here, all right? Your windward velocity is not hitting perpendicular to the heat shield. They actually keep the heat shield tilted because of this, right? So the capsule has an offset center of mass. If you guys notice, when they did the translunar injection burn, when they did the TLI burn, the engine was tilted. The reason why the engine was tilted was because it's pointing through the center of gravity, and the center of gravity is offset. So the heat shield comes in like that. It comes in at an angle. So how the heck do they steer this thing? Orion, let's go to the app. Orion on the, okay, scroll wheel forward is zooming me out. That's real good. Love that. Not helping me at all. All right, we'll use eyes. The Orion capsule is equipped with its own thruster propulsion system here, but that propulsion system is only really on the roll axis and some of the pitch axis. You can see there's some thrusters there. It's only for rolling. That's it. You have 2 sets of roll thrusters for roll left, 2 sets of roll thrusters for roll right. Super Outlet, thank you for the raid. So when you roll this capsule, okay, you can modulate the angle of attack of your heat shield when you're coming in for landing. So if it's coming in like this, right, if you rolled 180 degrees, it would be like that. So you can roll the thing, right? It rolls about its axis using the roll control RCS. That way, you can use the heat shield. You can change the angle of attack of the heat shield and steer the capsule to its final trajectory. You can steer it to the recovery zone. You roll 90 degrees, your heat shield's going to turn 90 degrees. Guess what? You're going that way. You roll 90 degrees that way, you're going that way. They talked about roll reversal maneuvers Rick talked about it in that press conference. What they're going to do is basically steer the capsule and do S-turns to slow down. It's not going to be a lot. The capsule doesn't fly like the space shuttle. Fun fact, the space shuttle basically does the same thing. But they're going to modulate roll 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right to do S-turns with the capsule. And then you could either turn it up, you could turn it upright to increase, to make the heat shield act more like a wing, or you could flip it upside down to make it work more like a brake. You could dig it in even more, right? And that's how they end up being able to steer that capsule. It's not like they're just on the capsule and they're like, okay, yep, here we go. Let's just dead stick this thing right in. No, the onboard computers will steer the thing. It can steer it to a fairly precise reentry trajectory. That's really important to understand. The press didn't seem to get that one there. And I'm not like 100% sure why. But, oh, hold on, I lost it. Where was that picture? There it is. This is a really good picture to show it. But you can change the angle of attack of your heat shield by rolling it left and right. It's something they figured out during the Apollo program. Because how do you get the capsule to come? How do you get that thing to fly? How do you get that thing steerable? Well, they use roll control modulation to change the angle of attack. And that's why I showed you guys, not that footage. That footage is cool, but not that footage. That's why I showed you guys the reentry. That's why I showed you guys reentry first. Because if you watch this footage, you could see that the RCS is rolling the capsule. And it's doing the roll reversal. That's to make sure that it dials in exactly where the capsule should be. You can push your trajectory further down range, or you can slow down more and move it up range. Or you could turn the thing 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right, and actually slow down. So if you notice, every time you see this thing going through reentry, you see that the flames are changing. That's the RCS firing. That's your roll control RCS. That's the thrusters turning on and off. And it steers it. You can fly these things in precisely like an airplane. I don't think Reed or Victor is going to do that, but I bet you they have a contingency where they can fly this thing manually if they really need to. I highly doubt that that's going to happen, but that's how she goes, man. So, high-level recap. Orion uses an ablative heat shield. We don't need that. Orion uses an ablator heat shield. This heat shield burns off. When it burns off, it sheds the energy, the kinetic energy that's being converted into heat. Orion's coming at the atmosphere. The atmosphere is slowing you down. When you slow down in the atmosphere, it generates a ton of heat via gas compression. Okay, so it burns this heat shield off. When the heat shield burns off, it's shedding the heat energy out the sides. It's basically sacrificial. You sacrifice the heat shield so the meat bags can get home. That's what we want. That's what's going to happen. All right. Now, the other thing that you can do with the reentry trajectory, I have one more thing to show you. Yeah, looks like I didn't get a thing of reentry trajectory. Give me 1 second. Hold up. So yeah, they can steer, the high level overview is that they could steer the damn thing in. You know, the press was acting like, oh, you can't steer that thing? Oh, what happens if it does this? What happens if this happens? Like, what do you mean what happens if that happens? Like, they can steer the thing. The computers will steer it to a precise landing trajectory. Like, this is not like, it's not like they're dead sticking the thing through reentry. Even the shuttle, they flew the space shuttle through reentry, and the shuttle, instead of using roll control, would just use the airplane controls to actually make the thing do this. And you could actually slow the shuttle down during reentry. How much downrange capabilities do they have? It's not, they have a lot of downrange, they have a lot of uprange, downrange mobility there. So they can either push the reentry trajectory further or bring it closer. In terms of cross range, like being able to turn during reentry, the capsule has nowhere near what the shuttle could do. The shuttle could do drifts through reentry. So you could take the shuttle, right? Bring the angle of attack up, right? And then you could turn it this way and you could drift, surfing a freaking wave of plasma. So the shuttle could get back to a runway to land, right? That makes sense. But yeah, it's not like these capsules are going to be not steerable during reentry. That offset center of gravity allows the capsule to be able to fly with the heat shield kind of crooked relative to windward velocity. And that means you can use it like a wing to skip off the atmosphere if you need to. So who's responsible for the toilet not working and on the ship, and are they fired? I don't think they're fired. It's a first test flight, dude. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But yeah, there you go. That's reentry. This is what we're looking forward to on flight day 9. I'm going to keep this stuff up because I know people are going to ask this again. But yeah, they can steer the capsules down. Once again, this is something they figured out during the Apollo program. And you could actually use it to skip off the atmosphere, like skipping a rock over a lake, or skipping a rock into the ocean. I live near the ocean. I would have used the ocean. I don't know if you could do that at a lake. I'd assume it'd probably be easier at a lake because there's no waves. But yeah, that is what they do. Like Michigan. Oh crap! Oh, here comes the sleeper cell. When does the EDL team take over? Probably at the start of the 10th day. Yes, you can. All right, cool. I don't live near lakes. I live near the biggest lake. Can confirm easier on the lake. Yep, but see how they modulate roll to change the angle of attack to the heat shield, and they can get the heat shield to work like a wing, or you can get it to work like an air brake. Super useful. I just wanted to get that out of the way, just in case anybody was wondering. I don't know enough about it, JFK. But yeah, hopefully that helps if you were kind of wondering about, reentry. The press was asking all these questions like, oh, well, what if it doesn't? Or, oh, what if a meteor hits it? Well, the likelihood of a meteor hitting that thing in the time between they jettison the service module and entry interface is very, very low. If anything, it's going to hit the service module. But, and people are like, oh, well, what happens if it doesn't come down where you want? If it's not coming down where you want it to come down, they can steer it. They can fly the capsule, so to speak. So, yeah, there seemed to be a little bit of confusion there, and I thought I would kind of be preemptive and kind of head that off at the pass. All your education has been super helpful, honestly. I didn't know a thing about this stuff until I stumbled upon the channel. Love the content. No problem, Crow. Yeah, dude, they could, NASA, dude, they don't throw it to the wind during reentry and it's like, oh, I hope it works. No, they fly the stupid thing. You fly it, dang it. And that goes for if you're playing Kerbal as well and you build a capsule. You can do this in KSP. You can replicate it. If you take one of the capsules in Kerbal, put the heat shield on it and put a weight on one side and then try to fly it through reentry. Watch, you'll be able to steer the damn thing. And that means like, if you're a more advanced KSP player, that means your reentries, you can land your capsule right next to KSC, right in the water next to KSC, fish it out. Absolutely doable. You can absolutely do this. And if simultaneously, if you build shuttles or reentry gliders in KSP, you can steer the damn thing and you can get it to glide and you can go and land on the runway. You just got to fly the thing. You don't dead stick a reentry. That's not how this works. They haven't done that since the Mercury program. Go back to live. I am. Or you could land it on top of the VAB if you have some skill. It's the contingency wood urinal is a tree. Yes, it's a tree. Oh, Star Mage, don't worry about that. KSP1 is at its highest concurrent players since release, dude. We are back, baby. We are so back. We're back. Artemis. Yes. What is the expected splashdown speed, Sparta? About 20 miles an hour, which is 32 kilometers an hour.
Integrity Houston for timeline look ahead.
Go ahead, Houston.
All right, one more timeline delta with the addition of the leak test for prop. The afternoon news conference, that's your PAO event currently at about MET 3 hours 10, is going to move about an hour to the right. So we'll come up AOS on Madrid. We'll spend about 30 minutes doing prop stuff with you, and then give you 30 minutes to set up the cameras and so forth and start the PAO event after that.
Is it a cool velocity?
Okay, sounds great.
Chat decided it was the CUU. Nice.
That's Capcom Stan Love in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, speaking with the crew. Again, our public affairs event this evening will now begin at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central Time.
So, in terms of recovery vessels, guys, they're using LPD-25. So that's landing platform dock 25. The U.S. Navy is going to use the 26. Excuse me. That's the John Murtha. This ship. They're using that to recover. In the past, we did use aircraft carriers to recover, but if you really know your naval vessels here, and I know I'm talking about naval stuff now, and a lot of people in my chat just went, right? If you know naval vessels, you'd know that the aircraft carriers that they used to fish out most of the Apollo missions were escort carriers, or CVS. They were smaller carriers. Now, with that being said, LPD-26 is half aircraft carrier, half troop transport, half dock. LPDs are San Antonio-class amphibious assault ships. What they're really designed to do is be half of an airport and half troop transport. They're kind of half and half. These things are operated by the U.S. Navy, and what they're really designed to do is support Marines for an amphibious assault of a coast or whatever. These things, like I said, are half aircraft carrier, half troop transport. All kind of crazy. This is the thing that they're going to use to recover Orion. They're going to recover it. So in the past, they had a crane on the side of the ship for recovery, and they just fished it out with a crane on the side of the ship. The landing platform docks, the last thing, dock, very important, has a well deck. It has a well deck on the back of the ship. The cool thing about that well deck is like you could fit LCACs in there, which are landing craft air cushions, or LCACs for short. You could fit those in there. And when we're not doing that. They're not doing that today. The Murtha has I bet you it has a relatively light load out here because it's just going to get the damn capsule, right? So there's going to be no LCACs in there. That would be kind of cool, but the well deck actually can close up. You have an aft door on the stern of the ship that can actually close, and they can drain the water. You can pump the water out of the well deck on these ships. So what they're going to do, they're going to open up the deck, and they're going to put Orion into the well deck, and then they're going to let it drain, and then they're going to sail back to San Diego. Right? That's not before, also LPD-21, the USS New York. The prow of that ship is made out of steel from the World Trade Center, by the way. Pretty cool. So, on top of all that, what they're going to do is the crew is going to get out of the capsule. SH-60s are going to have naval pararescue troops. I don't know what the right name for them is. Excuse me if for not getting that right. What they're going to do is send out an SH-60. They're going to land a helicopter, and Orion has a raft that can kind of deploy off the side. The astronauts are going to get into the raft, and then they're going to take them into the helicopter and bring them wherever, probably shoreside, right? If I had to guess. From there, they'll work to get the Orion capsule into the well deck on the John Murtha, and they'll bring her home. It works way more similar to the Apollo program. Will they have to quarantine? No, they haven't. They didn't go down to the surface of the moon, so no. How do they manage the super toxic RCS on Orion when it gets packed up? The systems will most likely have a safing valve on them, Kirok. I don't know the exact details to that system. They probably have a safing valve, and they will probably sniff around for hydrazine, if I had to guess, and then plug all the reaction control systems. They put plugs in them, barrel plugs, to make sure that they don't leak. They did have that problem during the Apollo-Soyuz test project. The ASTP. I think it was ASTP. I forget. Anyway, Yeah, so those divers that they send out, they're going to put the raft out next to the capsule, right? They're gonna make sure that Orion is safe to get near, just like they do with Dragon, and then they get the astronauts out. So the order for extraction is Christina, Victor, Jeremy, and then Reed. They're gonna pull, because Christina is closest to the hatch. And then Victor is kind of second closest. Jeremy is third closest. Reed, captain of the ship, comes out last. I like that. That's cool. So they're going to put them onto the extraction raft, and then a helicopter will pull them up, like search and rescue style, and they'll get on the helicopter and get out of there. I mean, it would be cool if an LCAC just scooped up Orion and brought it back to the ship, but I don't think that they want Orion to get that screwed up. Will you be able to see any of this land from San Diego? Yeah, Husker, they're gonna be a little ways offshore, so probably not. You might be able to see it, but they're gonna be landing during the day for you guys. Entry is at 7 p.m. Eastern time, which means, what is that, 4 p.m. for the West Coast? You might be able to see it, maybe. If you were on the Channel Islands and you looked southwest, yeah, maybe. Might be able to see it. Flight suits are reusable? Yes. If it's clear, Husker, yeah. LTACs are garbage, honestly. I think they're actually kind of cool. Yak was looking for someone with a boat in San Diego. Nice. No well deck on an LCAC. That's what I mean, Aqualex. They'd have to like actually scoop the damn thing out, and that I don't think NASA would appreciate that. I don't think they would. But anyway, high-level overview on rescue and recovery, or just recovery and entry there, guys. I will talk more into detail as we get closer to entry interface, which is happening on Friday night, Eastern time. They're a neat concept in perfect weather. Yeah, Shifty, I seem to recall historically that you probably want to do an amphibious landing when you know, not in a bad surf. I seem to recall certain times in history, 72 years ago, where trying to do an amphibious landing in bad surf did not end particularly well. Is it during the flame trench? Steve Ree, I'm going to be here doing coverage, I think. We'll see it. We'll see how actually... Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution. That's part of our cabin repress. It should clear on its own soon.
Okay. How many miles have they traveled today? Oh, dear.
Copy. Thanks, Dan.
Orion is 186,895 miles from Earth. It was 200,000 yesterday.
NASA astronaut and capsule communicator Stan Love calling to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. They received a caution about their cabin pressure. However, it will clear out on its own after the oxygen levels out inside the cabin. We are currently repressurizing Orion. There was a demonstration flight test objective to have the cabin pressure at 10.2 psi. That repressurization has been going on for about an hour and a half now, and the pressure is currently at 13.27.
Really dig how you have all the diagrams, pictures, and graphics. Well done. Thank you. That was from, most of those graphics were from an Orion Aerosciences and Thermal Protection System overview. Yeah. You guys want to know how I learn all the little tricks and tips about things? Go on NASA Technical Reports. It's called NTRS. You can find all kinds of good stuff on there. It's all public domain. And I find a lot of the high-level overview stuff, like they don't have a lot of stuff that goes into extreme detail. But yeah, there's the EFT1 summary. Like, see, this is from 2021, and they already had the Artemis 2 trajectory all ironed out and ready to go.
We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days and 6 minutes, meaning it has officially been a week since Orion launched to fly around the moon and come back home to Earth, targeting that splashdown in 2 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes in the Pacific Ocean. We do expect to see the crew and hear from them shortly during the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. That'll be in about 40 minutes.
Mission elapsed time. 7 days, 7 minutes, 41 seconds. I've been streaming for a week straight. That's nice. That's great. Also, hang on. Wait for it.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
Thank you, Sage. Do you do any research? No, I teach people here on Twitch about stuff and plays funny things like this.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
Copy. Yeah, I hit a week straight actually a little while ago. Wouldn't it hit it? Because I started early on Wednesday morning. Oh boy. A week straight of streaming. Toilet is powered, waste tank primed. Looking forward to the 18-month streams for Mars missions. You know, I'm not doing that. Yeah. You ready for the weekend to take a long nap? Yeah, something like that. You can't go on vacation in May because of Starship. Yeah, and Noogles. New Glenn. A precedent has been set. I'll do this for Artemis 3, 4, and 5, guys. Absolutely. Do you have the worst alive? They're still in space. Yeah, somebody did clip it. I have it over here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I lost it in all my tabs. Crap. It's around here. I know it is. Oh, there it is. Got it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, that's in slow motion. All right, here, ready?
Welcome back. We are still here. They are in space.
Yeah, we still got that. Are you going to Starbase for 13 for the first orbital flight? I don't know, maybe. You can see the discoloration in the nozzles. So yeah, we have a high definition link here. We have a high def link because they're using Orion's OPCOM. They're using orbital the orbital communications, excuse me. Copy, Moonjoy. The LPD has arrived in their recovery area. Cool. Talking in technical details, I found a nice document with diagrams of the propellant helium crossfeed capabilities if you want a link for the inevitable questions pushed on NASA in 2013. Yeah, I suppose if you want to link that up, sure, I'd love to learn. The confused look after I said that. I was like, what is... Do I have the right channel open? Jay Hazor, have some bits for the awesome and highly informative stream you're putting on here. Thanks, Hazor. Appreciate it, man. By Artemis Flight 8, EJ will have a car project finish and we'll drive down to the Cape in it. Yeah. Yeah, baby. All right, where are we at in the mission schedule? Let's take a look. So they're working on cabin repressurization right now, and then it's lunchtime. I ate during the press conference, so. They're not going to do the rad shelter demo because they're going to work on more reconfiguring the capsule for entry. So Rick Henfling said that they're not going to do it because they basically, throughout different and various stowing activities throughout the week, they have basically already tested it. And yeah, he said it's not needed. They're going to focus that time on getting the capsule ready for entry. Hi, I'm still here. EJ still streaming. I know we're busy right now, but I just learned Starfield got a massive update. Flying to planets yourself, base building, plus more, plus another story DLC. Cool. So you ask, somebody asked, how do you want to get a job with NASA? Anyone know I can lay down my life for spaceflight research? usajobs.gov. Go. That's where NASA's job postings are. There was a good question from Chad earlier. It helped. Oh, Sherv. Why fly a capsule instead of a space shuttle to the moon? Just cost, or is the shuttle not capable of that type of orbit? The shuttle's tiles aren't capable of that type of heat, dude. With this type of re-entry trajectory, you're looking at like 1800 Celsius on the windward side of the heat shield. The shuttle's tiles really can't go up that high. They get to about 1600 C, if I'm remembering correctly. The shuttle wouldn't be able to fly this type of trajectory, dude. Think about it like trying to fly a 737 like a fighter jet. You're just no, eventually what's most likely going to happen is you're going to rip a wing off or something, right? That's a good question though, Sheriff. Thank you. Yeah. Please don't leave for the flame trench. I'm not. I'm going to be here. You're scared for these people? They'll be all right, Funny. They'll be fine. Also, why bring wings all the way to the moon? Hell, even capsules are a bit overbuilt for everything but re-entry. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, the shuttle, if you really want to know, Sherv, what the shuttle was originally designed to do, and I'm sure you've heard me say this throughout the week, like, oh, if only we did what we wanted the shuttle to do, then it'd be great. The shuttle was not...
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You are looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft in our home planet, Earth.
Welcome to Earth. So, what they originally envisioned the shuttle program to do was this. This is concept art from Marshall, right in the early 70s. What they wanted to do was use the shuttle to build vehicles to go out to the moon. Right? They wanted to use it, Sheriff, to build vehicles. And those vehicles would be able to go out to the moon, and be able to go out and back, etc., etc. Shuttle could build whatever. You could put whatever you want on this thing, right? Send it up into space. The shuttle could build it with its robotic arms. Now, keep in mind, this is a very, 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 very preliminary concept here, right? But that's the idea. So what the original shuttle program was trying to do was use the shuttle to establish a reusable transportation system. And because it was reusable, you could fly it a lot. And if you fly it a lot, you could build a modular space station in space because you set up basically like a quote unquote railway to space. That was the idea, right? And once you do that, you work on making chemical propulsion tugs that would move people to and from the moon. The tug would go out to the moon. They could do a mission like this, come back, right? recircularize around Earth, grab the thing with the shuttle, and come back down. So you didn't have to worry about an ablated heat shield or whatever. The shuttle would have a reusable heat shield. And you wouldn't have to worry about sending the shuttle all the way up there. Because if you send it all the way up there and if the shuttle tried to hit the atmosphere going 24,000 miles an hour, it would break. The shuttle can't take that type of heat shield, or that type of entry trajectory. It just can't do it. Those tiles can only absorb so much heat before they break, before they don't tile anymore. So that was the idea. The idea was to build a bunch of modular tugs, right, to get out to the moon. You could have a crew module with robotic arms on it, or you could have a cargo module, or you could use it to send probes. You could have a propulsion module that's being used as an orbital tug, or your propulsion module could be used as a lander. That was the whole idea. And then eventually you could use the shuttle to build a nuclear-powered transfer vehicle in space, and you could use then the nuclear vehicle just go back and forth between the moon and Earth. It wouldn't require nearly as much refueling, right? That was the whole point. That was the whole idea with the space shuttle. That's what they wanted to do. They ended up never doing it because NASA's budget got axed pretty hard. They eventually enacted one part of the plan. The first part of the plan was to use the shuttle to build a space station as a research facility, learn how to live and work in space. From there, you would use it to focus on lunar infrastructure and go from there. That was the whole point. They did not get the funding to do any of those. It was just build the vehicle and we'll figure out what we want to do with it later, which is funny because SLS is the same thing. They built SLS and then they figured out a mission for it later, which is dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. It's just like, that's pretty stupid. Yep. Cool thing is that we did almost get to the space tug. We almost got to that part. In the 80s, they were working on a system called Centaur G. So Centaur G was taking a modified Centaur upper stage and deploying it with a probe out of the shuttle's payload bay. The idea here is that the Centaur G, you can use it to send your payload off into space, and then the Centaur G can come back down, and the shuttle can rope it in, put it back in the payload bay, and come down with it. So you basically have a reusable upper stage and a reusable orbiter. They ended up not doing it because of the Challenger disaster. They said that it was too dangerous. And the crazy part about all that is that they said it was too dangerous after building the damn thing. They built the shuttle. They refitted the shuttles to be able to take a Centaur stage on board. They built all the payload dispensers for it, all the adapters for it, and had one Centaur G ready to go. And then promptly never used it because it's too dangerous. Yeah, like 100% done. Yes. It's just sitting outside now, so we use it for photo ops, which is great. It was for Galileo, that's correct. Yep. Martis Manny, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How are you? So, like I said, this is what I mean when I say the shuttle program never really... It was so close to being so good, but Challenger kind of ruined it. Now, to be fair... A lot of folks said that Shuttle Centaur was a really, really bad idea because hydrogen could leak inside of the shuttle's payload bay. And if it pools inside of the shuttle's payload bay, there's no HAZ-gas purging system inside of it. And because if there's no HAZ-gas purging system inside of it, you could get an explosion inside of the shuttle's payload bay. Not entirely realizing that the shuttle is flying on a gigantic tank of hydrogen up into space. And if something goes wrong with that, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, I don't know why you drew the line at that. So what they ended up doing was replacing Centaur G with a solid fuel upper stage that was not reusable, called the IUS. The IUS was a Titan III upper stage that they just decided to put on there. So, yeah, the shuttle could have gotten there. It could have been good. But the shuttle was never designed to go out to the moon and come back. What the shuttle program was designed to do is build docks in space and build vehicles and then send the vehicles out to the moon. Because the shuttle's heat shield could not withstand coming back from the moon. It couldn't do it. No matter what movies or anything say that it can't do that. You'd rip the thing to shreds. It would be like trying to fly a 737 like an F-16. I mean, you might be able to amalgam some of the maneuvers, but there are certain maneuvers you tried to do that would break things, right? It's just not designed to do something like that. The amount of delta V needed to recircularize around the Earth from the moon would be huge, right? No, not really, Shooker. With a Centaur, no, it wouldn't be too bad. What do you do for work? If you don't currently work, what did you do? Jihan, I've been streaming here on Twitch teaching people about rockets for 15 years. Well, 14 and a half, if we really want to be technical. That's what I do. I teach people here. I'm at work right now. Well, Lord, screw Google, just ask me. It also turned out that doing the equivalent of D-check in between flights is kind of incompatible with rapid reuse, which is kind of ironic because reduce the length of the check could have been achieved by flying it more. Yep. I always say the Saturn V got cut down in its prime. The shuttle was set up to fail from the start. Shuttle never even got to be in its prime. It got close, and then Challenger happened, and everybody got cold feet. Honestly, I'm not sure which way to go with Centaur G. I get your argument, but I still see how crazy it kind of is. Yeah, I mean, Hellfish, see, okay, my point with that is like, it's really funny to me because they were worried about hydrogen pooling inside of the payload bay. Hey, Crafty, here's hoping you can make it down to a Starship launcher too this year. Oh, thanks, man. You're flying on a vehicle that has no abort contingency from T-0 to T-2 minutes and 30 seconds. And any abort contingency after that 2 minutes and 30 seconds would most likely end up with you dying anyway, right? You're going to draw the line at Centaur? Like, that's where you draw the line? Oh, no, we can't use this upper stage. Like, this vehicle is already very dangerous to fly. We can't have it be more dangerous. That's not where, like, dude, like, I don't really understand. Like, that's a very arbitrary point to draw the line, considering they launched the shuttle with a gigantic SRB inside of the payload bay. The IUS, gigantic solid rocket booster in there. You're good with that, but not a Centaur? But okay, sure. Technically, NASA's working for EJ, so it's EJ's job to have a purpose for NASA. Something like that, dude. Starship's flight abort contingency is the exact same thing that they envisioned for the space shuttle. You wouldn't need one because you fly it so much, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Oh, hold on. Wouldn't moving fuel inside of the Centaur be a problem? It was fueled up on the pad, Thomas.
And Jeremy, we see your mouth moving with the handheld mic, but are not receiving audio. And below that, we have you on Building 8 audio.
You have a source of Centaur G being reusable. No, Parker, there's not anything about it being reusable out there. That's what they eventually wanted to do. That Centaur G would not have been reusable. They would have expended that, and they would have eventually moved to trying to get them back. Yeah, sorry if I didn't say that right. That was the whole idea. The whole idea was to eventually be able to fish one back. They would have eventually tested it, but yeah, it didn't happen.
A look inside the Orion spacecraft right now at Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He will be conducting a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event coming up.
I've seen them, Lava. Yep.
This is Hansen's first flight to space. Meanwhile, his crewmates, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, are in their midday meal period.
I think everybody, Jeremy, Reed, and Christina, or Victor, Reed, and Christina are behind the camera. This camera is about halfway
in the background, just behind Jeremy Hansen, you can see the RISE zero gravity indicator. RISE took over the NASA Artemis social media accounts today, so if you're looking for more content on him, you can check them out at NASA Artemis.
That's onboard audio from the capsule. Dude, that's some ASMR stuff. I could fall asleep in this capsule, no problem. Excuse me. Put a lens cap on that camera. Oh no! Not the lens cap! No! Don't screw up the lens! Oh, dude, this rules. I could fall asleep to this easily. Interesting image. Why are you gonna make me get up and click on that? Holy crap, that was... Whoa. Yeah, some of the... It looks like some of the thermal shrouds got caught on the nozzle. I'm here. Hello. Hi, Jeremy. Hello. What's up, Victor?
Now in frame behind Jeremy Hansen is pilot of the Artemis II mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Why was it shaking? People were working out, Newper. There's a rowing machine that's below that green, the hatch door on the right-hand side behind Victor. See where it's green over there? Down below it, there's an exercise machine. It's stowed away right now, but it's a rowing machine where you pulled, and when they pull, it would shake the capsule around. They've packed it up because they've completed all exercise. They're not doing another exercise on this trip. Hey, Crafty, can you give me a quick explainer on what it means to buy down or retire risk? Yeah, sure, man. Okay, so... okay, I'll give you a very, very high-level example. Space shuttle notwithstanding, Crafty, let me ask you, so this is an interactive learning experience, okay? Would you launch a rocket with people on it for the first time? Take Mercury Redstone. Would you launch people on that for the first time? No. Why? Why wouldn't you? I have it, Baron. Because there are known unknowns about performance and G-loading, etc., etc. Yes. So, Reed's going to come into view, by the way, over here. So, why? So, that's buying, not why, that's buying down risk. Launching it, if you launch it with a crash test dummy on board, right? If you launch it with a crash test, see, I told you. If you launch it with a crash test dummy on board, this is weird, on board the rocket on the first try with no person on it, you're buying down the risk of your human rating. You know that it's most likely
Floating into frame
work,
for a moment
right?
there, Commander Reed Wiseman. Again, the
radio
integrity for images for downlink.
He's eating me. Reed, stay away from me.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, Stan, I put a single photo in a folder entitled For Matthew Dominic to share with CB on PCD-1. If you could get that picture to him, I'd appreciate it.
Matt Dominic is a another NASA astronaut.
We will get that crucial piece of imagery to Matthew Dominic.
That's probably a crap post if I had to guess.
I was trying to reduce the size of it on Goldstone, and it kept corrupting, so hopefully that file itself is not corrupted. It's the NEF. Sorry, it's a little bit larger.
Roger, we'll take a look.
Jeremy is deep in thought about Putin.
That was NASA astronaut and Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about something they are sending to their friend, fellow NASA astronaut Matt Dominic. Meanwhile, we are standing by for the start of the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event.
That's Putin face?
We expect that to start in about 13 minutes.
So, Crafty, hopefully that helps, right? Like, that's a really high-level overview. Basically, try to figure out all the unknown unknowns that you possibly can and make them known unknowns, right? Like with an engine on a rocket. Are you going to put the engine on the rocket on the first try and send it? No. You're going to put it on a test stand and test it to make sure that it works. Because you don't want to put the whole first stage on and blow everything up.
Solar eclipse glasses. During the crew's lunar flyby on flight day 6, they were the first humans to witness a solar eclipse from the moon. Now, this solar eclipse was not visible from Earth. It was only visible to the crew when the moon passed in front of the sun. They were able to put on those eclipse glasses until the moment of totality, during which they were even able to see the corona of the sun around the moon. There's some incredible photos available from that portion of the lunar flyby during the time they were in the solar eclipse, as well as the rest of the flyby. Some beautiful photos of the moon. You can find those on images.nasa.gov or on NASA's social media. There's even a selfie of everyone in those eclipse glasses.
Considering how fast the capsule is traveling, did the crew experience movement? No, it's all relative. They're moving at the same speed of the capsule, with the exception of floating around the capsule. So no, it's all relative movement. With that being said, during re-entry, you're going to experience deceleration forces to the tune of 3.5, almost 4 Gs. That's what Rick Henfling said. One of the flight directors in the update press conference this afternoon. What are they preparing for now? There is another Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event, so Jeremy might be hanging around here for a PAO event soon. Is there turbulence in space? Dougie, yes and no. There is turbulence in space, dude. It comes from solar winds, though, and it's honestly, you wouldn't feel it. It's enough to blow you off course by like maybe 1/2 mile an hour, maybe like with a big gust of it. It's enough to knock you off course, but yeah, you wouldn't like feel it in the capsule rolling around. There's also orbital perturbations, so like when they got out near the moon's going to pull you in a different direction, right? Because of its gravitational pull. When you get near it, it's going to pull you in. you don't really feel anything. You don't feel that. It's, yeah, you don't feel it a lot. It's not like turbulence in an airplane, but there is space weather. That's a thing, dude. Yeah, solar winds, gravitational pull of different planets. The Earth has something called precession, because the Earth is kind of this big weeble-wobbly jello mold. And so its gravitational center just kind of wobbles around its axis, so that can pull you, right? The moon has non-uniform gravitational pulls, so gravity is just slightly more on one side of the moon than the other, and that can pull you out of orbit. You wouldn't feel any of this, not even the solar winds, but yeah, there is like space turbulence, but it's not like when you're in an airplane, like kind of wobbling around and stuff. How much will the crew get paid for this mission, roughly? They're the highest government pay grade, bet, with hazard pay. I think it's GS-16. I have no idea what that means, though. The memes are diabolical. Bearing, that's interesting. Plan seems to be out the window. Okay. Memes are diabolical. Oh, with the A-10. Okay. Chat's moving so fast nobody will see that you left turtles. Grade 15, 126 to 164K per year according to this. Yeah, but they get hazard pay on top of that. It's not, hazard pay. Space is kind of dangerous, so it's more than that. Astronauts do make a pretty penny, but rightly so. Like, rightly so. This is not an easy job to do. So, yeah, Trey, it's going to take a while for them to reuse an Orion. It's probably going to, Artemis 5 or something like that. I'm, online it says they don't get hazard pay. Oh, well, if the internet said it, it must be true. If you don't mind, I'm just going to chill for a second.
Houston,
just going to listen to the sounds of the ship.
Flight control room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. A mission elapsed time of 7 days, 39 minutes.
Dude, I could listen to this on loop all day.
We are on flight day 8, and as earlier reported, we were anticipating the manual piloting demo, the second half of that, and the docking camera demo this evening. Those have been canceled. They are going to conduct a prop pressurization test. Our public affairs event is also being shifted. That will start at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 9:45 p.m. Central. We are also just moments away from a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event. As you can see, astronaut Jeremy Hansen there, center of your screen, getting set up. That event will start in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Jack, Victor's there. He's behind the camera, dude. He's probably doing some alpha stuff over in the corner of the capsule. It's the life support systems, Cosmic, that's making that noise, and the HVAC fans. So see those pipes behind Jeremy with the tubes? There's fans in there that move the air around. You got to circulate the air in the capsule, or else CO2 can build up, and CO2 doesn't.
So far today, the crew aboard this spacecraft.
No, Leah, it's my turn. CO2 doesn't fall in like up there. It'll just stay there. So like if you're in the corner of the spacecraft, you start breathing, you will suffocate yourself in the corner. So they got to keep positive pressure in the capsule. They got to keep the air moving. So what you're hearing is the air conditioning and the life support systems moving the air. It's coming from those vents right there. Somebody make a loop of this, please. How will they keep oxygen on the moon base? In tanks? Probably in pressurized tanks? Oh, here we go. There's a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event. How come his hair isn't sticking all out? Because he's got short hair? You should see it when Christina's floating around. Like that. Man, that was good timing. Damn, dude. That was good timing. Chat, did you stage that question? Come on now. Is Christina watching the stream? Oh, ow! She bumped into us. Stream sniping, shaking my head, right? No, Silent Guardian, it won't show up, dude. Can you shoot it to me on Discord or something? Here, I'll, You know what? I'll just copy the name of it, dude, and I'll find it myself. I found it. Thanks, Silent. I'll check that out in a second. I'm just chilling. It's been a long week, chat. You need water? Drink water? Okay.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity.
Houston, this is Integrity. We sure are.
Canadian Space Agency, this is Jenny from Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Jenny Gibbs.
Jenny, hello and thank you. Integrity, this is Josh Kutrick at the Canadian Space Agency in St. Hubert. How do you hear us?
Josh Kutrick is another astronaut. Canadian astronaut. Reed!
He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny on Capcom. And it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. We're good? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, and to your crew aboard, we have a very special guest tonight who would like to say a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier ministre du Canada.
No way!
Merci beaucoup, Joshua. Et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons. Mais c'était incroyable de vous entendre parler français pour la première fois dans l'espace. And as I say, Canadians are so proud of what you're doing and the collaboration. And I just want to have a chance, if I may. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, Jeremy, and the crew. We've all been watching and inspired by what you're doing. And I just want to, I'm conscious. I spoke to the president the other day. I think he may have mentioned just how proud we are to be associated with this mission. And, it strikes us in Canada, there's such an incredible team, from the engineers who designed Orion and the rockets to mission control, to Jenny and the team there, the four of you. And I wonder if you just, enlighten us a bit about some of the lessons that you've learned over the years and up there in terms of teamwork and collaboration. I mean, this is such a unique example for the world and beyond. And I heard last point pilot Glover say, I think it was on Easter, he was looking back at what he called Spaceship Earth, and what lessons we can take here on how to work together better down on Earth.
Premièrement, c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le Premier ministre à bord le vaisseau Integrity. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ça. Et pour moi, c'est juste important de communiquer que je suis tellement fier du Canada. C'est le Canada qui a fait le travail de créer cette opportunité d'être ici dans l'espace lointain. Alors, Canada, je suis aussi fier de vous. Also, why don't I pass the word or the mic around a little bit? I think my colleagues would love to say a couple words, and they know a lot about collaboration. You can see we got our flags here together. We're better together, and I'll pass the mic.
Perfect.
Greetings, Prime Minister Carney. I just wanted to say thank you for the amazing hospitality, and we look forward to sharing all of the discoveries and pictures and experiences with the people of Canada when we get back. And I think I'll just say one word about teamwork is willingness. Willingness is a huge ingredient in a successful team.
I'll just add that I flew to the International Space Station in 2014, and before we go up there, we have to go to Montreal to the Canadian Space Agency and do training up there. And it was amazing. In just 1 week of my robotics training up there, I have lifelong friends from Canada, and I am honored to serve alongside Jeremy, Josh, and Jenny, truly the finest astronauts I have ever met.
I completely agree. I love my crewmates' words. I think we're so in agreement on this. And really, the answer to your question, in so many ways, we are an example, I hope, of that collaboration, about how when you go together, when you bring in partners and contributors that are all excited about the same mission but have different talents, how you can go so much farther. It may be more complicated, but I think what we've shown time and time again, both in the International Space Station and with this vehicle and this mission, is that the impacts are just so much greater and they're compounded.
Amazing. Well, can I pick up on just a couple of things you said? One is on hospitality, and it's great that you've been to Canada. I want to extend the invite on behalf of all Canadians to come to Canada, certainly come to Ottawa. Don't look too closely right now. You'll notice that it's still pretty white, but the snow's going to go. And I just wonder, a lot of Canadians just want one point of reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning.
Oh! We have both. She said we have both. Yes.
I'll take that as a yes. I hope.
Absolutely, sir. I can send Christina to get the SERP right away, but we definitely have it on board. It can make another guest appearance.
That's excellent. I'm going to ask two questions. I'm conscious of the time. And
she'll bring it over. While I have the mic for a second. All right, over to you.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'll squeeze in two questions. Well, by the way, we all trust you. You don't have to prove it. But
no, they're doing it.
I'm going to ask a serious. No. Well, they're both serious questions. And the first one was, Jeremy, you said the other day that this mission is a risk for a good reason, which really struck me, and it struck me as well. In the countdown when there were some tolerances, and Mission Control had to decide that, it was risk and it was good to go, and everyone signed off. So you're taking risks for a good reason. And I just wonder, maybe expand on that a bit. You've got lots of young people watching and inspired, and, the challenge that there is, and it's a positive challenge for this generation. But the other question, which I'll squeeze in, is, we have been following here that the wake-up songs that you've had from Sleepyhead to Tokyo Drifting. My daughter's making a playlist, so she wants to get some feedback on your favorites, your favorite wake-up songs.
Say Queen. Come on, dude. Come on. Say Queen. Come on, Jeremy. Do it, man.
Well, I'll start with the wake-up song, and maybe I'll get it from the crew. But my family suggested the one this morning, Under Pressure, and so that's been my favorite so far. How about I go around?
Yeah!
And then I'll wrap up this question.
My wife actually replaced one of my songs with a song, Mandisa Good Morning, and it's just it was actually really pleasant to wake up to, and so I give her a shout out, and that was my favorite one.
And I won't quite take responsibility for Pink Pony Club, although it probably is my responsibility. But Tokyo Drifting is a song that my daughters and I listen to every year when we go on our annual vacation to Florida. And so that one meant the most to me.
Yeah, the wake-up songs have been absolute perfection. However, they did cut off Pink Pony Club before the chorus, so I really was just singing it all day after that. My song was Sleepyhead because it was after a 4-hour nap after being awake for, I'm not sure how long, but many, 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 many hours, and I knew that we would need a little backup on that.
All right, and my second favorite song will be on Landing Day, but I'll let you wait to see what that one is. I think it's appropriate for the day. The one more thing you asked about risk, and we do think risk is necessary, but calculated risk, well thought out risk, and risk that you balance with others. And so for youth that are making those decisions, do it in collaboration with others. People will point out when you're out over your skis, and so you have to be smart about how you take risks. But as a country, we have to be willing to have some failures, and we fail in this space program, but we assure ourselves we're not going to stay or rest in those failures. We're going to push through them. And so as you've been leading our country, we know we have to do some things. We have some work to do. We have to be willing to have some failures and be okay with that, but ultimately knowing that we're just going to persist and win in the final calculation. Before you leave us, Prime Minister, I did want to show you this. We have this on board flying, and when we get back, we'd love to make sure this gets to you. So I wrote your name on the back, well, your title on the back. Make sure that it gets to you. Over to you.
Thank you, Jeremy. If I may, thank you, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jenny. Extraordinary experience. And I'll just reinforce what you just said. Whether it's in Canada, the United States, right around the world, the examples that you're showing of how to reach literally for the stars, reach for the moon, and not just be satisfied with that, because you're setting a platform for the world to go even farther. And it's hugely inspiring in all walks of life. Canadians couldn't be more proud of you personally, but this mission and our collaboration with the United States. So thank you for making the time, and Godspeed, and enjoy the rest of the mission. And we look forward to seeing you here at some point in Canada for maple syrup on pancakes.
Thank you. Thank you.
We love it. We love it, sir. That's great.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Jeremy. I would now like to invite the Honourable Mélanie Joly, Minister responsible for the Canadian Space Agency. The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Jeremy. It's really a pleasure to see you and all the crew. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir de te voir. Écoute, on est extrêmement fiers, tout le monde ici, la grande famille de l'Agence spatiale canadienne. On te dit bonjour, puis on te dit à quel point on est fiers de toi. And what I wanted to tell you is how much I've heard time and time again, people from across the country saying, oh my God, we're so not only proud, but it's good news. We're following because they're providing hope, and Jeremy is actually helping us go through our days. Because sometimes things can be a bit heavy, and there is sometimes anxiety, but all of you four have been really, really good news. And so I just wanted to convey that. And now, I know we can talk about maple syrup, and yes, you guys, you're invited to come here. Bien entendu, on va vous amener à la cabane à sucre avec plaisir. Avec plaisir. Mais j'aimerais savoir, what, now that you're a bit, you know, you've gone the furthest away from Earth and therefore from humankind, I have a deep question. Do you have a new perspective on humankind as you're coming back, or not? Does that change your point of view on things, or not? It's just, you know, I think it's a question that many of us ask each other. Donc voilà, c'est ma question. Après toi, Jérémy. Merci encore.
I think it's an excellent question, and you know, the answer for me. Messy. I think it's an excellent question, and for me personally, it hasn't changed my perspective at all. I've seen some amazing things. The viewpoints and the perspective. I've seen new perspectives, but my perspective on humanity and our place on planet Earth has not changed, because I launched with the perspective that I think there is enough for all. The purpose of humanity is joy and lifting one another up, creating together versus destroying. And that's how I launched. And I launched with the expectations. We often say in this crew, we don't want to set expectations, but I launched with the expectation that I would see the proof of it with my own eyes, and I definitely have. And I think that's really reassuring. And I'm glad, we're all glad. We've been just receiving some touching messages up here. Yours was very heartfelt. We felt it up here. And we're glad that we can remind people that we can do better as a human race by lifting one another up and collaborating. Alors, merci pour la question. C'est vraiment important pour nous à penser des choses comme ça.
That was the best.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
Very nice to see you.
Thank you. And I think there's lots of young people that want to ask questions.
We should do that. We should go right to questions. So, moving right along, Jeremy, Artemis, don't go anywhere. We'll start with a question from the room. Ella.
Hi. I am Ella Macumber, and I'm from Gunawaga, and I attend to a Gunawaga Survival School. How does seeing Earth from space change your view on life?
That's another deep question, and I've been to your school. I remember it well. I had a great experience there. I have to release my colleagues back to work because there's no rest up here. There's always a lot to do. So I'm going to send them off, and then I'm going to answer your question. Thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
I hope we get to visit you.
I hope we get to visit you.
Victor says he hopes he gets to visit your school as well. And like I was saying to Minister Joly, my perspective hasn't expressly changed, but I do think it's important to reinforce that what I have seen up here has reinforced my perspective. We live on this extraordinary planet Earth, and it is truly out in the void of space. It was really unique to see it from the far side of the moon, to look through the moon and see this three-dimensional moon out in front of you, and like just so oddly, this enormous sphere hanging in space, and we were on the far side of it looking back and seeing planet Earth, and then watching planet Earth disappear. We saw the Earth set behind the moon, and then we waited a little while, we lost contact with Earth, and then to see the Earth rise again and to be able to talk to Jenny back in mission control, that is an amazing perspective, and it's something we already know from science, but to see it with your own eyes, wow, seeing is believing.
Thank you, Jeremy. There's some time for a few more. The next question is from Raya, Mississauga, Ontario.
We wanted to know, is there anything that you learned from the elders of the Turtle Lodge that impacted your journey to space?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, I've had many Indigenous elders spend time with me on my travels across the country, and I've always enjoyed it. If I can give you one piece of advice, sit with your elders and ask questions, but listen intently. Every time I've stopped to listen, I learn these amazing things. You've probably seen my mission patch. I have it with me here. I flew with it on my knee board, actually. Let me make sure I got it upside right. You've probably seen this. This encompasses a few of the things that I learned from the elders. But when I left the Vision Quest, I had a better understanding of it. And these animals in our patch, in this patch that was created by Anishinaabe artist Henry Guimont from the Turtle Lodge, these animals represent some things that I try to think about every day. My mantra when I wake up is I am just going to try to spend my day walking with these attributes. And so I start with courage, humility, respect, love, honesty, wisdom, and truth. And my crewmates here and one of the instructors that we went on a backpacking expedition with taught us something about being in integrity. It's actually one of the reasons we named our spacecraft Integrity, is because as humans, you are not always in integrity. Sometimes you are in your integrity and sometimes you fall short, but you should strive to be in integrity. And so for me, being in integrity is walking in accordance with these 7 sacred laws. And it's just something that helps me guide me through life. Over to you.
Gotta have integrity, chat.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next question is here in the room. Oh, it's not. It's online. Our next question is from David Leader, Middle School, also from Mississauga, Ontario.
Our question to Jeremy is, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like Artemis will change the way humans live on Earth in the next 20 to 30 years?
Signal handover.
About comms being hard with spacecraft. Right there. Is it? Jeremy, if you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like yours will change the way we live here in the next 20 or 30 years?
Hopefully you can still hear me, but humans are always pushing the boundaries, always inventing.
If you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots.
They got it. You're good, man. Comm's clear. I don't know why I'm talking. You can't hear me.
Yes, I heard the question the first time. Maybe my comm's not getting down. It's interesting to think about. Hopefully you're hearing this. Just interrupt me if you're not. we keep pushing the boundaries of innovation, and there's new technology, and that's great. We can leverage it for our advantages. We can also use it to do harm. And so we just have to strive to keep pushing innovation in ways that helps us collectively live better together. How do missions like Artemis help us? Well, one of the things I love about space exploration is we set really big goals, hard goals, like sending 4 humans out around the moon. And we have more goals. We're not stopping here. If you think this is neat, it's going to get really exciting in the next number of years. We plan to get back to the surface of the moon. We plan to create a permanent base there on the moon and eventually get to Mars. But what is awesome about when we set these big goals is it puts a focus point on actually getting it done. When you know, it's easy to dream about things and create innovations, but when you actually are going to bet your life on something and go out and do it, it really helps bring that innovation cycle all the way around, from original thought to scientific understanding to actually development and testing to actually doing. And doing is important. And we in the Artemis program are doing as an international collaboration and flexing one of the most important muscles we have, which is learning how to work better together. Over to you, Josh.
Thank you, Jeremy. That was well received down here. We're hearing that is about all the time that we have. And so a heartfelt welcome and thank you to Jeremy, Christina, Victor, and Reed, the Artemis 2 crew. Bon voyage. We wish you a safe journey home. We hope to see you all again very soon. Thank you, everyone.
Like I said, Canada, Jeremy's one of the good ones, man. Your country broke the mold when
This is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Hi, Vic.
Merci tout le monde. Thank you to all participants. Integrity. We are now resuming operational audio communications.
Thank you, Josh. The crew says thank you.
Integrity.
Merci tout le monde. Hey, he gave me the thumbs up. You see that? He didn't give me the thumbs up. But that's still cool. I saw it, Baron. Yeah, I saw what you said. Cool. Yeah, that was live, guys. That was a capsule that's coming back from the moon right now. Yeah, if you didn't know, that was a Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. They talked to Mark Carney, which is, hey, all right, cool. Talked to the U.S. president the other day, so only right. Canada loves EJ, but not the Bruins. All right, that's fair. You know what? I'll take that, man. I'll take it. That's fine. I'll take it. That, you know, that's okay. You know, that's fine.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center.
No one loves the Bruins.
You just watched Jeremy Hansen speaking with members of the Canadian Space Agency and Prime Minister, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick.
Integrity for onboard camera.
I'm not a Flyers fan, dude.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just curious if you guys want to stay on board. I know we've got the other PAO event later. Maybe we could just stay on the D5.
Shut
I
up,
don't know
Toothless.
if that
That's not
TS rate
true.
of 1300 is too much. I'm not sure if we can lower it, but either way, we're happy to have you on board with this camera, ideally, or we can switch over to the HHP.
We're checking.
We are checking over. We'll go with Plan A, Reentry Profile 2 question.
Jeremy, we'll stay with you on the D5 for another 14 minutes, then we have a day rate change and we'll have to drop it.
Yeah, this capsule is going to re-enter on Friday evening, guys, in the United States. In Europe, yeah, you guys are kind of screwed. It's going to be early Saturday.
Good plan, sir. And we loved your PAO event.
Over where? It's going to come down.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
In the Pacific Ocean near San Diego. The U.S. Navy will be recovering it. Oh, cool. Going right on. Near San Diego. Yeah, San Diego. It was discovered by the Germans in 1904. They named it San Diego, which of course is German for a whale's tail. What? Well, agree to disagree. Scholars maintain that the translation was lost thousands of years ago. So will I have a good view? Pookie, it's going to be out at sea. On the other side of the Channel Islands, dude. It's going to be out there. I mean, maybe. I don't know. It really kind of depends if it's a clear day or not. Time will they touch down? Baby Cloud, it's going to be Friday evening. I believe for you guys, if you're out on the West Coast, it's going to be 5 p.m. EJ's teaching me about German. No, mein Freund. No. Oh, dude, more onboards. Sweet. You stay classy, Kelly. All right. You hate that they had to leave the moon. I know what you mean, Tony. I love this crew, dude. This crew's awesome. The best of us. Dude. Entry planning is update on the timeline tracker. All right. Bro, Revs, by the time Artemis 3 comes up, dude, we're gonna have this thing dialed in, dude. Well, and by us, I mean you. Splashdown is tentatively scheduled for 8:17 p.m. Eastern Time. Yep. After this, you'll be back to boring Starlink launches. What happened to Artemis 1? It launched in 2022. It was very successful, Juniper. If you're talking about the capsule itself, Lockheed took apart the whole capsule. They parted out everything, and anything that was workable and reusable, they put it in this. Yeah, Noogles is next week. NASA missions just hit different, Street. I'm telling you, this is what NASA should have been doing for the last freaking 30 years, man. They should have been doing this since the Apollo. Should have never stopped doing Apollo, you know? Okay, you want to be an astronaut, but at the same time, I'm dumb and I'm scared of the feeling. Your brain is going to try every reason in the world to tell you that you shouldn't follow your dreams. Don't believe it. Did they reuse the toilet? There's no toilet on Artemis 1. There was no people on it, RB. How do they wash their hair? You don't, Hoovian. They got baby wipes to kind of freshen up, but there's no shower. Yeah, there's no shower. Truly crazy, right, Neutron? Isn't it cool, dude? But you're all for the shuttle and ISS, right? You're not saying we should have kept doing Apollo and not shuttle and ISS, right? Daveldot, I would have been fine with just Skylabs. Skylab.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft.
Skylab Saturn 1B for training missions in low Earth orbit. Because Skylab could do, you could make a Skylab, you could kit it out to do everything that the ISS can do. It's kind of stupid that we did it another way. I'm saying that as somebody that likes the shuttle. But dude, if the shuttle had done what they wanted it to do and kind of rolled with it, it would have been fine, but it didn't. You know, that proved to be a wrong decision. We should just kept Saturn V and the Saturn 1B out of Complex 39, dude. Oh man, you could build a whole moon base with that architecture. You could build low Earth orbit space stations. Just launch a Skylab. Easy peasy. Right? You could do whatever with that thing. Yeah, we could have done a modular station like Mir, but with Skylabs, Mutter. Yeah, exactly. Like, did they just pass a CCU? I don't know. I think we need bubble wrap normal or bubble wrap nominal. Oh, you want this one?
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
You want that one? What is that red pipe? That's the HVAC system, Sportius. Air. When Jeremy was talking, or when we had that kind of this right here, that's the HVAC system's working. That's the sound of that's what it sounds like inside Integrity. Hi, Reed. Don't eat me, please. Reed.
Floating into frame for a moment there, Commander Reed Wiseman.
Go ahead, Reed.
Let's get to the good stuff.
That was NASA astronaut. Meanwhile, we are standing by for the start of the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event.
This is a little bit of a replay. I just wanted to hear the capsule noise.
We expect that to start in about 30.
Never mind.
Integrity Houston for timeline, 2 items.
Yo, what up? What up, Stan? They have iPhones, Spooky Bear. Yeah, Christina's got fried.
We're with you.
Right, first, since we are not doing the docking cam bearing objective anymore, you can wait on docking cam install until just before bedtime, so we don't need it early anymore. Next, the Flight Director Conference coming up here in a minute or two is going to be on Open Around Earth to discuss the valve leak characterization.
How'd you get the lapping out of bubble wrap nominal? I know people. Yava. Yeah, they all have iPhone 17s, guys. They also have Surface tablets. You can see one behind
one clarifying
Christina.
question with the docking cam. It sounded like you were just giving us that full length, but if we did want to take it down sooner, that's also okay.
See the Surface?
And Christina, sorry, bad words. All we really mean is plug it in sometime before bed. We understand it's already installed.
Okay.
Yep, and I messed that up too. Yep, we are talking about the power. That's the commodity here, and sounds like we can do it whenever. Appreciate it.
Good words.
Aren't NASA missions great? I'm serious. Isn't this cool? You don't get this. You don't get this with commercial. Commercial is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I love it, but it's not this. Look, what other shot can you see of Victor's butt? Look at that. It's beautiful. Oh, they cut the camera. Crap. Isn't it cool how raw it is? That's so cool. It's not like some crazy far-fetched thing. These are real people in a real capsules floating around in space. You know? That's America's butt. That is America's butt. You're right. That's America's butt right there. You put that on my pancakes. That's pretty funny, dude. Oh my God. That's pretty funny, man. Okay. All right. All right. I'm good. I swear. I'm good. No, but isn't this cool? It's so much cooler. Like, I love commercial and I love what they do, like what SpaceX does. I love all the commercial partners and stuff, but man.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1 for conference.
Okie dokie.
Hey, we're with you, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, guys, we're going to talk through the steps that we're going to do in the prop characterization. The overall big picture, what we're trying to do is really understand whether we have a leak on aux branch 1, and if we do, exactly what that leak rate is. So the first thing we're going to do is get all of our caution warning and our fitter back in the right configuration to be able to do a flush on that aux branch. We're going to do that from the ground, and you guys will be able to see that on the prop ohms plus X display. And so after we do that, we're going to be left in a configuration with the latch valve open. And of course, there's 2 solenoid valves, which are not on your display. They're still closed. And those are the ones that we're going to see if there's leakage across. So we're checking for leakage from the helium tank into that aux tank that's downstream. And that's what we're trying to see.
Valves. Told you. So I talked about this. I talked about this all this morning. They're trying to do a fault treatment.
Okay, a couple of criteria that we have for stopping this test. If we see the fitter kick off, actually detect the leak again, of course it'll close the latch valve, and that will terminate this test with no action from either you guys or us. The other things we're looking for are if we get a pressure in the aux tank upwards of 274 psia, then we're going to command the latch valve closed. I don't expect that the ground or the crew would need to do this. We do expect the fitter to take action first, but we want to make sure that if for some reason we have a leak that's bigger than we expect, that we close that latch valve before we get to the 274 psi in the tank.
Thanks, Angry Medic. No problem, Box. Thanks for the bits, dude. I'm just trying to lock in and listen to what Jeff's saying. That was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He's the lead flight director for the Artemis 2 mission. He's that gentleman on the, if you see the 4 people sitting on the right-hand side of your screen, he's the guy on the dude on the further right with the jacket.
Let's see, integrity, we've got 30 seconds to a data rate change, and then we'll see you on the other side.
We copy all that. Let me just read a little bit back to you. Fitter should be enabled to shut us down. We are going to keep the smrcsprop.smrcs up. We just like that page a little more for the phase of flight we're in. If you want us to go back to OMC plus X, we can. And the valve in particular we're talking about is the aux helium isolation valve, top stop 3 on that page. That's the only insight we have because we don't have the PCA. And that's string 1. And anytime we see it get above 270.
Signal handover. Interesting. So that's Jeff Radigan.
We are in a brief handover with the crew.
That's Jeff Radigan there. He's the lead flight director for Artemis 2. That's the capsule communicator. That's Stan Love right there. That's being assisted by Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. These are the 3 people you hear talking to the capsule. If Jeff is talking, to the capsule, it's not a big deal, guys. What they're doing right now is they're doing what's called fault tree analysis on that thruster, or not the thruster, the valves. There are valves for Orion's pressurant tanks to make the rocket fuel, to make the rocket engines rocket. You have to pressurize them. You have to pressurize those tanks. and one of the tanks, they use helium as their pressurant, and one of them is not, one of them is, well, it's acting a little funny. It's not really threatening to the mission at all.
And the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS. We will command tab stop 3 to close. PSIA, and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS. We will command tab stop 3 to close.
So they're hearing the same thing that we're hearing right
Houston
now.
integrity, com check.
You didn't hear that they were in signal handover.
Integrity Houston, back with you after the data rate change handover.
Yep.
We got you, Jeff. Did you hear our response or not?
Let's see. We copied you talking about what we would take action on, the helium isolation valve, tab stop number 3, and closing that. And you gave us a summary that we expect the fitter to actuate first, and if it doesn't, then either the ground or you guys will take action. Ideally, we would command from the ground first, but of course, if we're LOS unexpectedly, then you guys will take action to close that valve to isolate Fox Branch 1.
So there's 2 redundant branches from the helium.
Yep, that all sounds absolutely perfect. We will leave you all as prime for this, prime for commanding, prime for the test. We'll just monitor as you all go. And then if we're LOS and I try to close auxilium isol 1 and the valve for some reason is not commandable, I would just assume my next step would be secure prop for SMRCS.
Yeah, and read negative, that's actually not going to solve the issue if we do that. If for some reason this latching valve is unsuccessful, our next step is going to be having to go down the route of actuating the pyro valve and ensuring that we have a physical isolation on this branch 1. I will tell you, we don't expect to get to that, but part of the reason we're ensuring that we're doing this with COM, with the vehicle, is that multi-failure case.
A pyro valve. Okay.
Okay, awesome. We see that pyro valve. I know we won't get to that point, but we see it on SMP and T, so just good to know that that is there. But I know, don't worry, we're not going to go anywhere near that.
Copy. We appreciate that.
I got it.
That's all I had for you. We are going into an hour-long forward LOS here, and then we'll pick up with the prop actions on the other side, and then we'll get you guys to your PAO event. But happy to take any other questions you guys have.
Okay. I'll wait until they're done.
All right, Jeff, that all sounds great. We have no questions on that, and if we're going to wrap, Jeremy is going to call Stan with a generic question.
Yeah, Integrity, Capcom's ready for your question.
Okay, Stan, I'm just looking ahead at the Eclipse wall closeout panel activity, which is flexible. I'd like to step into it soon. I'm looking at the fastener you've chosen in the procedure, and that is definitely not the most convenient one. I can do that one if required, but going up that same row of fasteners, 3 fasteners higher, so second from the top, fourth from the, I guess third from the bottom, fourth from the bottom would be easier.
Jeremy, copy, we're checking.
We are checking over.
right, Jeremy.
Stan, actually, maybe one go back. As I read further while I'm waiting for you, I see that it is the highest loaded fastener on panel 6. So we don't want to miss the opportunity to demonstrate that we can get the highest loaded fastener out. So I'm fine. It is accessible. It was just not as convenient.
Jeremy, to channel JFK, we picked that fastener not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
And do the other things.
Oh, now you're talking to us. Okay. It will be faster.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Hell yeah. That's Stan. That's the dude with the white shirt that said that. He's the capsule communicator. That's Stan Love. He's an astronaut, too. He flew on the shuttle.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. And
so they said a redundant pyro valve. Who was here this morning, if you've been watching this coverage with me the whole time? Do you remember what I said? They probably have a tertiary redundant system on the valves. There it is. That's your redundant system. There you go. Pyro valve. What is a pyro valve? Well, a pyro valve is a valve that is, well, it's a one-time use, and you open it and it stays open and it does not close. Reason why you'd use a pyro valve, they don't leak. Pyro valves don't leak. When pyro valve, exactly as the name implies, blows something up. It's a valve that explodes and it makes a connection, but it can only do it once. When it does that, you don't need to worry about it leaking. Pyro valves don't leak. At least they're not supposed to, right? Pyro valves usually don't have they don't have like rubber seals because it's an explosion. So if you had a rubber seal on your valve and it blew up, it'd blow the rubber seal up. So it's like it's a one-time use valve. It blows up. There's no rubber seals. There's no rubber components. When it explodes and opens, it'll seal automatically, like just mechanically it'll seal. Hold up.
It's pretty significantly during that, no damage, but there are some things we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reed. We'll take that note.
Let me back that up. Let me hear it again.
Stan, we definitely appreciate that, and you should probably just carry a note forward for future Artemis missions. If you do a large repress like that, there are certain things, such as CCUs, that collapse pretty significantly during that, no damage, but there are some things we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reed. We'll take that note.
Oh dear. Oh no. They repressurized the capsule. They had the capsule vent down to 10 psi or 0.6 bar. They did that because they were testing Orion's capability to change the pressure inside so it could dock with the landers that are being built right now. They repressurized the capsule today back up to 14.7 psi, so 1 atmosphere. And when they did, they had CCUs are piss bags. They're piss bags. They're contingency collapsible urinals. So the bags got crushed and hopefully did not leak. So what Reed said is like, okay, maybe in the future dump the CCUs before you repress the capsule so they don't like leak and maybe explode. Like oh dear. Oh dear. I hope one of those didn't pop. That would really suck. Oh man. Yeah, I think that's good advice. Yeah, exactly. Oh no. Oh, okay. Nope. Something happened. I can't really see him mentioning that just because a bunch of the bags got crushed a little bit. That sounds messy. Hey,
This
Leah.
is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are now handing over. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. This might be my final shift, but if you're new to following NASA, I want to say welcome. There are monumental things to come, and we're so excited you are here for the journey. It's been the honor of a lifetime to help share this mission with you, to help share this incredible crew and the teams that make it all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you carry this wonder with you. Our 24/7 coverage continues with my friend Anna Schneider, and we'll be live all the way through the astronaut splashdown and recovery in the Pacific Ocean on Friday, April 10th, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
And Integrity Houston on 1, we're about a minute out from our hour-long forward link LOS. During that time, there's about an 11-minute return link LOS. Except for those 11 minutes, we'll be watching and listening, but can't call back.
Okay. Leah's awesome. She's a hell of a PAO. She's really good.
Okay, Stan, anything that we see, we'll call it a blind. Otherwise, have a great little break.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Got a thumbs up from Jeff there. Why does that LOS happen? Okay, so do you guys want the pyro valve first or the forward link LOS first? I can explain both. They're still in space. Forward link LOS. All right. So a forward link LOS means that, okay, so they're communicating through the Deep Space Network. This is NASA's DSN. This is a live shot. If you look, Canberra 43 and 34, right? They only have downlink. There's no uplink. See, if you look at another dish in Goldstone that's communicating with Carruthers Geocorona Observatory, it has an uplink and a downlink. If you look at Artemis 2, that's integrity right there. They don't have an uplink. They don't have an uplink. They only have down. Okay? The reason why is because, well, if you look at the dish, right? See how the dish is on its side? See that? That has a lot to do with it. So I'm going to flip back over here. You look over there. All right? So take a peek here. The antenna's azimuth is 242 degrees, so it's facing west-southwest, and its elevation is 10 degrees. Okay, see that? That's the key here. The dish is too low on the horizon to transmit. It's enough to receive. It can pick up a downlink, no problem, but it's not enough to be able to get that not enough. It's not the terrain is in the way. You can't broadcast when the dish is below 10 degrees, because at that point you're sending extremely high-powered radio waves that could clip stuff on the ground. So if like a plane is flying by or a helicopter, it flies through that, it's probably not good for it. Or like a person steps in front of the dish, you don't want to get microwaved. You'll fry something. So they can't transmit when the dish elevation is at 10 or below. If you look at both of the dishes, relative to Canberra, right, Orion is going down over the horizon. So they can only take the dish and aim it so far down before they're literally transmitting into the ground and frying something or someone. But that doesn't mean they can't listen. They can listen. They have a downlink. You have a downlink connection, so we can still get live views and telemetry from Orion, but we can't transmit. We'll fry it. Like if there's a farmer around and he has some chickens, it's a really quick and easy way to make fried chicken. Why couldn't they bounce the signal like how AM signal works for radio? Because they're not using amplitude modulation. The Deep Space Network uses phased modulation with frequency modulation on top of it. The reason why they layered frequency modulation on top of phase modulation is so they can get multiple data streams through one frequency. It's if you guys have ever used Wi-Fi on your phone, but being beamed to a spaceship that's 400,000 kilometers that way. It's Wi-Fi. It's really high-powered Wi-Fi. That's what it is. Bluetooth also works like that too, by the way. They posted the photo where you see Christina from the SAW camera. Oh, cool. Malik, what's up? Is it just me, or will the DSN need expanding in the future to support the cadence of missions? Yes. Yes, it will. And Malik, so here, that's the thing, dude. A lot of people say SLS, Orion, the Artemis program is too expensive. Guess what, man? It's a total cost involved. Some of the price tag to upgrade the DSN for a higher cadence of missions is roped into that cost, dude. That's a thing. That's part of the reason why SLS is so expensive. Because it's not just the price per unit of a rocket. It's the price plus everything else that you need to launch this thing into space and communicate with it. The DSN gets roped into Artemis program funding. Part of that is expansion and building more dishes. That's the reason why SLS seems like it's so expensive. But it's actually not. I mean, dude, have you seen this launch? Like, not you, Malik, but have you guys seen this launch? Is this launch worth $2 billion a pop? Absolutely. Oh, no doubt in my mind. Dude, we went back to the moon. That's pretty good. Yeah, we're going to need to upgrade the DSN. That's what I mean. NASA needs the money to upgrade this stuff. If we're like, dude, you could have the biggest moon base in the world. If you can't communicate with it, it's freaking useless. Like, yeah, it doesn't do anything. So yeah, that's a little bit on forward link LOS. Malik, that's a really good question, dude. That's very, very astute of you to notice that. That's the reason why SLS is expensive. Because it's not just the rocket, it's everything else. The launcher, the VAB, the integration buildings, Neil Armstrong operations and checkout. So that's Orion's hangars. Michoud, where they make the rocket. Stennis, where they test the rocket. The Deep Space Network, flight operations, all the flight directors, all these super talented people. Kelsey gets paid, Kelsey Young, the principal science investigator, she gets paid under the Artemis program. It's paying for all of that. That's what you're paying for when SLS has the high price. That's why it always bothered me that everybody says, oh, it's so expensive. No, dude, you don't understand. You don't understand how the funding works. That's the price of the whole shebang-a-bang. For $2 billion, I'm good with this. This is great. This mission's fantastic. This is well worth its weight in gold, easily. But yeah, a little bit on forward link LOS. Now, the pyro valve. So, we found our tertiary redundancy. They were talking about a pyro valve. Thanks for your explanation. No problem, Cosmic. Think of how much money it takes to repair the ML in the tower. Yeah, absolutely. Goonhilly was a ground tracking station for the beginning of the mission, Farmer. If you're out in Cornwall. Yeah. Oh yeah. Goonhilly helped too. And NASA paid for that service. That's part of the bill. You don't do stuff for free. Right? I read the other day that the UK has dishes focused on this, not in use, but testing for adding them to the DSN in the future. Goonhilly is what's going on, Grebo. They have stuff in the southwest of England. So, pyro valves. I drew this diagram a little bit earlier to explain what's going on here. So, this is a very rudimentary diagram. No, it doesn't look exactly like this. So, Orion essentially has... So a couple of bits of information that they were talking about. They were talking about a positive XDU and then an RCS DU, I think is what it was called. So, plus XDU. Okay, he said when they were configuring the thrusters to move the center display unit on Orion to positive XDU. What does that mean? Well, we know that the auxiliary thrusters here and here that are all around the rim of the back of Orion and your AJ-10 is all designed for positive. It's all designed for positive X movement. So it moves the vehicle on its positive X axis, which is the forward front of the capsule. So my guess is that the auxiliary display unit is a plumbing diagram showing the plumbing for the fuel for the auxiliary thrusters and your main thruster. The other thing was the RCS DU, which means that's probably a fuel map diagram of all the fuel lines that go to your RCS, if I had to guess, right? So they did talk about putting it on the Plus XDU, and Reed said, nah, I don't want to do that for some reason. I don't know. Either way, all of that is connected into your fuel tanks here. Now, they use a helium pressurant. I'll just give a high-level overview. When I drew this diagram a little bit earlier in the day, I went through the whole thing. So if you want to do the whole thing, just learn, go back to that. So they use helium as a pressurant, and there are valves in double redundancy. All right? There are valves. Those valves actuate helium into a bladder tank. Okay? The bladder tank they actuate it into a COPV with the fuel inside of a fuel bladder. What happens with that is when the helium pressurant goes in here and fills this cavity right here, right? It squeezes the fuel tank or the oxidizer. That creates pressure in the lines, and that's how the rocket engines fire. The rocket engine, each rocket engine uses a solenoid. You have an electronically actuated solenoid here. It could be pneumatic. I have no freaking clue. It depends on the vehicle. You have an electronically actuated solenoid, and the line is back pressurized, and the solenoids tick on and they tick off. And when they tick on, they spray MMH and MON25 into each other. And when monomethyl hydrazine and mixed oxides of nitrogen 25 hit each other, they explode. They make an explosion. And that's how the RCS and the auxiliary thrusters work. So they talked about a pyro valve as a tertiary redundancy, if I heard that correctly. So, I don't know for sure. I have no freaking... You're talking about a pyro valve as a tertiary redundancy here in your system. So, we know that they're two-fault redundant because each helium tank has two valves. All right? They talked about a contingency there that if both valves don't work and you need to get helium inside of your MON25 fuel tank, right? And both of your valves don't work, what do? Pyro valve. So pyro valve is a connection that works once and it doesn't need, it will not leak. Pyro valves don't leak because you use an explosion to blow open a pipe. There's no seal, there's no connection. You just blow open a pipe and there you go. So where is your pyro valve in this design? Where do you think? I'm going to go ahead and guess it probably does something like this. Your pyro valve is probably right there. It probably connects your helium tank on the MMH side to the MON25 helium tank. Right there. That is a one-time use. You use that. That's a in case of fire break glass scenario. Now, they said that they're not going to do it. What they're really working on is what's called fault tree analysis. The reason why they're working on fault tree analysis, right, is because this valve started leaking helium on flight day 2. This valve started getting sticky yesterday. So, if both the valves aren't working, you have a pyro valve to be able to actuate. Actually, the pyro valve probably doesn't look like that. It probably... How would this work? It has to be on the opposite side of the valves. So, you'd have to have a system here to connect all of your helium manifolds together, right? And then you'd have to have another one right there. You'd have to have two. Unless they both go through the same avenue, in which case they would look like this. They could both go through one pyro valve, right? Because the whole idea is to get helium from this tank into the blowdown area on this tank, right? So it has to be something like this. I don't know I have no idea. Like, has to be something like that. My linked document shows 5 of them, actually. All right, so let me just put that down there. So once again, this is fault tree analysis on your thrusters, guys. In plain English, what's going on is the thrusters are being, the valves are being screwy, but they don't really need to use the valves. They're being a little bit screwy, and they're just trying to figure out why they're being a little screwy. Because this is a pressurized system, and you have your what's called blowdown, you have residual pressure in here. right? They have enough pressure to complete the mission in the tanks to get all the rocket engines to work. So I can't stress this enough. There really isn't any, like danger here, but the service module will obviously be jettisoned during reentry and you're not going to get it back. So right now, as safe as you can be, it's probably a good idea to figure out the troubleshooting and what's going on with those valves as best as you can, right? You do your fault tree analysis. You start messing with it within reason. You don't want to break something, right? But yeah, the valve already doesn't work, so roll with it. But you got to be careful because you don't want to screw something up too much. Anyway, so Silent Guardian, you said there's pyro valves in. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Anyway, I could build one if I have the money and the materials. So yeah, I was theorizing that there was some kind of tertiary system. Now we know. So, all right, let's see what you got. Pyro, okay. Hey. Hey, all right. I wasn't that far off. Oh. Hey. Hey, that's not bad, dude. All right, your boy knows. I'm not the worst at this, I swear. All right, so I was close. I didn't get it exactly right. To be very, very clear, this is way more complicated than my diagram. Way more complicated. Like, all right, let's take a look. Let's read and let's learn. In case of a failing pressurization function on one propellant side caused by a blockage of a pressure control actuator or external helium leakage, helium leakage is what's going on right now. A helium cross-feed system is implemented in addition to the normal pressurization systems to bypass the nominal PCA of the failing propellant side in order to improve survivability of the crew. In the following sections, the common pressurization mode as part of the electrical pressure regulation system of the Orion multi-purpose crew vehicle European service module is shortly described. A more extensive description of the system currently under development is planned for future publication. Well, we're going to make an engineer out of you, boy. Yeah. The common pressurization system, also referred to as the helium crossfeed, it consists of 3 interlinking lines between the 2 propellant sides within the pressurization system, figure 11. So the helium pyro crossfeed is here. But I'm pretty sure anything labeled with a P in this diagram is a pyro. Okay. A helium crossfeed line connecting the 2 helium vessels upstream of the 2 PCAs. Okay, right there. Right? Pressure control actuators. Monomethyl hydrazine bypass line running between the 2 solenoid valves of the redundant MON PCA branch to the MMH PCA, where it connects to the nominal PCA downstream of the junction of the nominal and redundant regulation branch. Did you get that? Yeah. Those were words. So, okay. So there is an MMH bypass line running between the solenoid valves of the redundant MON PCA branch. So you have once again, this is your primary. There's your secondary. The secondary has your pyro valve crossfeed. So if we go back to my diagram, there's a way to connect helium tank to helium tank, and there's a way to connect behind the valve. So it's valve 2 going to valve 2 in this design. I did 1 to 2. So yeah, like I said, mine's wrong. So there's ways to connect it in front of your pressure control actuators and in the back of your pressure control actuators. Yeah, Quag, everything's fine. They're troubleshooting some stuff. These, see where it says LSS? These valves over here are not playing nice. So there's an interesting thing here. There's a pyro valve here, which is the MMH bypass line, which goes down here. And then there's one over here. So that's the MON bypass line running from behind the 2 solenoid valves of the redundant monomethylhydrazine pressure control actuator branch to the MON PCA. So their secondary branches are the ones with the pyro valves. So they keep talking about valve 1 and valve 2. Secondary branches have your crossfeed, your emergency crossfeed system in this design. See, anything with a P here is a pyro valve. So Silent, you were saying there's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These pyro valves are there in case of an emergency. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, nothing is wrong. Everything's fine. And I'm not saying that to be reassuring. I can prove it. See where it says MON and MMH? Those are the fuel tanks. The fuel tanks have pressure. They pressurized the tanks and then closed these valves. Now they're trying to open them again, and it's being a little funky. But you have pressure in the tanks. If you have pressure in the tanks, you don't need to worry about nothing. You're good. You just eventually, if Orion doesn't, Integrity doesn't need to make it many more maneuvers, guys, to get back down. It doesn't need much more. So they have residual pressure to complete the mission. So right now, NASA is just, and Lockheed are just trying to figure out why this system is being a little finicky right now. It's troubleshooting. What I'm trying to figure out is what the hell they were saying. A MON bypass line from between the 2 solenoid valves of the redundant MMH PCA branch to the MON branch, where it connects to the nominal PCA downstream of the junction of the nominal and redundant regulation branch. All lines are normally actuated, all lines will be activated by normally closed pyro valves. The 2 bypass lines include 2 normally closed pyro valves, 2 helium filters, 2 latch valves, and an additional flow limiting orifice in corresponding test ports. In active regulation mode, all valves of the bypass line remain fully open. The overall mass flow is controlled by the solenoid valves of the redundant branch of the nominally working pressure control actuator. While equal mass flow distribution between propellant sides is realized by adjustment of the nominal and the HE crossfeed orifice. Okay. Can this change the location of the landing zone? No, Cosmic, this will not change it at all. Remember, the capsule has its own redundant RCS, reaction control systems, for going through reentry. There's RCS on the capsule, so these thrusters will not be used during reentry, and they do steer the capsule through reentry with roll control thrusters. They can actually make it skip off the atmosphere and do a bunch of other cool things. So yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, so helium-1 tank could pressurize your hydrazine tank, and helium-2 could pressurize MON-25. Yeah. Do I think that one...
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis flight.
Do I think that one tank could pressurize the whole system? Geeson, you don't have to worry about that in this design. If you blow the helium X-feed pyro valve, you can equalize the pressure between the 2 tanks and have enough to do both. I'll bet you that all these COPVs are probably rated 2 to 3 times the pressure of what you'd have if you cross-fed the system. Easily. Yeah. Spaceflight. Spaceships. Complicated. They canceled the Rad Shield demo, good dog. They didn't do it. They didn't do it because they didn't need to. The crew got really good at it. So their solution for using a rad shelter was basically opening up one of the lockers and hiding in it. But the crew got so good at stowing and unstowing stuff that they basically proved that it's really easy to do and really easy to get done quick. So They said, Flight Director Rick Henfling in the press conference today said, yeah, we don't need to do it. Pyro valves are one-way emergency use. Yes. Pyro valve is one-time use. Once it's open, and you can't close it. Like I said, I've read about pyro valves in this book. Modern Engineering for the Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. I've read about pyro valves. They don't have any rubber in them. They don't have seals in them. The explosion that opens the valve creates a seal. They don't leak. Pyro valves don't leak, but they're one-time use. These valves apparently they like to leak right now.
Experience orthostatic.
They like to leak, right? The regular valves like to leak apparently, but yeah, you can open them and close them. Okay, and there's their control logic for it as well right there. There's 2 return trajectory correction burns left silver, but they can do it with the residual pressure in the tanks. These are bladder tanks. Your MON and MMH tanks, as long as they have back pressure in the line that's downstream of the valves, you're fine. There's no real threat to the mission here, guys. The tanks are pressurized. And if they do that manual piloting demo, I'll prove it to you. If I can see the forward-facing center DU on Orion, and if they have it set to RCS instead of +X DU, I'll be able to tell you exactly what's going on. So let me see if I understand this. If both of the valves stop working, they blow the pyro valve, and it would keep constant pressure on the fuel bladders. And then they would just use the injectors to light the engine. Yes. Geek, okay. Geek, I know you know cars, so I'll explain it like cars. It works exactly like electronic fuel injection. Instead of an electric pump, right, in your fuel tank, instead of an electric pump in the fuel tank, they use helium. Why? Monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide would destroy a Holley EFI pump. That wouldn't end well. Let me put it to you like that. So they have a bladder tank, right? And they have these pressure control actuators, right? And that's to be able to make sure that they have the right amount of, they can actuate the right amount of pressure into the lines. If I had to guess, they probably have some trends in one direction or another that'll probably tell you if it's losing or gaining pressure. And they obviously have control logic for it too. So if you fire the engines, it'll probably automatically open the valves. But yes, so you have a primary and a secondary here. And this all goes to hypergolic engines. Hypergolic engines are you're a rocket engine. You got your hourglass thing going on with 2 fuel injectors at the top. One is for MON 25, the other one's for MMH. And you got to create back pressure in the lines, and then they just... That's why RCS sounds like clicking noises if you've ever heard it firing. If you ever heard cabin audio recorded from a spacecraft, it sounds like fuel injectors, because it is. That's what it is. In fact, they use pulse width modulation. If anybody here knows anything about tuning cars with electronic fuel injection, they use pulse width modulation to be able to control the thermal flux inside of the engines. The engines can only cool themselves so quickly because they rely on radiative heat. Radiative heat has a maximum rate of basically the engine can only shed the heat so quickly through radiation, right? So the plain English way of saying that is that they'll fire it and the engine will start glowing. But the engine, if you introduce too much heat into it, it can't radiate the heat out fast enough. If your pulse width modulation is too quick and it's not right, your engine reaches a maximum a maximum amount of heat flux. If you get the thing too hot, you'll start conducting heat into the fuel injectors. The injectors will get too hot. That's what happened on Starliner. Now, once again, that's not happening here. That is not happening here. I'm just mentioning it as an example if somebody wants to understand why Starliner lost control while trying to dock to the space station. That's what happened. Their pulse width modulation was way too high. They introduced way too much heat into the thrusters and it started melting fuel injectors. That's not good. That creates fuel leaks. Don't want that. Yeah, the Draco firing sound. Here, listen.
Right. As you can see,
this is on a Dragon. That's Jared Isaacman.
Up on 15 seconds to our next circular.
Listen.
So you can see Dragon's oriented into the velocity vector. We're at perigee. It's going to burn. Started. It's burned now. And this is going to lower apogee now to equal perigee, and we'll be circularized around 370 kilometers. You can hear the Dracos firing in the background.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Dracos.
Don't hurt me.
This is our primary way to create a delta V maneuver.
All right, yeah, pretty cool, huh? Show it. It's not. There's not any picture there. Yeah, it sounds like a turn signal. Is that actually RCS though? That's RCS on Dragon, not Orion. But yeah, they have a primary valve and then they have a redundant valve, and your crossfeed systems are on the redundant valve in case. So this will work if this valve doesn't work and these valves don't work. They can crossfeed through the pressure control actuator. That's what's going on. What? That is a lot slower pulses than I would imagine. Oh, Starliner did it too fast, and you saw what happened. They started blowing poppet seals on their injectors, which is the rubber seal where the injector seats into the into the rocket motor. But yeah, what they were talking about there is a redundant system. This is tertiary redundancy. Like I said, Orion has two helium tanks. One is usually used for oxidizer and the other one's used for fuel. But Lockheed, being the absolute G's that they are, introduced 3-fault redundancy into the system. It's actually pretty cool. I just learned this. I had pyro valves. Yeah, that's smart. That's really smart, actually. But it's almost like rocket scientists came up with this, So there is redundant control logic here. Yeah, it's based off of trends. Look, decreasing pressure, decreasing loss of pressurization. Yeah, they have redundant control logic built into the system. Either helium tank can pressurize fuel in... Yeah, exactly. So they could either cross-feed the helium tanks. If they lose one tank, you can cross-feed from another. If they lose 2 valves on... So this failure mode over here would be losing 2 valves on the MMH side. Right? This is cross-feed mode. Loss of pressurization loss in the monomethyl hydrazine pressure control actuator. Over here, this cross-feed mode is loss of MMH PCA, only mon-helium vessels available. So yeah, the system is entirely cross-feedable. One helium tank can either feed another helium tank or feed the PCA in the redundant direction. Like I said, really, so like, once again, fellas, if you're looking for just regular coverage, yeah, this is some really hard, we're getting really hardcore into control logic and systems redundancy here for spacecraft design, but that's actually super smart. That's super smart. That's what I mean. This tertiary redundancy, tertiary means 3. So you have your primary valves, secondary valves, and then your tertiary pyro valves with test port. Yeah, that's super, super safe. Yeah. There's no threat to the mission or anything. I'm just figuring out what the hell they're talking about. Right now, they're having trouble with the MON side of things, so the oxidizer side. Their normal valve was leaking helium, and then their redundant valve started leaking helium. Now, once again, this is not a big deal. They're just troubleshooting because you won't have this service module to come back. This whole system gets expended when Orion re-enters. It burns up. So, you figure you might do some troubleshooting to try and figure out what's going on with these valves. Once again, I can't say this enough. There's no problem with this mission. And I'm not affiliated with NASA. If there was a problem, I would tell you. But yeah, they're dealing with sticky valves. Leaky and sticky valves. The heck is that, goalie? Not affiliated, NASA t-shirt. I like NASA, so I have a NASA t-shirt. I ain't affiliated with them. I would tell you if I think something's wrong. Wow, these are super old pictures. Yeah, see? There's your service module. There's your helium tanks right there. Oh. Yeah, see, this is so old, it's not even... Mm-hmm. How do the issues and unexpected problems compare from Artemis 1 to 2? Guys, this is just troubleshooting. NASA's playing with house money right now. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean there's no guarantees in this business. But yeah, they're troubleshooting their helium systems. Because once again, all this element right here, that re-enters in the atmosphere. You're not getting that back. So they're doing troubleshooting while they still have it. There is no threat to this mission. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. Figure 21. Yeah, see, there's your double HE tanks. You have double fuel tanks, double oxidizer. There's your positive X engines, and there's your ohms engine. And then you have RCS pods. Yep. The redundant pressure the side pressure control assemblies, the PCAs, are on each side of the service module. Okay. Man, that thing is sandwiched in there, huh? Oh, dear. Yeah, that's a little complicated. Freaking track mobiles. You know what? Just because we're here and it's funny. No, this picture is not photoshopped. Oh, yes. Wires. Sorry, mods. Anyway, good to know. All right. Cool. I saw what I needed to see. So now I understand. So if we hear them, they're in a forward link LOS right now. So that's why I decided to do that, because you're not going to have any communications here for a little while. You started it. I'm not doing anything about it. That's fine. You're sorry? So that's what we do here? We lie to our friends? Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. You guys tell me if that was a little bit too deep of a dive. You let me know. But I'm happy that I was able to figure that out. That makes me happy, because that means my mind is in the right place for troubleshooting. I can still do it. Can they control it? Do stuff with it after the capsule is gone? The service module burns up in the atmosphere, scrap. You're not going to have it in about 48 hours. It'll actually burn up 48 hours from now. So they have some downtime, so they're going to troubleshoot. Settle down, Alec. Just shut up. But yeah, we're in a forward link loss of signal right now. The Deep Space Network is just in a configuration where the all of the Deep Space Network dishes are pointed too close to the ground, and they can't transmit when the dishes are pointed closer to the ground, or else they'll fry something or someone. So the dishes have to be pointed up in the air. Can you please explain the do not hump? Humping railroad cars is where you humping railroad cars is a sorting mechanism that railroads use, basically where they freewheel a bunch of freight cars down a hill and then they set a bunch of switches to assign them to the right track. I don't think I need to tell you why a railroad car with a 250-ton solid rocket propellant segment would be I don't think I need to say why it would be a bad idea to freewheel that down a hill. Yeah, hump yards with railroads are a way of sorting cars. Basically, you have a freight yard, right? And at one side of the freight yard, you have a hill, right? The train backs up the hill, right? And when you get to the top of the hill, they uncouple the freight car, and then you go down the hill, and then there's like the track splits 30 times. And as the car goes over the hump, it'll configure the switches, right? And it'll put the car down the right track. It's a very simple way of using gravity to sort out freight trains if you need to rearrange cars. Don't do that with solid rocket boosters, because if they hit something too hard, they will explode because it's a gigantic bomb. Crimson, you train guy, you build and maintain track. Yeah, a 250-ton SRB segment, Crimson, would you hump that? I wouldn't hump that. Nope. Not a good idea. Do not hump. You would hump it once. Yeah, once. You're right. Once. More diagrams, Mutter? Oh, fantastic. Who asked me to see last? Sorry, I lost it. Sure, but after separation, it's not controllable, right? The service module? No, Scrap. No, the brains to control the service module are up in Orion, dude. So yeah, no, it's just debris after that. Nick Paul, what was your last question? Do you have a video of a pyro valve in use? I don't think so. Make sure you yell World Star when you do it. World Star! You know. World Star!
Houston Integrity, call in the blind from a Peltor, and just doing a test for the Peltor noise reduction flexible activity. These actually work really well. We have 3 crew members on Peltors, 1 in the toilet, and we're using the Bluetooth feature to talk between them, and they sound really good. Noise canceling makes them very quiet, and then talking to each other with push to talk on the headsets.
He's talking about the headsets that they're using. Peltor headsets.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard NASA astronaut Victor Glover call down from the Orion spacecraft. You can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft. He noted that he was making a call in the blind, which means that he knows that the team here cannot respond to that call because we are currently in a forward link loss of signal. And that call he made was regarding some noise reduction activity that they are currently doing, and it was a taskless item, as not necessarily scheduled on their timeline, but some extra activities if they had time to get to that they could perform for teams here on the ground. So again, they were working on a noise reduction assessment activity, and he was making that call in the blind because we are in that forward link loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that forward link and reacquire signal in a little less than 30 minutes.
So, Bet, what did you ask over there? Wouldn't the toilet smells permanently stay in the cabin? No, the toilet has an air filter attached to it to stop the smells from coming out of it. and air is constantly being recirculated through the cabin because you don't want CO2 pooling at any point. So they have basically the capsule has a draft in it. They're constantly circulating air. So the HVAC systems, the life support systems pump air into the capsule, right? And then the CO2 scrubbers pump air out. And from the CO2 scrubber, it goes into a dump tank, and they can dump the tank. I forgot to tag you in the link on your last message. Yeah, the pyro valve. Nick Pot, look at Destroyed QC's link if you want to see a pyro valve working. It's not anything really special. It just looks like a switch that opens. Cosmic, with the crew, will the crew know when their 11-minute loss of signal is, or is all that info only provided to the ground? No, they'll know. Just got here. Is there something especially relevant going on? No, they were troubleshooting some thrusters, and I was just on Orion, and I was just trying to figure out what exactly they were troubleshooting. But yeah, I think we covered it. Long story short, everything's fine with the capsule. There's nothing really crazily wrong here. They did have some weird trouble with some of the thrusters or some of the helium valves on the thrusters on the vehicle. But, yeah, it's fine. What is the strangest thing that happened on an Apollo mission? Look up how the concealable or the contingency collapsible urinals worked on Apollo 10. And, yeah, that should be fun. Or didn't, yeah. 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 Goldstill still isn't reading. Let me look at the DSN. Give me 1 second. So the handover, the forward link lost the signal. They switched over the downlink to Madrid here. And Madrid 54 is probably going to be the one transmitting. That's out of all this small stuff, that's the more powerful dish. So let me go over here so you guys can see this side. What's its azimuth? Its azimuth, or the azimuth's 141 at 7 degrees. When this gets up to 10 degrees, they'll have a... What the hell was that about? Huh. Houston, we're back. All right. YouTube, this is EJSA Control, UHF comm check. It maintained its uptime on my end, BD, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're back, Stern. All right, cool. I didn't drop any frames on my end, dudes. 5x5 over on YouTube. So it looks like Twitch ingest just had a hiccup. Either that or we're in a forward link lost of signal with Twitch. VOD restarts in 3 hours. Yeah, I got it, Jordan. Mm-hmm. Pressurize the Twitch bladder. Are you telling me to go to the bathroom or? So what I was saying, guys, is if you look, Madrid 54 has the downlink. Madrid 54 has the downlink here, and 54 is probably going to be the one that uplinks. That's what they've been using. If you look at its elevation is at 8 degrees. When the elevation goes above 10, they'll be able to transmit again. You can't transmit when the dish is low on the horizon because you could fry something or someone. Chat to EJ, controlling the blind, comms drop, but it's not bad. It's back and strong. All right, cool. So it should move up to 9 degrees here momentarily. Question. I always thought a gravity assist slingshot was to speed up, but when I look at speed after the slingshot around Earth, they went from 18K down to 3. Yeah, dude. That has to do with orbital mechanics. Here, while we're in a forward link loss of signal, I can show you something. Hey, Haunter, $5. Hold on, $5 super chat. Leaky CCU stuff crawls behind panels and things only to rain back down later once gravity is back. Any worries here? It depends on how much they spilled, but yeah, we'll, how about we cross that bridge when we get to it? So, Mythic, here, let me show you. There's a very good video from NASA about orbital mechanics. I show it sometime on stream. Some of you guys already know. But I probably should have shown this before at some point, but here. All right. Here we go.
If a man stands on a mountain
Watch.
And fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth.
This will be on the test, okay? I'm just a substitute teacher. This will be on the test. Take notes.
However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth.
See
but
that?
Gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth.
Does that mean he shot himself?
If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached.
So did you see that, Mythic? That second one is what they were doing. They were in what's called a very eccentric orbit. So, actually, it's just the next thing. Here, watch.
This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface.
It's 7,600 meters a second.
The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity,
orbital eccentricity, inclination,
right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of
This is
apsides.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, we are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means that the crew can call down to Mission Control, but the teams here in Mission Control cannot call up to the crew during this time. We do expect to regain that forward link in about 18 minutes from now. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew is awake. They are in the second part of their day. They will be moving into a public affairs event a little bit later today, and then earlier this morning, at the beginning of their day, they spent quite a bit of time working on a orthostatic intolerance garment test as part of a developmental flight test objective. And during this test, all 4 crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment that is worn under the orange Orion crew survival system suits. These garments help the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transit back into Earth's gravity, because after an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. So this garment applies lower
integrity OE1 in the blind comm check using the Peltor headset on the seat 2 umbilical MET 7232.
Yeah, sure, Nate. So, Mythic Mexican, what you're really looking for to understand
that call there made from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is one of the mission specialists as part of the Artemis 2 mission on board the Orion spacecraft. She noted that she was making that call on OE1, which is Orion to Earth 1. It's the communication link down to Mission Control. And she also noted that she was making that call in the blind, and that is because we are in that forward link loss of signal, so the teams here in Mission Control can hear them call down, but aren't able to provide a response back up. She mentioned a Peltor headset. They are currently working through a noise reduction activity using those headsets.
Okay. Watch.
For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field.
See ya.
When orienting an orbit in space, a 3-dimensional coordinate system must be defined.
Where's the rest of it? I want to show you the rest of this. That's lightning orbits, launch azimuths, lighting conditions. Here. So, if you're in an eccentric orbit, right? If you're in an eccentric orbit like this, basically the further you get away from Earth, the more Earth's going to try to pull you back, unless your eccentricity is higher than 1, in which case you're on escape velocity, right? Any orbit in between a circularized orbit and escape velocity has that orbital eccentricity that they talk about here. That's that one right there, lowercase e. Right? So that's showing semi-major axis. So when you get up here, you're actually going to move slower because Earth's gravity is trying to pull you back. It's going to slow you down. And then when you go here, you're actually moving faster. The perigee of an orbit, or periapsis of an orbit, is the fast point, and the apogee is the low point. So when they went out to the moon, when they whipped through perigee, right, they were going 24,000 miles an hour. But out at apogee, they were going less than 1,000 miles an hour because the Earth's trying to pull you back. The Earth's trying to pull you in. Eccentricity equals mc squared. No, that's uppercase E. Uppercase E is energy. Crafty. You put that damn kappa there. So Mythic, does that make sense, dude? If you're still here, that was a little bit of a long response, but makes sense. I remember now seeing a video of stars orbiting our black hole, And the stars sped up to a percentage of the speed of light as they got close to the black hole, then slowed down a lot after they passed. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you can... Okay, so if we're going to zoom out from Earth and we're going to look at systems on a galactic scale, right? Yeah, you can orbit around a black hole. Yeah, black hole has gravity just like anything else, but we don't know what's at the end of it. We don't know what's at the event horizon. I've seen that movie once. I don't want to know. But yeah, you can orbit around a black hole too. But that's on a much bigger scale. But it doesn't matter if it's a star orbiting around a black hole or a satellite orbiting around Earth. The physics is still the same. Where's the thing where he talks about equal parts? Hold on, it's over here. That's launch azimuth. Yeah, here we go. Little ways back in the video. Check this out.
Equal areas in equal time intervals.
Equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee.
So, apogee and perigee are the names for the highest and lowest point of your orbit around Earth. There is an encompassing name for apogee and perigee, right? Overall, it's called apoapsis and periapsis. But the apoapsis and periapsis, the name changes depending on what celestial body you're orbiting around, okay? It's apogee and perigee on Earth because Earth is Gaia, right? That's the name. So they put G in it, right? If you're orbiting around the moon, you don't have apogee and perigee. You have apolune and periloon. The reason why is because the moon is named Luna, right? Luna, that's the name of our moon, right? We just call it the moon. You can just call it the moon because it is the moon. Who wrote the moon rules #1 on my planet? What happened to my freaking planet? Anyway, moving on. If it was around the sun, for instance, it would be apohelion and perihelion. That would be the highest and lowest point in your orbits around the sun. The reason why? Sun, Helios. It's the Greek name for the sun. What would Mars be? I have to look it up. I always forget. Give me one moment. Arion and Para-Arion. Ooh, cool. That's if I'm understanding that correctly without looking it up. Apa-Arion and Para-Arion are because the Roman name Ares, right? Yeah, Ares. Yeah, Mars and Ares are the same thing. It's just Greek or Roman. Pick
Discovery,
one.
go at throttle up.
Mars is Roman, Ares is Greek. That's right. You guys got it. So, anyway.
It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time.
It's all about, weight has nothing to do with it. It's all about your speed.
Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the sun to its mean distance from the sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be.
This is why, for instance, the International Space Station, right? ISS is 400 kilometers that way, or about 270 miles, right? Actually, it's closer to 250, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The ISS orbits the Earth once every 90 minutes. But the Artemis 2 crew on Orion on flight day 2 were in a high Earth orbit, eccentric orbit, and it took them almost a day just to do half of an orbit. Right? Now they put themselves into an eccentric orbit with the apogee at lunar semi-major axis. Right? Think about how long that orbit took. It took them 3 days to get halfway up there, and then the moon pulled them in, and now it's going to take 3 days to finish the rest of the orbit. Pretty crazy, right? What is paracynthion? Paracynthion is another name for a paraloon. Apocynthion and paracynthion are another name for apoapsis and periapsis around the moon, just like there's apoarion and paraarion. It depends on if you what Greek or Roman goddess you want to name it after. You know what I mean? So paracynthion is low point in a lunar orbit. It means the same thing as paraloon.
Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the 3 Newtonian laws of motion.
Yeah, you didn't think you'd learn this on a Twitch stream, did you?
While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's
Hey, look, we just did that in real life. Lunar flyby.
Law of universal gravitation.
Any 2 objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
It has more mass, it has more gravity.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them.
See? So if your mom was here, it'd be pulling both of those together. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it.
I've been streaming for a week straight, okay? All right, don't look at me like that. I know somebody's like, who are you? Wait a minute, who are you? Don't worry about it, okay?
Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not 0, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Force equals mass.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration.
The missile knows where it is.
It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon.
So, yeah, Mythic, I didn't mean to take up too much of your time, but that's the gist of it, dude. That's a really good video. I'll link it up in chat. Miller, you're asking me how cabin repress went? Well, it seems to have compressed a couple of the CCUs, and they may or may not have leaked, depending on what we heard from Reed. I don't know. Yeah, great. We're still in a forward link LOS right now with Artemis, but we should be reacquiring signal here soon. Once the dish elevation goes above 10, they should be able to establish uplink once again. So Newton's third law is actually science speak for screw around and find out. Yeah. I mean, I would say out of all the scientists from modern-ish history, Newton was the one that believed in screwing around and finding out the most. Yeah. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, or does it? We need to sound smart. Find an old posh British man. Oh, yes, it would be great. Somebody said, is that Stewie? Yes. You were right about the movie? It's a good flick, dude. You don't even need to like space, and it's a good movie. Like, we don't spoil anything here, right? But yeah, if you haven't seen Project Hail Mary, it's actually just a good movie. Like, it's just a good movie. In a sea of crappy movies, it's a very good flick. I like it because space. I like space. I don't know if you guys knew that. I don't mean to undersell it, you know? The air circulation systems filters out most of FOD, right? Yeah, there's air filters in the system, Wombat, for this reason, but you don't want to cram those up. Yeah, like space. I know, Grandpa, right? It's so strange. Not possible to undersell space? Yep. Did the Artemis 2 crew get to watch it in space? No, they actually, Ryan Gosling actually gave them a copy of the movie for the astronauts to watch with their families before they went into space. That dude's pretty cool. Also Canadian. So him and Jeremy were like, oh, here's some maple syrup, bud. Oh, thanks, man. Oh, yeah, this is great. Yeah, here, go watch my movie, bud. Oh, yeah, I'll watch it. It'll be great. Conversation with something exactly like that. I can guarantee it. You know what I say to your enthusiasm? We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical materials, and the materials. Oh, wait, no, I screwed it up. We got to play it over again. Hold on.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
Man, those words ring true nowadays, don't they? How much radiation do the astronauts absorb? Well, actually, JQ, there's a bunch of science experiments on board to figure that one out. Yeah, we got an uplink on Artemis 2. Link is above 10. We should be getting a reacquisition of signal here momentarily. To ignore those great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. Yeah, Dark Maze. Yep, there you go. There's your link. There's the forward link. All right. They have relinked it up. Anna Schneider, the PAO, is talking to the lady in ground control. Her desk is over there. All right. We should hear capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons hailing the capsule very soon here. Yeah, Tessa, I hope so.
Integrity, Houston, for a comm check.
Come on, baby.
We have you loud and clear. How us?
There you go.
We have you the same. Thanks, Christina. And your calls in the blind on the Peltors came down super crispy. They were loud and clear.
Great to know. Thank you.
All right, Jeff Radigan is off console, it looks like.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 2 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control, which you can see a view of Capcom capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons on the left-hand side of your screen, calling up to perform a communications check with the Orion team, Orion crew, following that forward link loss of signal. Now that we've regained or reacquired that signal, so now the team here in Mission Control can communicate directly with the Orion spacecraft and its crew, and they can communicate back down.
I feel like this is the one place on Twitch where I can engage all of my brain. That is my intentions, good dog, so that's good to hear. Unsatisfactory, need halcyon class finish. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on this. This is my prerogative right now. Or prerogative. Moon mission, bro. Moon mission. Good luck with the valve testing. Yeah, we'll see. Zeb Scoville and is looking at something over there. He's a flight director too, but yeah, he's not on the lead flight director spot. They're checking out something over there. I'll bet you that. See that dude? That dude's super smart. That guy is, yeah, really goddamn smart. They're looking at something there. I'm not sure what it is. Who is that? That's Zebulon Scoville. Yes, that's his name. He's cool, man. The reason why I don't know these people, to be very clear with you, I've watched tons of press conferences with them. Just like Rick Henfling in the press conference today, dude. How cool was it hearing him talk about the capsule? Like, he's the flight director. He's telling you what's going on. He'll tell you everything you need to know about the capsule and stuff. You get so much good information from these people. And Kelsey Young, the science officer. There's so much good info. Yeah, see Zeb up there. He's a flight director. Jenny's on Capcom right now, and I forget what her name is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sweet Cyborg. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thank you. Oh, your cousin was a scientist and she got nothing on Kelsey. Yeah, don't tell her that. She'll slap you. Yeah, Kelsey's cool, man. I'm telling you guys, NASA's full of people like that, dude. We just got to put those melon farmers to work. I believe that's called a computer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sarah, you're probably right. Still on S-band. We're not on Opcom. That's why the image is so grainy. What's the capsule's current distance and what is our time here? We are currently sitting at mission elapsed time, 7 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 10 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Artemis 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
Don't steal my thunder, Anna.
Seeing a live view.
Jeez. I'm just kidding. So there are 185,181 miles. I was kidding, by the way. I'm just trying to be funny. 185,181 miles from Earth, or 298,000, pretty much on the dot, kilometers. 3,466 kilometers an hour, 2154. They're going to start speeding up again. They're almost home.
And then we'll be ready for PAO in an hour.
No worries. We'll happily hang out with you, and we'll continue our preparation work for that characterization test down here.
I just want to rewind that. I want to...
We're just...
Station test. And we have you. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings attached to the service module, which provide power generation. And Integrity, Houston's on board with you, and we have you loud and clear. But the PAO event has been delayed by 1 hour so that we can support this prop characterization test.
Prop characterization test, that's that valve thing.
Copy, thumbs up.
Yep, that's right. We're just on autopilot for once, just following Optimus there on my IM. And okay, we'll just stay streaming if you want it, and then we'll be ready for PAO in an hour.
No worries. We'll happily hang out on board with you, and we'll continue our preparation work for that characterization test down here. Thanks. And you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Those calls coming down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who's in the forward portion of that view on the left-hand side. You can also see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, in the center of your screen. And next to him is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook. They went ahead and started streaming the interior camera in preparations for an upcoming public affairs event. That event taking place in a little over an hour from now, around 9:45 p.m. Central. Integrity Houston. We are taking our initial steps for this characterization test. We will let you know in advance of the flush in which we will be opening that helium ISO valve 1, and at that point we would need you in place at the DUs. We'll let you know.
He had AirPods.
Great, Jenny. We'll be ready.
Space pods, yeah. You know what?
Capcom or capsule community.
You know what? You're
and
right.
a desire to execute this test while the crew is awake so that they can back up commands from mission control. The best time to fit in this test was into the plan was this evening. So they did have to rearrange some of the crew's timeline. There was originally a docking camera demonstration and a manual piloting demonstration scheduled for this evening. And both of those tests would have altered the spacecraft's attitude and utilized the propulsion system that they're testing. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, the mission management team approved canceling both of those demos taking place this evening.
Crap. Vic's going off about something. God, I love this crew. This crew rules, dude. So they're going to re-enter on Friday. Be here at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Integrity Houston, I thought we just caught an ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you.
We're
100% Jenny Gibbons.
Glad that's still alive. Good job, guys.
Guys, we might, I've been talking with NSF, we might end up doing Flame Trench on Saturday. Because I don't want to miss any coverage here. I want contiguous coverage from liftoff all the way through to this mission uninterrupted here on Twitch and on my YouTube. So we might end up doing Flame Trench on Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. I think the entry deserves undivided attention.
Keep an integrity for a PAO message that I recorded earlier.
Go ahead.
Maybe this is two items. First is a question that I think you'll be able to answer in a few minutes, which is I had an activity on my timeline to record a PAO message this morning. Let me see if I can figure out which one that is. It was my MET 2145 PAO recording. If it is, does that need to be downlinked or does that just need to live on my iPhone?
We'll get it after the mission, Reed.
Okay, and then an interesting nuance on the iPhones that maybe someone down there can think about, this is definitely the least urgent question you're going to get this entire mission, is when we plug them into PCDs to like pull a photo or a video over, we don't have any rhyme or reason yet, but sometimes it takes like 12 or 18 hours maybe for the picture or the video we just took to actually show up. All the other stuff shows up, but new stuff does not show up on that PCD for a long time. It's almost like it's using a cache or something, and it's just not going in and looking on the phone for new pictures. It's just a very weird phenomenon. If anybody has an aha moment down there, we'd love to hear it.
Anybody ever try to transfer pictures from an iPhone to a Surface tablet?
All right, we'll take some time to think about that one. But as you say, low priority. Thank you.
That's what he just asked. He asked why it's taking so long to sync their photos between the iPhone and the Surface tablet. Punished for using Windows. Yeah, Spiffy, you ain't wrong. I think I found the problem. The problem is that you're using a Surface tablet.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're now seeing a view inside.
Integrity for Oxone.
Go ahead.
That's pretty funny.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you just said you're busy or not as busy right now. We're trying to start thinking about entry prep, and we want to know, are we going to change out Oxone one more time in the toilet or not?
Yep, Reed, good question. We will want fresh Oxone tomorrow, so you will do that Oxone change out or tomorrow.
The toilet mentioned. Oh, what do they got there? What's that you got there? Join me in some push-ups? Hando, I did my push-ups today, dude. I did them. I did it during the workout period. The workout period was in the morning today. It wasn't at night. So, and they actually packed up the exercise equipment for the rest of the mission. It's actually stowed. How many? I did 10. So they're still on S-band. That's why this is low res. They're not using the OpCom right now. They have iPhone and toilet issues. Ironic since those two objects are basically the same. I thought you were going to say they have device compatibility, Nader, but that's still funny. Is this Secret Lab chair any good? Yeah, Colin, it's really nice. This chair is really good. This is Secret Lab Titan. I'm not sponsored by them. It's a good chair. I have back problems, and it's good on my back. Gotta have integrity, chat.
Go.
What is that?
Hey, Jenny, as we move a few things around over the next half an hour, are you guys okay if we call individual things down, or is that going to clobber your headspace down there?
We can absolutely take whatever you want to call down with respect to stowage.
Yeah, Nubius, it's not fun, is it? They're the same picture. So the real question is, who at NASA decided to give them an Apple phone but a Microsoft tablet? Who thought that was a good idea? Like who? A social experiment? Yeah. Maybe they're Master Chief. Maybe they're performing some kind of psychological study here with the crew. Why won't this damn thing transfer? Oh, fascinating. Sometimes you just got to test it to prove it. Contracts? Yeah, delusional. You're probably right, dude. It's a test flight?
All right, Houston, one quick one. We have an oxone inlet filter serial number 1031 that we are going to stow in CTB Bravo 3 small, just to get it out of the way.
Look behind Rise. Look at what Christina has right here. See it? It can surface tablet.
Copy, read. Which CTB in Bravo 3 small? We believe there are 2.
Oh, hammer down. Okay, cool. I know they're using OneNote, and I know Reed is using Outlook.
And I'm sorry, that is going to go into Bravo 2, the small one underneath C1.
We copy, thanks.
Bree. Trying and failing to use Outlook. Yeah.
This is
right.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Right.
You can see a live view of the crew.
Data rate change in 30 seconds.
You can see a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their return journey. They were recently calling down some stowage locations where different items are being stowed and held in preparation for the re-entry and return on Friday, April 10th. The IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Position here in Mission Control Houston, is the console responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. They also monitor the crew's well-being and provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission. And you also heard a call up that there was going to be a data rate change, and during that data rate change, there's often choppy communication, and we'll typically lose those views momentarily before we regain them. From this view on your screen, you can see the full Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Some of the positions that you see there on your screen include ground control in the far bottom left corner. The ground controller manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. A couple rows behind the ground control console in the middle left portion of your screen is MPO, which stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer, and they are responsible for electrical power generation, solar arrays, array rotation mechanisms, and power distribution systems. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems. And then next to the MPO console is FAO, which is the Flight Activities Officer. They are responsible for integrating and managing onboard activities. They're also responsible for managing the transfer of procedures, email, and other information between the crew and the ground. Behind the MPO console in the back left is ECOM, which is the environment.
So they have pyrotechnics. Yeah, they're using explosive bolts to separate the heat shield. They're not doing that anytime soon. That's happening on Friday. But yes, there's pyrotechnic devices on the capsule. Yep.
Handful of the positions that are here in the flight control room, and all of these teams also have a back room supporting them throughout the mission.
Anna, you forgot to mention the PAO desk. That's the lady that's talking. Anna's over there. Mission Control still has the onboard view. They're just not showing it right now. You can see it on the screens though, and then you can see the external view on the screen. They're reflecting off the glass. MPO has a cool sign below the lit sign. Yeah, it does. That's pretty neat. Mission Control or Land Center? I'll let you decide, chat. Yeah, that's NASA. That's the Science Mission Directorate. At least I'm pretty sure that's the Science Mission Directorate patch. A LAN party there would be awesome. Hey, Rain. We figure out what looked to have departed the launch vehicle on takeoff. Rain, you could say that we might have some nicer footage here. EJ in front of LAN party. No screen peeking for you, sir. I don't screen peek. I don't do that, Nubius. How dare you? Yeah, they released this today. This is the NIR camera. It's near infrared. Watch. Yep. I like that. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's, yep. Okay. Yep, very good. Yes, it's supposed to be on fire right there. Damn, that's cool. Is it boiling? No, it's burning. Oh, it gets better. Don't worry. Man, we got to fly this thing more. I know, right? Right? That's what I've been saying. 4 burning and 2 burning. Yeah, right? Yeah. Me on the toilet just now. I hopefully there was no fire involved, Isaac. Jeez. The heck did you eat? I don't know what you're talking about, Destroyed. Does NASA have like 300,000 terabytes of storage? NASA's IT systems are pretty good, Tom. I don't know how much storage they have, but they have a lot of it, dude. What is this camera on? This is a fixed tracking station, UCS-09 location. I have no idea where that is. Yeah, a little bit of ice coming off the vehicle, maybe a little bit of foam too, but that doesn't matter as much with this thing. How much storage does NASA have? Yeah. You'd like to see an Apollo engineer's reaction to this video? Yeah, this one's pretty good.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Following that brief data rate change, we now have those live views back of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft.
Hold on a second.
Again, they're working through some activities to start preparing for re-entry prep. They will do a lot of their re-entry preparations tomorrow when they will be reconfiguring the cabin to prepare for splashdown, and they will also be studying their entry procedures.
I saw it, Rain, yeah. It's a lot.
In addition to stowing some of their equipment, they will also be installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry.
Yeah, Bob, maybe. Your entire chat is NASA pins? So? I mean, so? Oh? We earned those badges. Yeah, they did. You did. Gold star, gold NASA badge for you. Bro, I could just watch the crew hang out all day. This is super cool. This is a capsule. What the hell was that? Capsule coming back from the moon. Yep, Reed, it's up there now. You might want to go get that. Or Victor. Yeah, okay. It looks like they're packing up food right now. Have you learned tips from the PAO on how to fill the silence? No? Whoa. Somebody gifted 10 subs. Thank you very much. Dude, the PAO's dropped. So like, Anna Schneider's on console right now, and Leah Cheshire Mustachio was on before her, and Sandra Jones is out there too. I learn a lot from them. So sometimes I listen to them, like if they're dropping new information, because they do. Sometimes they just repeat what we already know.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But whenever they drop new information, I do listen. But Foz, have I learned anything from them? No, not really. Howdy, thank you for the stream. I'm loving your commentary, and I've learned so much in the past hour. Hell yeah, Tex. Herb, 77-month resub. When's touchdown? Friday. Vic, can you help me out, dude? Guess not. How much are they getting paid? The highest government pay grade is what they get paid, Des.
Oh, this is Space.
I'm in space. The Texas AG. I mean, I don't know. The highest government pay scale goes up to like almost 200K. I'd do this job for 200K. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'd do that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think they're GS-15s, Wookie. Corburn. 4-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, Hermiel, I'd do the, yeah, I'd do this job for free. Dude, I really would. I would do that. I'd go to the moon. Yeah, sure. I'd be like, yo, how much do I need to pay you? You pay me. What? You know, GS-15 high step is around 150, 90 at min entry around GS-13. You know what, Rain? I think astronauts should get paid more. There. I said it. Bro, this is a 150K for this? No, astronauts should make like 500K. Like, this is... Why are the flags upside down? This job is like... what's the word? Dangerous? Dangerous, right? Like, I think that would be the right thing to say. This job's a little dangerous. These guys should make way more money than 150. Geez. Yeah, pro athlete pay. Exactly, Zabaski. We should pay our astronauts like we pay pro athletes. That's a good idea. Easily 750K, like risking your life. Yeah, exactly, dude. But I would say this, dude. I'd do this for 150 G's a year. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pay him $1 a mile. Astronauts should get hazard pay too. Yeah. I'd do this for nothing. Like, I'd do this for how much I make off the stream, which I assure you is not GS15. You guys are good to me, but you're not that good. Like, don't get me wrong. You guys take good care of me, right? Like, and I appreciate it, but yeah, like, I'm good. Like, I don't get GS15, you know what I mean? I'm good, but I'm not that good. And don't get me wrong. Actually, I might get there because of this mission, to be 100% honest with you. Like, I don't like talking about how much I get paid, though. Like, well, I'd do this for my streaming salary, which is not GS15, you know? Do they get overtime? I hope so. Yeah, would you do this job for 100K? Dude, I'd do this job for like 40K. Absolutely. I'd do it for like 40 G's. Just like, I'd do it just enough to put food on the table, dude. This job rules.
Integrity Houston for contingency urine stowage bag dump.
Oh boy, more pee talk. Night, Missy.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I did, Bet. Oh yeah.
Hey, Reed, wanted to let you know that message 3.8.6 is on board with a procedure to dump urine from the contingency urine stowage bag. We verified that you can complete this anytime today, and the heaters are configured for the dump. That's step 1.1 is complete.
Hey, Jenny, thanks for the call. I haven't reported that there's more urine in there. I think we're at about probably 1,200 mils at this point. Will that volume affect the call you just made?
P limit.
No issues, Christina. We appreciate you letting us know, but dear. You are go to dump that amount.
There's a speed limit sign that's in my town.
Okay, thanks. And understand I'll be able to, if it's desired to land with that bag empty, I will be able to dump on entry day as well.
Yeah, they dumped the urine overboard, Felipe.
Awesome. And this reminds me, will we be dumping the water that we got in the other CWC?
Nope, Christina, we won't be dumping that. We don't want to risk any freezing. We'll be landing with that water in the bag.
Yeah, there's a speed limit sign that's in my town, and kids
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Kids painted over the S and the D on speed, so it just says P limit. Sorry. Just.
And Jenny,
I think it's funny.
Any chance that Ike and I can do the flywheel closeout 28.3.112 now as a little bit of a get ahead?
Yeah, Rick, I'm kind of with you. You know, some people are like, "Oh my God, vandalism!"
Absolutely,
I'm like,
you're good.
Hilarious! I love it. Do it again. P limit 55. So she was talking about P limit. I'm just sorry I thought of that. Oh my God. Kids. Yeah, no, it wasn't me. Hey, what are you trying to say?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between both NASA astronaut Christina Cook as well as NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman talking to the ground about a handful of activities, one of those related to a wastewater dump. They also referenced the acronym CWC, which referred to some contingency water containers. They were confirming that those would not be dumped ahead of re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. And then they were also discussing the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft and beginning to take that apart and stow it. Yep. The flywheel uses a cable-based system that supports both aerobic workouts like rowing and resistive movements such as squats and deadlifts.
It's stowed. That's the thing that Anna was talking about. It's the PAO. See that? It's behind Victor right now. That they have it all stowed up. Today was the last exercise day. Show us constellation Uri. yeah, they can. See Rogue Systems last. All right, what's up? What's up, dude? I don't see it. I didn't see it, dude. Yep, Burbs. That's going to be it, man. Both Reed and Victor are Navy fighter pilots, dude. With Victor being a Navy test pilot. Reed flew in OIF, so he's done combat sorties. So has Victor. Reed flew F-14 Tomcats, dude. He flew Tomcats at the end of the program, and then he switched over to the F-18, the Super Hornet. Victor flies Super Hornets. Victor has 400 carrier landings, dude. 400. Hey, Adam, what's going on? Jeremy Hansen is also our CAF. He flies CF-18s for the Royal Canadian Air Force. Yeah. Dude, we got... these guys are no joke, dude. Reed, Jeremy, and Victor have a frankly insane amount of flight hours, dude. What do you do once the mission is over? I have no idea, Sigwali. Christina does fly. She flies the NASA. She can fly T-38s, but yeah, she's not a pilot. But Jeremy's a colonel in the RCAF. Yeah, he's a colonel, dude. Like that's no joke, dude. He's really good. The toilet isn't broken, ladies. We figured this out. It's the drain that's broken, and the drain is getting clogged up somehow, so they aren't able to dump hair. Get it out of my face. Mission specialists? Mission specialists are people that are conducting the science on board the mission. Usually it's people that do the science on the mission. That's Jeremy and Christina. Are they likely to land on the moon next? So Big Shazzy, Artemis 3 is testing out the landers in low Earth orbit. Artemis 4 is going to land. Artemis 4 should happen early 2028, best case scenario. Artemis 3 is going to happen sometime next year. Isaac Jaredman, we need F-14, the best fighter. No fighter. Yeah, no fighter in NASA is better. That's right. Yeah, Victor, and dude, you guys were wondering why Victor was so dang good at describing the lunar surface, because he's a test pilot. Test pilots, when you're test flying a plane or you're test flying a new package for, like a new weapons package or a radar package for a fighter jet, giving that feedback while you're using the system, while you're flying is super, super useful. So, you know, you're wondering why Victor and Reed and Jeremy were all like really, well, I don't know if Jeremy was a test pilot, but why Victor was so damn good at describing all the lunar features, it's because he's a test pilot. He's a Navy test pilot. Which, that's an awesome job for what it's worth. Victor's not a stupid person. Like, he's way smarter than me. Like, he's a good dude. I like him a lot. He's a freaking model American. What do you do for a living? Uki, I stream on Twitch. I teach people about spaceflight here. Yeah, I've been doing it for like 15 years. And YouTube now, too. Can't forget the YouTube boys. Yeah, that's right, Yoshi. You're correct. You're very proud of Jeremy over here? You should be, Vargon. You guys broke the mold when you made that, dude. Pretty cool guy. Jeremy's the real deal. He's the real deal. Just like Reed and Victor are, you know, and Christina too. They're the real deal. Pod, you enjoy watching the streams on rocket launch day. It's very educational. Right on, man. When did you go pro? I can't remember. September 19th, 2015. I decided to do full-time streaming and then went right to TwitchCon, the first TwitchCon ever. Senpai noticed us. I see you over there. Test pilots are definitely built different. You're my first Twitch subscription. You're doing a great job. Thanks, Zero. Do you think they could have chosen a better crew? No, whoever chose this crew is pretty damn good. Pretty damn good at what they do. Any major updates today? They repressurized the hey Kev, 26 months, thank you. They repressed the cabin to 14.7 psi. Oh, somebody's on the radio, hold on.
We all just had that weird vibe of backing up and we were getting sad.
Oh, we feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
Yeah, I'd be bumming. That was what he just said. The video and the audio are very, very desynced. Yeah, man. It's going to suck.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
This mission's going to be over, and then that's... What do I do? Do we just go back to just doing the regular thing? I can't do that. We're going to have to come up with a plan, dude. Like, I can't just go back to doing my regular sleeping schedule. Like, I don't know. Like, we got to do something. Like... we play the game. Yeah, I guess we're just going to have to go back to playing KSP a lot. Like, we scream at NASA at all to do this more. Yeah, replay it from start to finish. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Exercise device on.
Dude, I don't want to count. You shouldn't count your chickens before they hatch, because this crew ain't home yet. You know, it ain't over. It ain't over to the fat lady sick. I don't know what the fat lady. You're obsessed with the fat lady.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I need another one. I need another one of these, like, soon.
Well, October, you're talking about Bravo 1. No, sorry, Bravo 2.
Thanks, $10 super chat. Thanks, buddy. Start every stream with a montage of moon pictures. Really, we should. Matt, 42-month resub. Thank you. Right,
Jeremy, we actually prefer that be temp stowed for now. We will have the full repack plan for you tomorrow morning during cabin config, and we'll have a place for that.
Novus, we have not heard anything about that thrust vector control system just enabling itself. They did do something with the Mon 25 valves. They did do a test. They were doing it during the forward link loss of signal, but we never heard anything else about it.
Checking.
We got checking, over. Yeah, that's the gym. You can tell it's a gym because of the way that it is. Right, Mythic? I mean, KSP Artemis 2 recreation, but no fast travel. Oh, God. Lunar transit time is not nearly as bad in KSP as it is in real life. I mean, if you guys wanted to do something like that, you let me know.
Reed, we have an answer for you. We would prefer them stowed in bag 16 because we'll be using them again for the docking camera bracket ops.
Okay, into 16 they go, and with that, I'm happy to report that 28.3.112 is complete, and if you could let Victor know in Building 5, his favorite green card did not manifest on this flight. We did not lose the shaft lock pins, and Christina has one thing for
you. We love it. Thank you.
My boy loves the gym right there.
And Jenny, with your last call, I realized that we're very eager to obviously start getting ahead on any packing we can. We haven't been reporting Bob deploys. Do you guys need to know that, or are there any other things that you have question marks about? Because I just want to make sure that when we get that, y'all are, have the right information to get that packing plan good.
Checking.
We are checking. Over. How do the moon pics look? Pretty good, man. They're doing a lot of onboard shots right now, Clayton. So I'm just watching the crew. What the crew's doing is packing down everything. They're packing down everything to get ready for entry ops. Entry operations start tomorrow.
Christina, at 5:45 today on your timeline, you have a consumables check, which the intent of that was to report on those items. We can take it earlier if you're ready.
I will forever have to suffer through the memes as a Ferrari fan.
Awesome. Let me have a look, and we'll let you know if we have anything we can tee up for you now. Otherwise, we'll wait for it as scheduled.
Dude, that's pretty coggers.
That sounds great, and Victor's spinning is making us giggle. It's really spectacular.
All right, now you're just showing off, man. We go through the missions to the planned moon base. Yep. Insert spinning.
Integrity crew, Houston, we are ready for the Prop SM Aux Branch 1 flush and pressurization. We'll have at least one crew member at the DU, and let me know when you're ready for more information.
Oh, here we go. See if the dump works. You could do a full Apollo mission in re-entry. I think about it. Bro, those cannons. How do they let you take those cannons onto the spaceship? I want to flush it again.
We're ready.
This is space. I'm in space.
All right, Christina, some additional information for you. That tank pressure limit of 274 PSI will also ring an enabled caution if it's reached, and that caution is
Christina's cut too, absolutely.
Tank P high. That'll be another indication that we'll both be racing to close that ox helium ISO 1 valve.
Oh, hold up. Hold up. I need to listen to that again. Hold on.
That tank pressure limit of 274 psi will also ring an enabled caution if it's reached, and that caution is SM ox tank P high. That'll be another indication that we'll both be racing to close that ox helium ISO 1 valve.
Understand all.
Okay, do you have any more questions before we get started?
Thumbs up from the toilet. I try to be serious, man. I'm trying to be serious. Listen to the freaking Oxtec conversation. Freaking thumbs up comes out of the bathroom. I love this stuff. This is so good, man. Freaking look, watch. That's the toilet. The entrance to the bathroom's over there.
Understand all.
Look, see, that's the bathroom door.
Okay, do you have any more questions before we get started?
Yeet. That's so good, man. Oh, dear. Hey, the flags. Oh, no, the flags are stuck in the vent.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guys, the flags are stuck in the HVAC. Probably should fix that. That's not good for it. Hello. See what I mean when I say they're circulating the air, though? They circulate the air in the capsule because CO2 can pool, and yeah, that's not good for it. I really hope that's not covering a life support system scrubbing inlet, or else you're going to get a, yeah, okay, thank you, Jeremy. All right, cool. What is all this? What was that? Don't panic. Yep. Play the planet.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
They don't recycle.
Quite a bit of communication there for a minute from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they're working through some closeout items and restowing some of the cargo on board the Orion spacecraft in preparation for entry. One of the items they referenced was a BOB, which is a bulk overwrap bag, and these are how the food items are stored on board the Orion spacecraft and also how they're stored on board the International Space Station. And then the ground also said that they were going to start a prop flow, and this is related to the propulsion characterization test that they are running this evening. So earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system, and as a result, they had isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. But teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have developed a test plan. So they are executing that test this evening.
That's that
Integrity crew, prop has completed the initial flush. We are continuing with steps following the flush. That valve is open, and things are looking good so far.
Huh. Do they have little bedrooms? No, you Velcro yourself to the wall. The bathroom is down there, though, if you guys want to know. The bathroom's in the floor right there. See the door?
Copy, and we'll stay at the DUs. Follow along.
Is that duct tape?
Thank you.
Bro, that's duct tape. Oh, dude, they're look at that. They got duct tape on board. They're fine. Jeremy's got duct tape. Is that the good kind?
And you just heard
what brand
the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 this evening is Ginny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was one of the backups for the Artemis 2 crew.
I didn't see it.
They called up regarding the prop characterization test that's currently ongoing and stated that it's going well so far, and NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, said they will continue to monitor that test from the DUs, and that refers to the display units on board the Orion spacecraft.
It said, I think it said polymer on it. Red Green would be proud. That's right. Never go anywhere without duct tape, guys. I think he used it to tape the flags to the docking port hallway. I'll have to ask again, why did they opt for that wired mic and not some fancy wireless in-ear headphones? I don't know, Adam. I seriously don't know. Guess it's probably rad hardened, and they probably know it works. Though they use those same wired mics on the International Space Station, so I genuinely think that's just go with what you know. But I don't know. Yeah, it's funny because for PAO events, right? They have a 4K encoder, and they have a Sennheiser wireless microphone, and the quality on that is like 1,000 times better than the radios. So I don't know. Less batteries to worry about, probably simpler. That's a good call, guys. Yeah, very interesting. Lucy, you've done some good streaming all week, and I have learned a lot from you, including chat. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was Bob. That was definitely the wireless mic that they're using, the one that Jeremy keeps spinning around in the air during the PAO events. That's definitely a Sennheiser. At least I'm pretty sure. Simpler the better, I would say. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, mass is at a premium here, dudes. That's the side hatch over there. That's how, when they do land, they're going to get out that way. Domingo, we're both 88 generation. I've been waiting my whole life for a mission like this. I truly thank you for being able to stream and explain this for everyone interested. No problem, Domingo. Yeah, absolutely, man. Been waiting a long time. Domingo, I just had a weird thought. It's 2026. We were born in 1988. That's only 13 years after the Apollo program stopped flying. Now, what's crazy to me is now that I'm older, I understand how long 13 years is. 13 years is the time that almost like I've been streaming for over 13 years. I've been streaming for almost 15 years, right? That's not a long period of time between the last Apollo mission, which was the Apollo-Soyuz test project in July of 75, to my birthday in July of 88. That's not a long time, which is weird to me that I'm, chronologically that close to the Apollo program. And I know there's people older than me that were there, that watched it, like that are watching the stream right now. It's just weird to think about that. Like, we were born way closer to the Apollo program than we are to this space program.
Houston Integrity PCD-2 for the actographs.
Or maybe it means what?
We copy.
That's just weird, dude. Like, yeah, no, that's just strange to me. Like, I wasn't, because the Apollo, and I'm not trying to do this to say like to make anybody feel old or anything. Like, that's not the intention. The intention of thinking about it is like I wasn't born that much further, like longer past the Apollo program. Like, none of us were. Like, if you're born in the 70s or in the 80s, like I am, like we weren't. That's not that much time between the last Apollo flight and my first Apollo flight. No, that's just a weird thought, man. Like, that's not a lot of time. Like, because when I think about the Apollo program, it's an abstract concept. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard a call a moment. Until this mission, dude. I didn't know what that was like. It was in the past. That might as well have been 100 years ago. I don't know the difference, right? That's just weird, man. Like, that's not that long ago, but it is. But it isn't.
The crew is wearing actigraphy devices, which are small watch-like sensors that gather health-related data.
You look younger.
And they're also answering periodic questions about conditions on board the Orion spacecraft.
There you go, Discordia. Right, yeah. Yeah, T3 Bear, that's crazy. More than 68, you remember it on television. Yeah, man, that's just bizarre. I don't know, like, I'm just happy we're doing it again, you know? When we were born, the shuttle was already flying for 7 years. Yep. Is this part of Space Force? No, this is NASA. This is NASA, Toy. DH, you were born in 67. My mother said I watched all the Apollo launches as a young kid. We went to KC in the 70s, and I remember Saturn on a milk stool in High Bay 2. Nice. That's cool. Speaking of mics, sometimes when you turn your head, the sound of your mic comes from that side only. I have a shotgun mic. It's directional. So it's a directional mic. And I can split the channels, Doku. So I can split it to right channel, or I could split it to left channel, if you really want to. Hey, how's your left ear? Is it good? Is it good? Don't do that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I learned to not do that, and I probably will not do that again. Kiani, thank you for the 126 month resub. Okay. All right. Now we know not to do that. We're learning. Missed opportunity to say the wrong channels. Well, Azanku, fun fact. If I lower...
this is space. I'm in space.
If I lower the left channel, it plays through the left channel. So I have my wires crossed somewhere. I loved it. I would pay for more. Nova gifted a sub to my summer car. Okay. Silent Guardian, sending humans to the moon is marked as a point in time in the 60s. Do you think the world has come to realize this is another point in time we are witnessing in real time? Silent, I think history, it's going to take some time for the effects, the true effects of and the gravity of this mission and its consequences to come into light. I'm sure, having the perspective that I have now, I'm sure everybody was, you know, we went to the moon, right? And we went to the moon, right? And I'm sure it was gone in a blink of an eye. You know what I mean? We were there and then we weren't. Right? Like Apollo 8, then Apollo 9, then Apollo, 10, then 11, then 12, then 13. Like we were there and then, it was only with retrospect that we realize that, how important those missions actually were. And I'm willing to bet that this mission's something like that as well. They never got to the chorus of Pink Pony Club, Ava. It's a mic in the top left, right? Yeah, that's a microphone. Mm-hmm. Guys, all right, look, I'm no Chaperone fan, but Pink Pony Club is not the worst pop song I've ever heard. My wife listened to it, so I've heard it. Like, it's not the worst song. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't like pop music, at least not any recent pop music. But it's not like the worst song. It's actually pretty well composed for, like just from a purely like neutral standpoint, dude. Yeah, it's a pretty well composed song. Whoever did the production for it, if Chaperone did it herself, like, yeah, pretty good. It's got a really nice full sound to it. So, like I said, not the worst pop song I've ever heard. I mean, my area of expertise with music is in classic rock. I like classic rock. I don't really listen to anything past like 2005, except for synthwave. I love synthwave. Synthwave rules. But music is subjective because it's art, so it's in the eyes of the beholder. So I never really hate on music that I don't listen to. You know what I mean? Yeah, Isolated, it really does. It's got some really heavy 80s pop overtones in it. And that's probably why I don't mind it. Because, I don't know. I'll listen to New Wave. New Wave's fine. Like original New Wave from back in the 80s. All the Apollo landings happen in the time between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. Oh, really? Drew, don't tell me that. Apparently Green Day's classic rock. Now, don't do that. Don't do that again, Kevin. Don't do that again. Home sweet home, X-Wing. Good call. Nice. Adam, witnessing this mission gives me the perspective on the duration of such a mission. They're really not that long. But when I watched those old videos from Apollo, I always had the feeling that missions lasted way longer just because it was way back or because we watched partial footage of them. Yeah, Adam, that's it, dude. Dude, no, you're absolutely 100% right. Like, dude, I've watched this whole damn mission. I watched the whole thing. And you know, I couldn't help but think when they did that close pass on the far side of the moon, that it's like, that's it? We're here? Like, that's it? That's all it takes? Holy crap, this didn't take long at all. Right? Like, that snuck up on us real quick. And, you know, like, I know it's not like this. I very much know that, you know, like, the commander there, yeah, dude, the intrusive thoughts. Look, read with intrusive thoughts. Like, he's probably thinking, dang it, I gotta go home soon. That just...
Integrity crew, we are now past the most dynamic part of this prop characterization test, and we are in a stable config. So we'll keep monitoring the state of the SM Aux Branch 1 from the ground, with Fitter backing us up, of course. You are released to go about your business. Of course, understanding that if that caution rings, you know what to do.
That's exactly
With that, we are just under 13 minutes from the PAO event, and we will take a scene and voice check at any time. Thanks.
Yeah, no, like, I know they're making it look easy, right? But I've followed the SLS program since it started to see it all, and I've seen the whole program come together. Like, dude, we're there. Like, that wasn't too bad. I mean, I'm patient. Like, that wasn't too bad. Now that
we copy all. Thanks. See you on the camera in 13.
Hell yeah.
Lined up for PAO. I think you do have us on camera now.
I think they got rid of the manual piloting event.
Hey, firm, we got you on camera. Just missing the scene and voice check. Thanks.
They did, Paul. Yeah. Like, Wired, you said, like, because you didn't work on it for the longest time, but I know a lot of people that do. I've been friends with people that work on this program for a long time. It's just, yeah, Adam, that's a very poignant point. That's, yeah, you're right, dude. It's, yeah, no, it's like, wait, you're there? Like, I always thought of the moon as this abstract thing. It's like way up there, like in the sky. Like, you're not getting to it anytime soon. No, now we did. Like, yeah. Granted, they didn't land. They didn't do geology. I mean, dude, but even a full duration Apollo mission was, I mean, a full duration Apollo mission would probably have been another week.
And we got a good scene and voice. I think everything's looking and sounding right. Thanks, Victor.
Do it, Fluffy. Like, we're here, man. And you know what, dude? Like, I said this on stream the other day, and I'll say it again. You know, I always used to have conversation with my mom and my dad, and they're like, you know, my dad would be like, that's no Saturn V. When I'd be like, dude, look what the shuttle did. He'd be like, that's no Saturn V. And I was always just thinking, like, yeah, all right, he's just giving me crap. No, lunar missions rule. I'm hooked. Yeah, Dad, I get what you were saying.
And one go back for you guys. It looks like that America 250 flag came dislodged a little bit or slipped down. If we could get that put back up, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, all good.
I'm hooked. I'm hooked. Yeah, like, dude, like, I'm hooked. I want to do this, dude. We got to do this again. And we got to do it again soon. Aren't we streaming a full Apollo mission after this? That's what I heard. I don't know. I'll probably build it in Kerbal. What's the status of the Mars rover? Which one?
Looks good, Victor. Thanks.
What does your dad think about this mission? Oh, he thinks it's cool. My parents have been watching most of it destroyed. I don't think they're watching right now, but they were watching when they did the close pass on the moon and during ascent. And they'll probably watch during re-entry too. My parents are space nuts, guys. Like, you know, yeah, they're not, that's not their, they didn't make it their career, but both my parents are very interested in the space program. And both of my parents exposed me to the space program when I was really young. Like, I went to KSC VC when I was like 3 years old or something. Yeah. So your parents are just regular nuts. Yeah. Both of my parents love the space program. My dad loves planes, stuff like that. He machined oil pumps for the F-22 and the F-23. Like, aviation, man. My grandfather was an aviation mechanic in the Army Air Forces. He's an airplane mechanic. He worked on C-47s. If you come from a family of plane nuts and engineers, it makes sense. My dad's brother is a freaking train engineer. Not an engineer like you drive the train around, like he engineers the logic systems for railroads, like Factorio style. Like, he works on railroad logic systems. Like, okay, that should tell you everything you need to know about my family. It's like, oh yeah, okay, that tracks. Like, yeah. You know what? I never really put two and two together until I still said it. My uncle just plays Factorio with trains in real life. Bro, the stream has been on for 1 day. Actually, Sync, the only reason it's closer to 2, the only reason why it's not more is because you have to reset every 48 hours. I've been streaming since last Wednesday. And you're an online adult entertainer. Charles, don't say it like that, you dillhole. Do you sleep? Yeah. Guys, I've been sleeping. Here, let me bring up the Artemis 2 schedule. I've been sleeping when they sleep, when the crew sleeps. See, throughout the flight days, I sleep during that when they sleep. See what I mean? But I kept the stream live. I wanted to stream the entire mission. Now, obviously, I can't stream for 7 days straight with no sleep, so I sleep when the crew sleeps. Dillhole is a really underrated insult. Yeah. Yeah, I synced my sleep schedule to the crew's sleep schedule. That first day sucked. That first day was not fun. So our mission elapsed time is 7 days, 4 hours, 7 days, 4 hours, 4 minutes, and 34 seconds. We're on flight day 8 of a 10-day mission. Right now, the crew is reconfiguring the Orion integrity capsule for entry configuration. See entry conf right there? They're up on the timeline because they canceled the rad shelter demo. So they canceled rad shelter demo and manual piloting developmental flight test. And whatever that docking cam test was, they got rid of all this because they were redundant tests. They did that troubleshooting, that fault tree, the prop demonstration test instead to test the valves on the service propulsion system that we were talking about before. And because they got rid of all this, they're working on entry configuration right now, which is reconfiguring the capsule. Basically, you know, like if you're ever on an airliner, right? And they say, oh, your tray and seat back must be upright and stowed in the upright and locked position. And, you know, you got to put your backpack under your seat and put your luggage back in the overhead storage bin. They're doing that with the capsule to get ready for re-entry on Friday.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 7 days, 4 hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Following a lunar flyby on flight day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, the crew and the Orion spacecraft are now on the return leg of their journey back home to Earth. They are expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. Currently on your screen, you can see a live look into that Orion cabin. With the crew there on your screen, they are preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. During this downlink event, they will have the opportunity to answer questions from members of the media ahead of their splashdown. Following the completion of this public affairs event, the crew has a handful of additional activities for the day, and then they will move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference with the medical teams on the ground, and then they will have a private conference with the flight control team.
Check, we're at the lowest fan speed allowable.
Jeremy, good check. We can go 1,000 RPM lower if you want.
Give us all you got.
All right, it's in work.
That call from the crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Jenny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, referencing the cabin fan speed. Again, you can see the crew there on your screen as they're getting prepared for that upcoming public affairs event, which will start at 9:45 p.m. Central, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. During this event, the crew will have the opportunity to speak with members of the media and answer questions following their historic flyby around the moon and ahead of their splashdown. Again, that splashdown targeted to take place at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California.
I swear they've gotten younger. They really were mentioning a lot that it's cold in the capsule. Yeah, boo-boo, they got the HVAC system. Oh, dude, spacecraft noise. Hold on. You can listen to the fans on board Integrity. Listen, I'm going to shut up for a second. Nice. Oh, come on. No, stay there. Stay there, Rise. Stay there. No. I don't know, King. We'll see. Integrity, Houston, are you ready for the event? Bandit, what's that? I don't know what that is. Okay. I gotta mute the sound. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, this crew rules, dude. Sorry about that. Sorry about the sound, dudes. Bandit, next time tell me if it's going to be loud, please. Yeah, I don't think you need to hear anyway. Yeah, you act like I do this to you guys and my ears just didn't get blown out.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
What? Sorry about that. Blame Bandit. It's his fault. He's a turd burglar.
From In Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NASA Public Affairs Office, please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Turn on your mic. They can't hear you. Courtney, you got to turn your mic on.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
What's up, Courtney?
Hey, Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media eager to talk
Courtney,
to you.
we have you loud and clear.
Wonderful. We have a room full of media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and hop straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Dude, awesome.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Reed. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
There's a little bit of a delay.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, "Hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this," and that was an emotional moment for me. And I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
We'll take our next question in the room here from Joey. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I'm curious, Reed, and for anyone else who wants to answer it, how has this mission changed you guys personally in your views of the moon? These photos make it look kind of intimidating and beastly, and just curious to hear your thoughts on how you guys have also changed during this mission personally. Thank you.
I had an opportunity earlier to answer this question from my own perspective, and we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from, but I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. The perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum, in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that. It's almost like seeing living proof of it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. If you are on the phone bridge and have a question, just a reminder to press *1. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Integrity. It's so wonderful to speak with you. This is Jackie Waddles with CNN. Obviously, there is a huge moment coming up with reentry. Can you describe your feelings, how you're preparing for that moment mentally and physically? And then as you prepare for the end of the journey, what are some moments that you know that you'll take with you for the rest of your life from this journey? Thank you.
You know, it started off sounding like an easy question for me to answer, and then it got really big. But I guess the entry thing, I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well. So I have to answer that question later. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's a lot. And lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure. Yep.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Kelly Malone with Canadian Press. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Malone with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of excitement about scientific advancements as a result of the mission. You just spoke about the data, and I know you've spoken about training on robotics in Montreal. What are the takeaways from the mission so far that might be applied to robotics or other international tech efforts in the future? And just a quick personal note for Jeremy. I'm told you got a surprise message from your family. Can you share what it was like to hear from them?
You're hearing the delay up and down, guys. That's why the delay seems so long. It's the delay, the full loop from the press conference and back. That's why it's taking a second.
Advancements in robotics?
Well, when I think about the Artemis program in general, we've already seen some investments in pushing robotic technology forward for deep space that we're going to see put to good use in one way or another. And this is the beauty of this program that brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done. We're going to need the advances in robotics. It's really hard out here. We're a long way from home. We've been learning the entire journey. We've been watching Mission Control learn. You do a lot of testing on the ground, but your final test is when you get this hardware to space, and it's a doozy. And our team has just performed. They've just knocked it out of the park, but it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell they are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them. And so when we get these next generation robotics on the surface of the moon and out in deep space, there's going to be some challenges, there's going to be some failures along the way, and there's going to be some learning that happens. On the personal note, Yes, I had some videos from all of my family, my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, and my wife, Catherine. And when you're out in deep space by the moon and you are listening to a video they recorded for you before you launch, that's something.
We all had it so great, yep.
Okay, our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, good evening. For anybody who'd like to answer, how do you think the flight has contributed to the broader Artemis program? Of course, it's not over yet, but what do you think the crew has already brought to the table for the next couple of missions? Thank you.
Well, I love this question because part of our ethos as a crew and our values from the very beginning were that this is a relay race. In fact, we have batons that we bought to symbolize physically that. We plan to hand them to the next crew, and every single thing that we do is with them in mind. Oftentimes, it's actually easier in human spaceflight, especially on a first mission, to accept some of the things that aren't working quite right or the operational workarounds. And we have actually been diligent to try to fix everything, and we're always thinking from the perspective as what is the next crew going to think about this? How will this help them to succeed? So manual piloting the vehicle, making sure that the procedures and the processes for making everything work are all as they should be. Then there's the human side of it. How are our provisions? How are our food? How is the human system working in here? Taking the time to do all of the developmental flight test objectives that have been scheduled. So both in the vehicle and all in the last 3 years, we've really just worked to make sure that they are set up for success, and that's all of the teams, not just the crew, but the flight control teams, the mission engineering rooms, the launch teams, everyone. We've done our best to bring folks together and to make sure that we can be the best we can be. Obviously, just testing, putting humans in this vehicle is the easy thing to see, and we hope that we've capitalized on that and made it as much as it can be for our time here.
Our next question is from Alex Wilson with the Weather Channel.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time. You're space experts, yet time and time again, we've heard you amazed by things that you've seen on this mission. So what has been the biggest scientific surprise or discovery for you?
What?
The whole mission, truly the whole mission, but we saw really amazing simulations made by our lunar science team about what the eclipse would look like when the moon was 30, 35 times bigger than the sun. But seeing that.
Nope, guess not.
Communications, we should be regaining them here.
Can we slap the audio guy? In the middle of a Victor explanation. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable!
Houston, we lost your video and handheld mic audio stream. We are troubleshooting.
All right, Jenny, we see the issue, and we're correcting it. We'll probably need about 30 seconds, and then we should be streaming again.
Copy. Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, comm check. How about now? Are we back with you?
And Jenny, how much of Victor's answer did you hear?
Yeah, we have you back, video, and the handheld mic seems to be back up too, and Victor should repeat his answer. Over to PAO.
Okay,
You forgot.
The thing that we saw that really surprised me the most is we trained to view the eclipse from the far side of the moon, or after going beyond the far side of the moon. We saw great simulations made by our lunar science team, but when that actually happened, it just blew us all away. I mean, you heard the reaction real time, but it was the fact that we trained for it, and it almost was a thing that we were, I don't want to say unhappy about, but launching on April 1st meant the far side wasn't as illuminated as we were hoping. And so, that thing seemed to be a consolation, and it was one of the greatest gifts of that part of the mission.
Okay, we'll come back here in the room to Andrea. Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I'd like to hear about life inside Orion. Christina, in the fall you said the capsule would feel bigger in microgravity. Does it feel bigger? And at what moments do you find that you're bumping into your crewmates? And what tips will you be given to future crews?
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need. But the answer to your question is yes, it is bigger in microgravity, and yes, we are bumping into each other 100% of the time. A phrase that you often hear in the cabin is, "Don't move your foot, I'm just going to reach for something right under it," or, "Can I get there? And my goal is to get over there." And we're constantly moving around, whether it's to complete a task, to just eat, to look out the window, to take a picture. Everything we do in here is a 4-person activity. But it's also really fun.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will.
There.
Go ahead.
Will Robinson Smith.
Thank you, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's good to talk with you all. Victor, I want to go to a comment that you made a couple of hours into the lunar observations. You said, and I quote you here, "The Terminator is calling to me." What was it about the observation of the Terminator specifically that was so captivating for you and the rest of your crew? Thank you.
We like Will. Will's a good reporter. Seriously, he's good.
One being 3,500 miles from it. I mean, it was so big, and now it wasn't an image on a screen, but it was all of the things we had talked about in training, the terrain, how you can see features based on how high they are above the surface and how low things were. And there were holes that, craters that appeared to just be endless, bottomless pits, and then peaks that seemed to be, I couldn't tell how high, but you could just really get a sense of the relief down on the surface. And to look down on it from so close or over at it from so close was just, it was hard to describe. When you are in an airplane flying back past, Flagstaff, you're looking out the window trying to, identify Meteor Crater, or looking out trying to find the Grand Canyon. And this was the same thing. But imagine if you had seen Meteor Crater or the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Our next question is from the phone bridge from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, so great to talk to you for. The world has been watching along with your journey with such enthusiasm and joy. Do you have any sense or feedback of how your mission has reached the masses back on Earth? And does that influence you at all when you speak and narrate your journey?
Thank you for this question. We have had, I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than it was asked, but I'll get there in a second. But we have had a chance, the four of us, we've had 2 opportunities each to have very brief video chats with our families. And I will tell you, first of all, the four of us are now forged in a friendship that is very unique, and we will cherish this bond that we share for the rest of our lives. And then one of the neatest things being a crewmate on this spacecraft is not being in the family conference, but hearing your crewmates giggling and crying and just gasping and listening and loving their families from afar. Family is so important to all four of us, and that has been amazing. And when I got to talk to my daughters, Ellie and Katie, for the first time, like, I just couldn't even speak. I was just so overjoyed. I was crying. I mean, it is an amazing experience. But what also came from that is really our source of news on planet Earth. And those family members have been our source of how the mission is going from the public perspective. Obviously, they're all biased. Although most of our kids are teenagers, so maybe they're not quite that biased, but they're biased. But what we had really hoped, and we said it a lot before, I mean, we really are here to serve NASA, to serve our two nations, Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and the international community, and we're here to serve for Artemis 3. But what we really hoped in our soul is that we could, for just a moment, have the world pause and remember that this is a beautiful planet in a very special place in our universe, and we should all cherish what we have been gifted. And I think for the folks that decided to tune in, and it sounds like it was quite a few, this has happened, and for that we are eternally grateful.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, great to hear from you all. You had 40 minutes of a pretty profound solitude. You were, farther from Earth than any humans before you. No means to communicate with Earth. It was really just the four of you, the spacecraft, and the moon. Can you talk us through what that moment felt like?
Well, Courtney's running this press conference, and she knows I always speak the truth, sometimes with a little bit of embellishment. But I will tell you exactly as it went. When we watched that Earth eclipse behind the moon, wow, I'm actually getting chills right now just thinking about, my palms are sweating. But it is amazing to watch your home planet disappear behind the moon. You could see the atmosphere. You could actually see the terrain in the moon projected across the Earth as the Earth was eclipsing behind the moon. It was just an unbelievable sight. And then it was gone. It was out of sight. And we took a moment here. We had a lot of scientific work to do right there. That was probably the most critical lunar observations for our geology team. But the four of us took a moment. We shared maple cookies that Jeremy had brought, and we took about 3 or 4 minutes just as a crew to really reflect on where we were, and then it was right back into the science. And it is a surreal feeling, but we had a lot of work to do too, and I think that kept our focus. And so it's only come later, and we still haven't even begun to reflect on this mission. We had a little bit of a light work day yesterday, and we were starting to journal and reflect a little bit. And there's a lot that our brains have to process. Human minds should not go through what these just went through, and it is a true gift. And we have a lot that we just need to think about and journal and write, and then we'll get the full feeling of what we just went through.
Take our last question here in the room. Go ahead.
Hello, Artemis crew. This is Rebecca Morell from BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all?
Okay, that's not a bad question. I love Reed. That guy's awesome. So good, dude.
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day across hundreds of thousands of miles with a team on the ground. This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get as an adult. I mean, we are close brothers and sisters. 100%. And that is a privilege we will never have again. I have to say, I don't think there's anything I would say I won't miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks, and those things are all worth it.
Based an astronaut pill.
All right, that's unfortunately all of the time
Courtney,
we have for today. Reed,
Courtney.
Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you have captivated the world through this mission. We're all watching, we're all cheering you on, and we can't wait to welcome you home in a few days.
Courtney.
Thanks for joining.
No, Courtney, turn it back on.
It was great hearing your voice again, Courtney. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
No, ACR, put the...
Thank you to all the participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Courtney, Reed, get away from me. Jeff's back in flight control. He was not gone for very long. Dude, does that guy sleep? Holy crap, dude. He was there like 5 hours ago. I love this crew. I love this mission. This mission's going to be tough to top. Do you think any of the members of this crew will end up on 4 and 5? So, Jeff, if I was the chief of the astronaut office, and I'm not, the next 4 Artemis missions, right? So, Artemis 3, Artemis 4, 5, 6.
Houston, Integrity for a quick, not the AO item, but more of an item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Each one of these astronauts would be the commander of the subsequent mission.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if it made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to we wanted to share it in that PO event. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so. So we were to share with you all because we need to share this. Like this has to be shared, right?
Courtney screwed us.
In Victor's hands here is the Apollo 18 flag that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis 2 so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the 4 of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence, and we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab, through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
The timeline has been restored.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
No. Planted on the moon on Artemis 4 now. Or when that, well, not now, but when that happens. Plant that son of a bitch right in the freaking ground. On the
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have a quick follow-up question from that PAO event. We would love to know what you did to fix the stream when it briefly went out.
And we believe the battery died in the D5, and I set up the downlink, and I believe I saw 2 segments on the battery, so I'm not sure. I also saw another interesting signature on the microphone receiver. There is a red LED that says low battery, but it had 3 full segments. So I'm not sure if there's something else going on. There's something else going on, but we believe it was a battery dying. We switched the battery, turned the camera back on, went live view, and you got the audio and video back. I would add, Jenny, that definitely for future Artemis missions, using the D5 on live view is probably not the ideal format. I think we knew that going into this, and we were just making it happen. But it is, these cameras get hot, they're chewing up batteries, and it's probably not the ideal source. It works, of course, great. We're very happy that we have this capability.
Yeah, we're tracking, and we could definitely see that. Thanks for letting us know.
Jenny, a follow-on question for timeline. I see a Nat Geo card swap on my timeline around now, and I also had one earlier today at 6:20:30. I don't know if I have the one I'm on now or the earlier one, but did we indeed want 2 times to switch the Nat Geo cards today?
We're checking for you, Christina.
So, hold on. I don't want to talk over them, King. Hold on. Give me a second. Victor's about to talk.
Hey, Jenny, one other thing is we've been having issues with our exercise recordings, and the initial thoughts are maybe it's the camera overheating. Again, I thought the battery was good enough to go through a PAO event, so maybe this is another instance of that. We did not turn it back on to see what the battery was. We just changed the battery and restarted it, but that's also a possible reason.
All right, we copy. Good to know.
Jenny, I have a question on the prop.smrcs page when you have a second.
Go ahead.
Oh. They're Nikon D5 SCJ.
I am on prop.smrcs. The pressures look great, but I'm getting a weird signature on the helium high pressure crossover pyro, on the ox to fuel safe and the fuel to ox safe valves. Every once in a while, they'll pop up and either say error or armed, and then they go back to safe. Are y'all seeing that telemetry on the ground?
Reed, thanks for calling that down. We are not seeing that, so we will think about it a little bit more. I do have some results from that prop characterization test when you're ready.
Frickin' valve, dude.
And now Victor's come over to the displays, and he has been looking at these pretty intensely since we were on the launch pad, and he said this is not a new signature, that this has been occurring since since launch day. So basically since post-ascent, he has been seeing this similar signature. So he's just going to take a little video of it on his iPhone, and we'll get it to you later. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that now that he's been seeing it for a while. And then go ahead with the test.
Okay, copy. That certainly helps. Regarding the characterization test that we just initiated, we've noticed that on the SM aux branch 1, it has an increasing pressurization of the aux tank at a rate of 0.5 psi per hour. This is really the same behavior that we witnessed around TLI, and at this rate, we will hit the limit we set of 2 psi of pressure raise in 4 hours at 0800 MET right before your sleep. At that point, we will close that ISOL valve again, and that'll be the completion of the test. So we got some really good data that we will take back to the MMT.
Frickin' the valve is...
That's outstanding. I am so glad you all decided to go chase us down and get the data that'll help out the future missions and help us correlate our pre-flight testing. So we are happy to be a part of that, and that also.
We really appreciate the willingness to help. Thanks, crew.
Oh, yeah. Got a little bit of a headphone dent going on. Whatever, dude.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it continues its return journey back to Earth with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew recently completed a public affairs downlink event with members of the media ahead of that splashdown. Following that public affairs event, the crew also showed a flag from Apollo 18, and this...
We would like you to complete that, understanding it's the second one of the day, and it's to get us ready for tomorrow.
What's up, Christina?
Copy, thumbs up.
looks like they got the valve to reactuate. That's the helium 125 valve on the oxidizer side of
So again, the crew recently completed a public affairs event, and after that they displayed an Apollo 18 flag, and this is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should that mission have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C. prior to this mission, and then it was flown as a part of this mission, and the crew shared that following that public affairs event.
What would my crew be for Artemis 3? I would have Victor command the next mission.
The crew is now continuing to work through the remainder of their tasks for the day before they head into their pre-sleep period in about an hour and a half from now.
I'd say Vic for Artemis 4.
One of the items that Christina Cook specifically said she is working on is a card swap for a National Geographic activity. NASA had selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis 2.
No, she can stay on the ground.
Houston Integrity,
Victor's the pilot
any
on this
chance
mission.
I can start the umbilical cabin demo now? I'm happy to wait until timeline.
So what they'd usually do during the Apollo missions, if you flew one like mission like this, like some of the test flights, so Apollo 8, Apollo 9, Apollo 10, they took those crews that had experience and assigned them to the landing teams eventually. So like Jim Lovell commanded Apollo 8, he ended up on Apollo 13. Okay. John Young.
Reed, yes, you can begin that activity.
John Young and Gene Cernan were on Apollo 10. They ended up being the commanders of Apollo 16 and Apollo 17. So you put them, the point is, guys, is like, what I would do with this crew is I would shuffle them in as commanders of your subsequent lunar missions. The reason why is because you have 4 astronauts here, right? And you have them each command.
And Reed, you can give me a thumbs up with this call. In step 2.1 of that procedure, we still will need to give you that MCC go. We need some configuration to complete on our side.
I don't see why not, Drew. And then I'd have each one of
copy thumbs up.
I would have each one of these people command a subsequent.
Again, some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator.
But other missions down the road, so like Victor would command one, and then Christina would command one, and then Jeremy would command one, and then Reed would command one. Look, flying translunar out there and going into the lunar SOI is something that kind of skill set is at a premium right now. I can think of 8 people on this planet, well, 4 people on this planet, 4 people in space that have experience here. All right. And the 4 people that have experience here that are on this planet probably are a little too old. I mean, if Charlie Duke wants to go back up to the moon, I would say do it. Same with Buzz. Same with Dave Scott. Same with Jack Schmidt. If they want to go, freaking go, dude. I would let them go. I'd be like, yo, you want to do this again? Hell yeah, let's go. John, hey, stranger things have happened. John Glenn flew on the space shuttle. He flew on STS 95 in 1998. I watched that. That's the launch that I watched in school. So I would put each one of these on as a commander on a subsequent mission. Probably not the next test flight and probably not the first landing, but missions after that, sure. Oh, they would. They absolutely would. If Jim Lovell's still alive, I know he would have. He said that. I'm pretty sure I heard him say that. And I know Neil Armstrong said that before he passed away in 2012. Doesn't the backup crew fly for this next? Yeah. The subsequent missions, I probably wouldn't put anyone from this flight on if it was me. I would put Jenny Gibbons on there. I'd put Andre Douglas on Artemis 3. I would put... so I saw Kamiya I think I saw Aki Hoshide on console. He's a Japanese astronaut. I'd probably put him up there. You think they'd send Buzz? Yes. Can mission specialist be a commander, or does she have to be a pilot at the same time? So, Adam, usually how they did it during the shuttle program is if you were a rookie, you were in the pilot spot, so like a first officer, right? And then if you had experience, you could end up commanding a mission. So like Bob Crippen he flew as a pilot on the shuttle mission. John Young flew the first shuttle mission because he had experience because he went to the moon, right? And we went to the moon twice. One time, like, in orbit, and the other landed. And then Bob Crippen went to and ended up commanding another mission. I think it was STS-41D. I forget though. Gerst would be good living. Yeah. So the point is that you distribute the expertise, guys. But yeah, that's how I would do it. Mission specialist can move to command. Maybe move Jeremy and Christina into the pilot position. They have experience flying Orion. They flew Orion for the DFTO on this mission. Is NASA selecting the crews for Artemis 3 and 4? Yes. They haven't released anything yet, but yes. I think they emphasize test pilot experience for the new vehicles, but subsequent missions maybe not so much. Yeah, Goldie Stats. That's why I said maybe later. I mean, Victor's a hell of a test pilot. I'm sure he'd be good. I'm sure he would want to go again. Like, well, not 100% sure. Hey, Domingo, thanks for becoming a flight controller over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Where can I apply? USAjobs.gov. I mean, Adam, you'd have to go through ESA, I think, unless you're dual citizenship. There was a Canadian astronaut on this mission. Is there more countries involved? Yeah. We work with our European counterparts and Japanese counterparts. So it's the US, Canada, ESA. So that's all the European countries, and JAXA. We all kind of work together. It's kind of the dream team of spaceflight. And we work with the Russians too. Are those zip ties? Those are zip ties. Those are space zip ties. How do they sleep? You Velcro yourself to the wall, Box. Or where do they sleep? Anywhere? Anywhere is a bed in space. You can sleep wherever. Those are zip ties. We've seen duct tape and zip ties. They have duct tape and zip ties up there. This mission rules. You reckon NASA would take a Russian to the moon? Probably not. Probably not at this point. I'd say that future Artemis missions are most likely going to be done with our European, Japanese, and Canadian astronauts. Anything could be fixed with duct tape and zip ties.
Integrity Houston for cabin fan RPM preference.
No. If they did, which cosmonaut would I want to see go to the moon?
Hey, Jeremy. Right now, your cabin fan is set to 7,000 RPM. At sleep, we normally set it for 8,000 RPM, but we can leave it where it is or even go down another 2,000 RPM in addition. We'd like to know your preference.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, Jenny, we'll just go with what you've been doing nominally for sleep, so you can change it at that time to what you've had last night.
We'll go.
Let me see who's in here. Oleg Kononenko. I would probably send Oleg. He has the most experience, dude. He's flown six Soyuz flights. Then Alexei Ovchinin would probably be up there.
And Houston, just letting you know, for the umbilical cabin ventilation task, we are holding in step 2.1 for your go.
Copy. We'll let you know when you can continue.
Yeah, I'd probably send Oleg. Oleg has a lot of experience, dude, with flying Soyuz. Yeah, like I said, he's got 5 Soyuz flights under his belt.
Integrity crew, you are go to continue in the umbilical procedure.
If I was going to send somebody in the Cosmonaut Corps, yeah.
Happy.
You were a little quiet. Alexei Ovchinin or Oleg Kononenko? It'd probably be more Alexei. Alexei Ovchinin has flown a lot of flights. Oleg Kononenko is like the goat of the Cosmonaut Corps. If you ask me, he's the one that's been flying for a long time.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 4 hours, and 56 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are currently seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as the crew continues to work through their timelined activities for the day. Specifically, towards the middle portion of your screen, laying down a little bit, you can see a NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He is currently working through an umbilical cabin demonstration, during which he is configuring the seat 2 and supply umbilical, opening it to provide airflow directly into the cabin.
It's radiation. Radiation is frying that DSLR.
Objective of this demonstration is to configure that suit air umbilical to provide directed air into the cabin. So he is continuing to work through that objective. And then following completion of that, as well as a handful of other small tasks, the crew will move into their private medical conference.
Okay.
Which wraps up.
All right, guys, I'm gonna reset the YouTube video here. It's at 11:48. So stand by on Twitch. Don't worry about it. Don't do anything. Stand by for a moment. Actually, Twitch is at 47.
And wind down for the day.
How are we gonna do this? Hold on. We might, yeah, that'd be kind of cool, Dan. Maybe. I think he retired, though. Yeah, we might as well do them both. Mutter, what I'm trying to figure out here is whether we have enough for the Twitch VOD to get through the entire rest of the timeline here. I don't think so, but I'll check. So if we reset here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Houston integrity for umbilical cabin ventilation.
Go ahead.
38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48.
We are on step 2.3, and we have good airflow out of the seat 2 air umbilical.
You know what? I'd rather, yeah, I'll probably reset the Twitch VOD.
Copy, Reed. That is a great demo. Thanks for reporting the results. We are go for you to deconfigure when you're ready in step 3.
Yeah, probably reset it again tomorrow night, just so it doesn't cap into recovery operations, because recovery operations could be an aggregate amount of time.
Okay, pick it up at step 3.
Okay. I will reset the YouTube. Yeah, we'll just reset across the board, guys. Stand by for loss of signal on both streams here momentarily. Yeah, I'm just going to reset this real quick. Once again, if you're watching me on a TV or something, I'm going to reset the stream. So stand by for loss of signal on YouTube and on Twitch. I'm going to reset both of them now. So I will be back momentarily. You will have a brief momentary loss of signal.